Chapter 8, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 8, Part 4. The barons and knights and men-at-arms were all now armed. The foot soldiers were well equipped, each bearing bow and sword. On their heads were caps, and to their feet were bound buskins. Some had good hides, which they had bound round their bodies, and many were clad in frocks, and had quivers and bows hung to their girdles. The knights had hauberks and swords, boots of steel and shining helmets, shields at their necks, and in their hands lances. And all had their cognizances, so that each might know his fellow, and Norman might not strike Norman, nor Frenchman kill his countryman by mistake. Those on foot led the way, with serried ranks bearing their bows. The knights rode next, supporting the archers from behind. Thus both horse and foot kept their course and order of march as they began, in close ranks at a gentle pace, that the one might not pass or separate from the other. All went firmly and compactly, bearing themselves gallantly. Harold had summoned his men, earls, barons, and vavassors, from the castles and the cities, from the ports, the villages, and boroughs. The peasants were also called together from the villages, bearing such arms as they found, clubs and great picks, iron forge, and stages. The English had enclosed the place where Harold was, with his friends and the barons of the country whom he had summoned and called together. Those of London had come at once, and those of Kent, Hertford, and of Essex, those of Surrey and Sussex, of Edmund and Suffolk, of Norwich and Norfolk, of Canterbury and Stamford, Bedford, and Huntingdon. The men of Northampton also came, and those of Eurowich and Buckingham, of Bed and Nottingham, Lindsey and Nicol. There came also from the west all who heard the summons, and very many were to be seen coming from Salisbury and Dorset, from Bath and from Somerset. Many came too from about Gloucester, and many from Worcester, from Winchester, Hampshire, and Berkshire, and many more from other counties that we have not named, and cannot indeed recount. All who could bear arms, and had learnt the news of the Duke's arrival, came to defend the land. But none came from beyond Humber, for they had other business upon their hands, the Danes and Tosti having much damaged and weakened them. Harold knew that the Normans would come and attack him hand to hand, so he had early enclosed the field in which he placed his men. He made them arm early, and range themselves for the battle, he himself having put on arms and equipments that became such a lord. The Duke, he said, ought to seek him, as he wanted to conquer England, and it became him to abide the attack who had to defend the land. He commanded the people, and counselled his barons to keep themselves all together, and defend themselves in a body, for if they once separated, they would with difficulty recover themselves. The Normans, he said, are good vassals, valiant on foot and on horseback. Good knights are they on horseback, and well used to battle. All is lost if they once penetrate our ranks. They have brought long lances and swords, but you have pointed lances and keen-edged bills, and I do not expect that their arms can stand against yours. Cleave wherever you can. It will be ill done if you spare aught. The English had built up a fence before them with their shields, and with ash and other wood, and had well joined and wattled in the whole work, so as not to leave even a crevice. And thus they had a barricade in their front, through which any Norman who would attack them must first pass. Being covered in this way by their shields and barricades, their aim was to defend themselves, and if they had remained steady for that purpose, they would not have been conquered that day. For every Norman who made his way in lost his life, either by hatchet or bill, by club or other weapons. They wore short and close hauberks, and helmets that hung over their garments. King Harold issued orders and made proclamation round, that all should be ranged with their faces toward the enemy, and that no one should move from where he was, so that whoever came might find them ready, and that whatever any one, be he Norman or other, should do, each should do his best to defend his own place. Then he ordered the men of Kent to go where the Normans were likely to make the attack, for they say that the men of Kent are entitled to strike first, and that whenever the king goes to battle, the first blow belongs to them. The right of the men of London is to guard the king's body, to place themselves around him, and to guard his standard, and they were accordingly placed by the standard to watch and defend it. When Harold had made his reply and given his orders, he came into the midst of the English, and dismounted by the side of the standard. Leofwine and Gurth his brothers were with him, and around him he had barons enough, as he stood by his standard, which was in truth a noble one, sparkling with gold and precious stones. After the victory William sent it to the Pope, to prove and commemorate his great conquest and glory. The English stood close in ranks, ready and eager for the fight, and they moreover made a fosse, which went across the field, guarding one side of their army. Meanwhile the Normans appeared advancing over the ridge of a rising ground, and the first division of their troops moved onward along the hill and across a valley. And presently another division, still larger, came in sight, close following upon the first, and they were led towards another part of the field, forming together as the first body had done. And while Harold saw and examined them, and was pointing them out to Gurth, a fresh company came in sight, covering all the plain. And in the midst of them was raised the standard that came from Rome. Near it was the Duke, and the best men and greatest strength of the army were there. The good knights, the good vassals, and brave warriors were there. And there were gathered together the gentle barons, the good archers, and the men at arms, whose duty it was to guard the Duke, and range themselves around him. The youths in common heard of the camp, whose business was not to join in the battle, but to take care of the harness and stores, moved on towards a rising ground. The priests and the clerks also ascended a hill, there to offer up prayers to God, and watch the event of the battle. The English stood firm on foot in close ranks, and carried themselves right boldly. Each man had his hauberk on, with his sword girt, and his shield at his neck. Great hatchets were also slung at their necks, with which they expected to strike heavy blows. The Normans brought on the 3 divisions of their army to attack at different places. They set out in 3 companies, and in 3 companies did they fight. The first and second had come up, and then advanced the third, which was the greatest. With that came the Duke with his own men, and all moved boldly forward. As soon as the 2 armies were in full view of each other, great noise and tumult arose. You might hear the sound of many trumpets, of bugles, and of horns. And then you might see men ranging themselves in line, lifting their shields, raising their lances, bending their bows, handling their arrows, ready for assault and defence. The English stood ready to their post. The Normans still moved on. And when they drew near, the English were to be seen stirring to and fro, were going and coming, troops ranging themselves in order, some with their colour rising, others turning pale, some making ready their arms, others raising their shields, the brave man rousing himself to fight, the coward trembling at the approach of danger. Then Taillefer, who sang right well, rode mounted on a swift horse before the Duke, singing of Charlemagne and of Roland, of Olivier and the peers who died in Roncesvalles. And when they drew nigh to the English, "A boon, sire!" cried Taillefer. "I have long served you, and you owe me for all such service. To-day, so please you, you shall repay it. I ask as my guerdon, and beseech you for it earnestly, that you will allow me to strike the first blow in the battle." And the Duke answered, "I grant it." Then Taillefer put his horse to a gallop, charging before all the rest, and struck an Englishman dead, driving his lance below the breast into his body, and stretching him upon the ground. Then he drew his sword and struck another, crying out, "Come on, come on! What do ye, sirs? Lay on, lay on!" At the second blow he struck, the English pushed forward, and surrounded, and slew him. Forthwith arose the noise and cry of war, and on either side the people put themselves in motion. The Normans moved on to the assault, and the English defended themselves well. Some were striking, others urging onwards. All were bold and cast aside fear. And now, behold, that battle was gathered, whereof the fame is yet mighty. Loud and far resounded the bray of the horns, and the shocks of the lances, the mighty strokes of maces, and the quick clashing of swords. One while the Englishmen rushed on, another while they fell back, one while the men from over the sea charged onwards, and again at other times retreated. The Normans shouted Deus ex, the English people out. Then came the cunning manoeuvres, the rude shocks and strokes of the lance and blows of the swords, among the sergeants and soldiers, both English and Norman. When the English fall, the Normans shout. Each side taunts and defies the other, yet neither knoweth what the other saith, and the Normans say the English bark, because they understand not their speech. Some wax strong, others weak, the brave exult, but the cowards tremble, as men who are sore dismayed. The Normans press on the assault, and the English defend their post well. They pierce the hauberks and cleave the shields, receive and return mighty blows. Again some press forwards, others yield, and thus in various ways the struggle proceeds. In the plain was a fosse, which the Normans had now behind them, having passed it in the fight without regarding it. But the English charged and drove the Normans before them till they made them fall back upon this fosse, overthrowing into it horses and men. Many were to be seen falling therein, rolling one over the other, with their faces to the earth, and unable to rise. Many of the English also, whom the Normans drew down along with them, died there. At no time during the day's battle did so many Normans die as perished in that fosse. So those said who saw the dead. The varlets who were set to guard the harness began to abandon it as they saw the loss of the Frenchmen, when thrown back upon the fosse, without power to recover themselves. Being greatly alarmed at seeing the difficulty in restoring order, they began to quit the harness, and sought around, not knowing where to find shelter. Then Duke William's brother, Odo, the good priest, the Bishop of Bayeux, galloped up and said to them, stand fast, be quiet and move not. Fear nothing, for if God please, we shall conquer yet. So they took courage, and rested where they were, and Odo returned galloping back to where the battle was most fierce, and was of great service on that day. He had put hauberk on over a white aube, wide in the body, with the sleeve tight, and sat on the white horse, so that all might recognize him. In his hand he held a mace, and wherever he saw most need he held up and stationed the knights, and often urged them on to assault and strike the enemy. From 9 o'clock in the morning, when the combat began, till 3 o'clock came, the battle was up and down, this way and that, and no one knew who would conquer and win the land. Both sides stood so firm and fought so well, that no one could guess which would prevail. The Norman archers with their bows shot thickly upon the English, but they covered themselves with their shields, so that the arrows could not reach their bodies, nor do any mischief, how true soever was their aim, or however well they shot. Then the Normans determined to shoot their arrows upwards into the air, so that they might fall on their enemies' heads, and strike their faces. The archers adopted this scheme, and shot up into the air towards the English, and the arrows in falling struck their heads and faces, and put out the eyes of many, and all feared to open their eyes, or leave their faces unguarded. The arrows now flew thicker than rain before the wind. Fast sped the shafts that the English called whibbets. Then it was that an arrow, that had been thus shot upwards, struck Harold above his right eye, and put it out. In his agony he drew the arrow and threw it away, breaking it with his hands, and the pain to his head was so great that he leaned upon his shield. So the English were wont to say, and still say to the French, that the arrow was well shot which was so sent up against their king, and that the archer won them great glory, who thus put out Harold's eye. The Normans saw that the English defended themselves well, and were so strong in their position that they could do little against them. So they consulted together privily, and arranged to draw off and pretend to flee, till the English should pursue and scatter themselves over the field. For they saw that if they could once get their enemies to break their ranks, they might be attacked and discomfited much more easily. As they had said, so they did. The Normans by little and little fled, the English following them. As the one fell back, the other pressed after, and when the Frenchmen retreated, the English thought and cried out that the men of France fled, and would never return. Thus they were deceived by the pretended flight, and great mischief thereby befell them, for if they had not moved from their position, it is not likely that they would have been conquered at all, but like fools, they broke their lines and pursued. The Normans were to be seen following up their stratagem, retreating slowly so as to draw the English further on. As they still flee, the English pursue. They push out their lances and stretch forth their hatchets, following the Normans, as they go rejoicing in the success of their scheme, and scattering themselves over the plain. And the English meantime jeered and insulted their foes with words. Cowards, they cried, you came hither in an evil hour, wanting our lands and seeking to seize our property. Fools that ye were to come! Normandy is too far off, and you will not easily reach it. It is of little use to run back, unless you can cross the sea at a leap, or can drink it dry. Your sons and daughters are lost to you. The Normans bore it all, but in fact they knew not what the English said. Their language seemed like the baying of dogs, which they could not understand. At length they stopped and turned round, determined to recover their ranks, and the barons might be heard crying Deus ex for a halt. Then the Normans resumed their former position, turning their faces towards the enemy, and their men were to be seen facing round and rushing onwards to a fresh mêlée, the one party assaulting the other, this man striking, another pressing onwards. One hits, another misses, one flies, another pursues, one is aiming a stroke, while another discharges his blow. Norman strives with Englishman again, and aims his blows afresh. One flies, another pursues swiftly. The combatants are many, the plain wide, the battle and the mêlée fierce. On every hand they fight hard, the blows are heavy, and the struggle becomes fierce. The Normans were playing their part well, when the English knight came rushing up, having in his company 100 men, furnished with various arms. He wielded a northern hatchet, with the blade a full foot long, and was well armed after his manner, being tall, bold, and of noble carriage. In the front of the battle, where the Normans thronged most, he came bounding on swifter than the stag, many Normans falling before him and his company. He rushed straight upon a Norman who was armed and riding on a war horse, and tried with his hatchet of steel to cleave his helmet. But the blow miscarried, and the sharp blade glanced down before the saddle bow, driving through the horse's neck down to the ground, so that both horse and master fell together to the earth. I know not whether the Englishman struck another blow, but the Normans who saw the stroke were astonished and about to abandon the assault, when Roger de Montgomery came galloping up, with his lance set, and heeding not the long-handled axe which the Englishman wielded aloft, struck him down, and left him stretched upon the ground. Then Roger cried out, "Frenchmen, strike! The day is ours!" And again a fierce mêlée was to be seen, with many a blow of lance and sword, the English still defending themselves, killing the horses and cleaving the shields. There was a French soldier of noble mien, who sat his horse gallantly. He spied 2 Englishmen who were also carrying themselves boldly. They were both men of great worth, and had become companions in arms and fought together, the one protecting the other. They bore 2 long and broad bills, and did great mischief to the Normans, killing both horses and men. The French soldier looked at them and their bills, and was sore alarmed, for he was afraid of losing his good horse, the best that he had, and would willingly have turned to some other quarter, if it would not have looked like cowardice. He soon, however, recovered his courage, and spurring his horse gave him the bridle, and galloped swiftly forward. Fearing the 2 bills, he raised his shield, and struck one of the Englishmen with his lance on the breast, so that the iron passed out at his back. At the moment that he fell the lance broke, and the Frenchman seized the mace that hung at his right side, and struck the other Englishman a blow that completely broke his skull. On the other side was an Englishman who much annoyed the French, continually assaulting them with a keen-edged hatchet. He had a helmet made of wood, which he had fastened down to his coat, and laced round his neck, so that no blows could reach his head. The ravage he was making was seen by a gallant Norman knight, who rode a horse that neither fire nor water could stop in its career when its master urged it on. The knight spurred, and his horse carried him on well till he charged the Englishman, striking him over the helmet, so that it fell down over his eyes, and as he stretched out his hand to raise it and uncover the face, the Norman cut off his right hand, so that his hatchet fell to the ground. Another Norman sprang forward, and eagerly seized the prize with both his hands, but he kept it little space, and paid dearly for it, for as he stooped to pick up the hatchet, an Englishman with his long-handled axe struck him over the back, breaking all his bones, so that his entrails and lungs gushed forth. The knight of the good horse meantime returned without injury, but on his way he met another Englishman, and bore him down under his horse, wounding him grievously, and trampling him altogether under foot. End of Chapter 8, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 5 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 8, Part 5. And now might be heard the loud clang and cry of battle, and the clashing of lances. The English stood firm in their barricades, and shivered the lances, beating them into pieces with their bills and maces. The Normans drew their swords, and hewed down the barricades, and the English in great trouble fell back upon their standard, where were collected the maimed and wounded. There were many knights of Shaw's who jousted and made attacks. The English knew not how to joust, or bear arms on horseback, but fought with hatchets and bills. A man, when he wanted to strike with one of their hatchets, was obliged to hold it with both his hands, and could not at the same time, as it seems to me, both cover himself and strike with any freedom. The English fell back towards the standard, which was upon a rising ground, and the Normans followed them across the valley, attacking them on foot and horseback. Then Hugh de Mortimer, with the sires de Oliver, d'Aunebac, and St. Clair, rode up and charged, overthrowing many. Robert Fitz-Ernest fixed his lance, took his shield, and galloping towards the standard, with his keen-edged sword struck an Englishman who was in front, killed him, and then drawing back his sword attacked many others, and pushed straight for the standard, trying to beat it down. But the English surrounded it and killed him with their bills. He was found on the spot, when they afterwards sought for him, dead and lying at the standard's foot. Duke William pressed close upon the English with his lance, striving hard to reach the standard with the great troop he led, and seeking earnestly for Harold, on whose account the whole war was. The Normans follow their lord, and press around him. They ply their blows upon the English, and these defend themselves stoutly, striving hard with their enemies, returning blow for blow. One of them was a man of great strength, a wrestler, who did great mischief to the Normans with his hatchet. All feared him, for he struck down a great many Normans. The Duke spurred on his horse, and aimed a blow at him, but he stooped, and so escaped the stroke. Then jumping on one side, he lifted his hatchet aloft, and as the Duke bent to avoid the blow, the Englishman boldly struck him on the head, and beat in his helmet, though without doing much injury. He was very near falling, however, but bearing on his stirrups he recovered himself immediately, and when he thought to have revenged himself upon the churl by killing him, he had escaped, dreading the Duke's blow. He ran back in among the English, but he was not safe even there, for the Normans, seeing him, pursued and caught him, and having pierced him through and through with their lances, left him dead on the ground. Where the throng of the battle was greatest, the men of Kent and Essex fought wondrously well, and made the Normans again retreat, but without doing them much injury. And when the Duke saw his men fall back, and the English triumphing over them, his spirit rose high, and he seized his shield and his lance, which a vassal handed to him, and took his post by his standard. Then those who kept close guard by him and rode where he rode, being about 1,000 armed men, came and rushed with closed ranks upon the English, and with the weight of their good horses and the blows the knights gave, broke the press of the enemy, and scattered the crowd before them, the good Duke leading them on in front. Many pursued and many fled. Many were the Englishmen who fell around, and were trampled under the horses, crawling upon the earth, and not able to rise. Many of the richest and noblest men fell in that rout, but the English still rallied in places, smote down those whom they reached, and maintained the combat the best they could, beating down the men and killing the horses. One Englishman watched the Duke, and plotted to kill him. He would have struck him with his lance, but he could not, for the Duke struck him first, and felled him to the earth. Loud was now the clamour, and great the slaughter. Many a soul then quitted the body it inhabited. The living marched over the heaps of dead, and each side was weary of striking. He charged on who could, and he who could no longer strike still pushed forward. The strong struggled with the strong. Some failed, others triumphed. The cowards fell back, the brave pressed on, and sad was his fate who fell in the midst, for he had little chance of rising again, and many in truth fell who never rose at all, being crushed under the throng. And now the Normans pressed on so far that at last they had reached the standard. There Harold had remained, defending himself to the utmost, but he was sorely wounded in his eye by the arrow, and suffered grievous pain from the blow. An armed man came in the throng of the battle, and struck him on the ventaille of his helmet, and beat him to the ground. And as he sought to recover himself, a knight beat him down again, striking him on the thick of his thigh, down to the bone. Gurth saw the English falling around, and that there was no remedy. He saw his race hastening to ruin, and despaired of any aid. He would have fled, but could not, for the throng continually increased, and the Duke pushed on till he reached him, and struck him with great force. Whether he died of that blow I know not, but it was said that he fell under it, and rose no more. The standard was beaten down, the golden standard was taken, and Harold and the best of his friends were slain. But there was so much eagerness, and throng of so many around, seeking to kill him, that I know not who it was that slew him. The English were in great trouble at having lost their king, and at the Duke's having conquered and beat down the standard. But they still fought on, and defended themselves long, and in fact till the day drew to a close. Then it clearly appeared to all that the standard was lost, and the news had spread throughout the army that Harold for certain was dead. And all saw that there was no longer any hope, so they left the field, and those fled who could. William fought well. Many an assault did he lead, many a blow did he give, and many receive, and many fell dead under his hand. 2 horses were killed under him, and he took a third at time of need, so that he fell not to the ground, and he lost not a drop of blood. But whatever anyone did, and whoever lived or died, this is certain, that William conquered, and that many of the English fled from the field, and many died on the spot. Then he returned thanks to God, and in his pride ordered his standard to be brought and set up on high where the English standard had stood, and that was the signal of his having conquered and beaten down the foe. And he ordered his tent to be raised on the spot among the dead, and had his meat brought thither, and his supper prepared there. Then he took off his armour, and the barons and knights, pages and squires came, when he had unstrung his shield, and they took the helmet from his head, and the hauberk from his back, and saw the heavy blows upon his shield, and how his helmet was dinted in. And all greatly wondered, and said, Such a baron never bestrode war-horse, or dealt such blows, or did such feats of arms, neither has there been on earth such a knight since Roland and Olivier. Thus they lauded and extolled him greatly, and rejoiced in what they saw, but grieving also for their friends who were slain in the battle. And the Duke stood meanwhile among them of noble stature and mien, and rendered thanks to the King of glory, through whom he had the victory, and thanked the knights around him, mourning also frequently for the dead. And he ate and drank among the dead, and made his bed that night upon the field. The morrow was Sunday, and those who had slept upon the field of battle, keeping watch around, and suffering great fatigue, bestirred themselves at break of day, and sought out and buried such of the bodies of their dead friends as they might find. The noble ladies of the land also came, some to seek their husbands, and others their fathers, sons, or brothers. They bore the bodies to their villages, and interred them at the churches, and the clerks and priests of the country were ready, and at the request of their friends, took the bodies that were found, and prepared graves, and laid them therein. King Harold was carried and buried at Varham, but I know not who it was that bore him thither, neither do I know who buried him. Many remained on the field, and many had fled in the night. Such is a Norman account of the Battle of Hastings, which does full justice to the valour of the Saxons, as well as to the skill and bravery of the victors. In the preceding pages I have woven together the purpureus panos of the old chronicler. In doing so I have largely availed myself of Mr. Edgar Taylor's version of that part of the Roman de Rou which describes the Conquest. By giving engravings from the Bayeux tapestry and excellent notes, Mr. Taylor has added much to the value and interest of his volume. It is indeed evident that the loss of the battle to the English was owing to the wound which Harold received in the afternoon, and which must have incapacitated him from effective command. When we remember that he had himself just won the battle of Stamford Bridge over Harold Hardrada by the manoeuvre of a feigned flight, it is impossible to suppose that he could be deceived by the same stratagem on the part of the Normans at Hastings. But his men, when deprived of his control, would very naturally be led by their inconsiderate ardour into the pursuit that proved so fatal to them. All the narratives of the battle, however much they may vary as to the precise time and manner of Harold's fall, eulogize the generalship and the personal prowess which he displayed, until the fatal arrow struck him. The skill with which he had posted his army was proved, both by the slaughter which had cost the Normans to force the position, and also by the desperate rally which some of the Saxons made after the battle, in the forest in the rear, in which they cut off a large number of the pursuing Normans. This circumstance is particularly mentioned by William of Poitiers, the Conqueror's own chaplain, Indeed, if Harold or either of his brothers had survived, the remains of the English army might have formed again in the wood, and could at least have effected an orderly retreat, and prolonged the war. But both Gurth and Leofwine, and all the bravest thanes of southern England, lay dead on Senlac, around their fallen king and the fallen standard of their country. The exact number of the slain on the Saxon side is unknown, but we read that on the side of the victors, out of 60,000 men who had been engaged, no less than a fourth perished. So well had the English billman plied the ghastly blow, and so sternly had the Saxon battle axe cloven Norman casque and mail. The Conqueror's chaplain calls the Saxon battle axes savissement secure. The old historian Daniel justly as well as forcibly remarks, as cited in the Pictorial History, "Thus was tried by the great assize of God's judgment in battle, the right of power between the English and Norman nations, a battle the most memorable of all others, and however miserably lost, yet most nobly fought on the part of England." Many a pathetic legend was told in after years respecting the discovery and the burial of the corpse of our last Saxon king. The main circumstances, though they seem to vary, are perhaps reconcilable. Two of the monks of Waltham Abbey, which Harold had founded a little time before his election to the throne, had accompanied him to the battle. On the morning after the slaughter they begged and gained permission of the Conqueror to search for the body of their benefactor. The Norman soldiery and camp followers had stripped and gashed the slain, and the two monks vainly strove to recognize from among the mutilated and gory heaps around them the features of their former king. They sent for Harold's mistress, Edith, surnamed the Fair and the Swan-necked, to aid them. The eye of love proved keener than the eye of gratitude, and the Saxon lady, even in that Alcidama, knew her Harold. The king's mother now sought the victorious Norman, and begged the dead body of her son. But William at first answered in his wrath, and in the hardness of his heart, that a man who had been false to his word and his religion should have no other sepulchre than the sand of the shore. He added with a sneer, "Harold mounted guard on the coast while he was alive. He may continue his guard now he is dead." The taunt was an unintentional eulogy, and a grave washed by the spray of the Sussex waves would have been the noblest burial place for the martyr of Saxon freedom. But Harold's mother was urgent in her lamentations and her prayers. The Conqueror relented. Like Achilles, he gave up the dead body of his fallen foe to a parent's supplications, and the remains of King Harold were deposited with regal honours in Waltham Abbey. On Christmas Day of the same year, William the Conqueror was crowned, at London, King of England. Synopsis of events between the Battle of Hastings, A.D. 1066, and Joan of Arc's victory at Orleans, 1429. A.D. 1066 to 1087. Reign of William the Conqueror. Frequent risings of the English against him, which are quelled with merciless rigour. 1096. The First Crusade. 1112. Commencement of the disputes about investitures between the emperors and the popes. 1140. Foundation of the city of Lubeck, whence originated the Hanseatic League. Commencement of the feuds in Italy between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. 1146. The Second Crusade. 1154. Henry II becomes King of England. Under him Thomas Becket is made Archbishop of Canterbury, the first instance of any man of the Saxon race being raised to high office in church or state since the Conquest. 1170. Strongbow, Earl of Pembroke, lands with an English army in Ireland. 1189. Richard Coeur de Lion becomes King of England. He and King Philip Augustus of France join in the Third Crusade. 1199 to 1204. On the death of King Richard, his brother John claims and makes himself master of England and Normandy and the other large continental possessions of the early Plantagenet princes. Philip Augustus asserts the cause of Prince Arthur, John's nephew, against him. Arthur is murdered, but the French king continues the war against John, and conquers him from Normandy, Brittany, Anjou, Maine, Touraine, and Poitiers. 1216. The barons, the freeholders, the citizens, and the yeomen of England rise against the tyranny of John and his foreign favourites. They compel him to sign Magna Carta. This is the commencement of our nationality, for our history from this time forth is the history of a national life, then complete and still in being. All English history before this period is a mere history of elements, of their collisions, and of the processes of their fusion. For upwards of a century after the Conquest, Anglo-Norman and Anglo-Saxon had kept aloof from each other, the one in haughty scorn, the other in sullen abhorrence. They were two peoples, though living in the same land. It is not until the 13th century, the period of the reigns of John and his son and grandson, that we can perceive the existence of any feeling of common patriotism among them. But in studying the history of these reigns, we read of the old dissensions no longer. The Saxon no more appears in civil war against the Norman. The Norman no longer scorns the language of the Saxon, or refuses to bear together with him the name of Englishman. No part of the community think themselves foreigners to another part. They feel that they are all one people, and they have learned to unite their efforts for the common purpose of protecting the rights and promoting the welfare of all. The fortunate loss of the Duchy of Normandy in John's reign greatly promoted these new feelings. Thenceforth our barons' only homes were in England. One language had, in the reign of Henry III., become the language of the land, and that also had then assumed the form in which we still possess it. One law in the eye of which all free men are equal, without distinction of race, was modelled and steadily enforced, and still continues to form the groundwork of our judicial system. 1273. Rudolph of Hapsburg chosen Emperor of Germany. 1283. Edward I conquers Wales. 1346. Edward III invades France and gains the Battle of Cressy. 1356. Battle of Poitiers. 1360. Treaty of Bretigny between England and France. By it Edward III renounces his pretensions to the French crown. The treaty is ill kept, and indecisive hostilities continue between the forces of the two countries. 1414. Henry V of England claims the crown of France, and resolves to invade and conquer that kingdom. At this time France was in the most deplorable state of weakness and suffering, from the factions that raged among her nobility, and from the cruel oppressions which the rival nobles practised on the mass of the community. The people were exhausted by taxes, civil wars, and military executions, and they had fallen into the worst of all states of mind, when the independence of one's country is thought no longer a paramount and sacred object. "What can the English do to us worse than the things we suffer at the hands of our own princes?" was a common exclamation among the poor people of France. 1415. Henry invades France, takes Harfleur, and wins the great battle of Agincourt. 1417 to 1419. Henry conquers Normandy. The French Dauphin assassinates the Duke of Burgundy, the most powerful of the French nobles, at Montereau. The successor of the murdered duke becomes the active ally of the English. 1420. The Treaty of Troyes concluded between Henry V of England and Charles VI of France, and Philip, Duke of Burgundy. By this treaty it was stipulated that Henry should marry the Princess Catherine of France, that King Charles during his lifetime should keep the title and dignity of King of France, but that Henry should succeed him, and should at once be entrusted with the administration of the government, and that the French crown should descend to Henry's heirs; that France and England should forever be united under one king, but should still retain their several usages, customs, and privileges; that all the princes, peers, vassals, and communities of France should swear allegiance to Henry as their future king, and should pay him present obedience as regent; that Henry should unite his arms to those of King Charles and the Duke of Burgundy, in order to subdue the adherents of Charles, the pretended Dauphin; and that these three princes should make no truce or peace with the Dauphin, but by the common consent of all three. 1421. Henry V gained several victories over the French, who refused to acknowledge the Treaty of Troyes. His son, afterwards Henry VI, is born. 1422. Henry V and Charles VI of France die. Henry VI is proclaimed at Paris King of England and France. The followers of the French Dauphin proclaim him Charles VII, King of France. The Duke of Bedford, the English regent in France, defeats the army of the Dauphin at Crevant. 1424. The Duke of Bedford gains the great victory of Verneuil over the French partisans of the Dauphin and their Scotch auxiliaries. 1428. The English begin the siege of Orleans. End of Chapter 8, Part 5.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 9, Part 1. Joan of Arc's victory over the English at Orleans, A.D. 1429. Quote, "The eyes of all Europe were turned toward this scene, where, it was reasonably supposed, the French were to make their last stand for maintaining the independence of their monarchy and the rights of their sovereign." End quote. Hume. When, after their victory at Salamis, the generals of the various Greek states voted the prizes for distinguished individual merit, each assigned the first place of excellence to himself, but they all concurred in giving their second votes to Themistocles. Plutarch, Vita Themistocles, 17. This was looked on as a decisive proof that Themistocles ought to be ranked first of all. If we were to endeavor, by a similar test, to ascertain which European nation has contributed the most to the progress of European civilization, we should find Italy, Germany, England, and Spain each claiming the first degree, but each also naming France as clearly next in merit. It is impossible to deny her paramount importance in history. Besides the formidable part that she has for nearly 3 centuries played as the Bellona of the European Commonwealth of States, her influence during all this period over the arts, the literature, the manners, and the feelings of mankind has been such as to make the crisis of her earlier fortunes a point of world-wide interest; and it may be asserted without exaggeration that the future career of every nation was involved in the result of the struggle by which the unconscious heroine of France, in the beginning of the 15th century, rescued her country from becoming a second Ireland under the yoke of the triumphant English. Seldom has the extinction of a nation's independence appeared more inevitable than was the case in France, when the English invaders completed their lines around Orleans, 423 years ago. A series of dreadful defeats had thinned the chivalry of France, and daunted the spirits of her soldiers. A foreign king had been proclaimed in her capital, and foreign armies of the bravest veterans, and led by the ablest captains then known in the world, occupied the fairest portions of her territory. Worse to her even than the fierceness and the strength of her foes were the factions, the vices, and the crimes of her own children. Her native prince was a dissolute trifler, stained with the assassination of the most powerful noble of the land, whose son, in revenge, had leagued himself with the enemy. Many more of her nobility, many of her prelates, her magistrates, and rulers had sworn fealty to the English king. The condition of the peasantry amid the general prevalence of anarchy and brigandage, which were added to the customary devastations of contending armies, was wretched beyond the power of language to describe. The sense of terror and suffering seemed to have extended itself even to the brute creation. Quote, "In sooth, the estate of France was then most miserable. There appeared nothing but a horrible face, confusion, poverty, desolation, solitariness, and fear. The lean and bare labourers in the country did terrify even thieves themselves, who had nothing left them to spoil but the carcasses of these poor miserable creatures, wandering up and down like ghosts drawn out of their graves. The least farms and hamlets were fortified by these robbers, English, Bourguignon, and French, every one striving to do his worst. All men of war were well agreed to spoil the countryman and the merchant. Even the cattle, accustomed to the larum bell, the sign of the enemy's approach, would run home of themselves without any guide, by this accustomed misery." Decisive, quoted in the notes to Southey's Joan of Arc. In the autumn of 1428, the English, who were already masters of all France north of the Loire, prepared their forces for the conquest of the southern provinces, which yet adhered to the cause of the Dauphin. The city of Orleans, on the banks of that river, was looked upon as the last stronghold of the French national party. If the English could once obtain possession of it, Their victorious progress through the residue of the kingdom seemed free from any serious obstacle. Accordingly, the Earl of Salisbury, one of the bravest and most experienced of the English generals, who had been trained under Henry V., marched to the attack of the all-important city, and, after reducing several places of inferior consequence in the neighbourhood, appeared with his army before its walls on the 12th of October, 1428. The city of Orléans itself was on the north side of the Loire, but its suburbs extended far on the southern side, and a strong bridge connected them with the town. A fortification, which in modern military phrase would be termed a tête du pont, defended the bridge head on the southern side, and two towers, called the tourelles, were built on the bridge itself, where it rested on an island at a little distance from the tête du pont. Indeed, the solid masonry of the bridge terminated at the tourelles, and the communication thence with the tête du pont on the southern shore was by means of a drawbridge. The tourelles and the tête du pont formed together a strong fortified post, capable of containing a garrison of considerable strength; and so long as this was in possession of the Orléanais, they could communicate freely with the southern provinces, the inhabitants of which, like the Orléanais themselves, supported the cause of their Dauphin against the foreigners. Lord Salisbury rightly judged the capture of the tourelles to be the most material step toward the reduction of the city itself. Accordingly, he directed his principal operations against this post, and after some severe repulses, he carried the tourelles by storm on the 23rd of October. The French, however, broke down part of the bridge which was nearest to the north bank, and thus rendered a direct assault from the tourelles upon the city impossible. But the possession of this post enabled the English to distress the town greatly by a battery of cannon which they planted there, and which commanded some of the principal streets. It has been observed by Hume that this is the first siege in which any important use appears to have been made of artillery; and even at Orléans both besiegers and besieged seem to have employed their cannons more as instruments of destruction against their enemies' men than as engines of demolition against their enemies' walls and works. The efficacy of cannon in breaching solid masonry was taught Europe by the Turks, a few years afterwards, at the memorable siege of Constantinople. In our French wars, as in the wars of the classic nations, famine was looked on as the surest weapon to compel the submission of a well-walled town, and the great object of the besiegers was to effect a complete circumvallation. The great ambit of the walls of Orléans, and the facilities which the river gave for obtaining succour and supplies, rendered the capture of the place by this process a matter of great difficulty. Nevertheless, Lord Salisbury and Lord Suffolk, who succeeded him in command of the English after his death by a cannon ball, carried on the necessary works with great skill and resolution. 6 strongly fortified posts, called bastillos, were formed at certain intervals round the town, and the purpose of the English engineers was to draw strong lines between them. During the winter little progress was made with the entrenchments, but when the spring of 1429 came, the English resumed their works with activity. The communications between the city and the country became more difficult, and the approach of want began already to be felt in Orléans. The besieging force also fared hardly for stores and provisions, until relieved by the effects of a brilliant victory which Sir John Fastolfe, one of the best English generals, gained at Rouvray, near Orléans, a few days after Ash Wednesday, 1429. With only 1,600 fighting men, Sir John completely defeated an army of French and Scots, 4,000 strong, which had been collected for the purpose of aiding the Orléanais and harassing the besiegers. After this encounter, which seemed decisively to confirm the superiority of the English in battle over their adversaries, Fastolfe escorted large supplies of stores and food to Suffolk's camp, and the spirits of the English rose to the highest pitch at the prospect of the speedy capture of the city before them, and the consequent subjection of all France beneath their arms. The Orléanais, now in their distress, offered to surrender the city into the hands of the Duke of Burgundy, who, though the ally of the English, was yet one of their native princes. The Regent Bedford refused these terms, and the speedy submission of the city to the English seemed inevitable. The Dauphin Charles, who was now at Chinon with his remnant of a court, despaired of maintaining any longer the struggle for his crown, and was only prevented from abandoning the country by the more masculine spirits of his mistress and his queen. Yet neither they nor the boldest of Charles's captains could have shown him where to find resources for prolonging the war, and least of all could any human skill have predicted the quarter whence rescue was to come to Orléans and to France. In the village of Domremy, on the borders of Lorraine, there was a poor peasant of the name of Jacques d'Arc, respected in his station of life, and who had reared a family in virtuous habits and in the practice of the strictest devotion. His eldest daughter was named by her parents Jeannette, but she was called Jeanne by the French, which was Latinized into Johanna and Anglicized into Joan. Quote, "Respondit quod in partibus suis vocabatur Johannetta, et postquam venit in Franciam vocata est Johanna." End quote. Procès de Jeanne d'Arc, Volume 1, page 46. At the time when Joan first attracted attention she was about 18 years of age. She was naturally of a susceptible disposition, which diligent attention to the legends of saints and tales of fairies, aided by the dreamy loneliness of her life while tending her father's flocks, had made peculiarly prone to enthusiastic fervour. At the same time she was eminent for piety and purity of soul, and for her compassionate gentleness to the sick and the distressed. Southey, in one of the speeches which he puts in the mouth of his Joan of Arc, has made her beautifully describe the effect, on her mind, of the scenery in which she dwelt. Quote, "Here in solitude and peace, my soul was nursed amid the loveliest scenes. Of unpolluted nature, sweet it was, as the white mists of morning rolled away, to see the mountain's wooded heights appear, dark in the early dawn, and mark its slope, with gorse flowers glowing as the rising sun on the golden ripeness poured a deepening light. Pleasant at noon beside the vocal brook, to lay me down and watch the floating clouds, and shape to fancy's wild similitudes their ever-varying forms, and oh how sweet, to drive my flock at evening to the fold, and hasten to our little hut, and hear the voice of kindness bid me welcome home." End quote. The only foundation for the story told by the Burgundian partisan Monstrelet, and adopted by Hume, of Joan having been brought up as servant at an inn, is the circumstance of her having been once, with the rest of her family, obliged to take refuge in an auberge in Neufchâteau for 15 days, when a party of Burgundian cavalry made an incursion into Domremy. See the Quarterly Review, No. 138. The district where she dwelt had escaped comparatively free from the ravages of war, but the approach of roving bands of Burgundian or English troops frequently spread terror through Domremy. Once the village had been plundered by some of these marauders, and Joan and her family had been driven from their home, and forced to seek refuge for a time at Neufchâteau. The peasantry in Domremy were principally attached to the house of Orléans and the Dauphin, and all the miseries which France endured were there imputed to the Burgundian faction and their allies the English, who were seeking to enslave unhappy France. Thus from infancy to girlhood Joan had heard continually of the woes of the war, and she had herself witnessed some of the wretchedness that it caused. A feeling of intense patriotism grew in her with her growth. The deliverance of France from the English was the subject of her reveries by day and her dreams by night. Blended with these aspirations were recollections of the miraculous interpositions of Heaven in favour of the oppressed, which she had learned from the legends of her Church. Her faith was undoubting, her prayers were fervent. She feared no danger, for she felt no sin. And at length she believed herself to have received the supernatural inspiration which she sought. According to her own narrative, delivered by her to her merciless inquisitors in the time of her captivity and approaching death, she was about 13 years old when her revelations commenced. Her own words describe them best. Procès de Jeanne d'Arc, Volume 1, page 52. Quote, "At the age of 13, a voice from God came near to her to help her in ruling herself, and that voice came to her about the hour of noon, in summer time, while she was in her father's garden, and she had fasted the day before. And she heard the voice on her right in the direction of the church, and when she heard the voice she also saw a bright light. Afterwards St. Michael and St. Margaret and St. Catherine appeared to her. They were always in a halo of glory; she could see that their heads were crowned with jewels, and she heard their voices, which were sweet and mild. She did not distinguish their arms or limbs. She heard them more frequently than she saw them, and the usual time when she heard them was when the church bells were sounding for prayer. And if she was in the woods when she heard them, she could plainly distinguish their voices drawing near to her. When she thought that she discerned the heavenly voices, she knelt down and bowed herself to the ground. Their presence gladdened her even to tears, and after they departed she wept because they had not taken her with them back to Paradise. They always spoke soothingly to her. They told her that France would be saved, and that she was to save it." Such were the visions and the voices that moved the spirit of the girl of 13, and as she grew older they became more frequent and more clear. At last the tidings of the siege of Orléans reached Domremy. Joan heard her parents and neighbours talk of the sufferings of its population, of the ruin which its capture would bring on their lawful sovereign, and of the distress of the Dauphin and his court. Joan's heart was sorely troubled at the thought of the fate of Orléans, and her Voices now ordered her to leave her home, and warned her that she was the instrument chosen by Heaven for driving away the English from that city and for taking the Dauphin to be anointed king at Reims. At length she informed her parents of her divine mission, and told them that she must go to the Sire de Baudricourt, who commanded at Vaucouleurs, and who was the appointed person to bring her into the presence of the king, whom she was to save. Neither the anger nor the grief of her parents, who said that they would rather see her drowned than exposed to the contamination of the camp, could move her from her purpose. One of her uncles consented to take her to Vaucouleurs, where de Baudricourt at first thought her mad, and derided her, but by degrees was led to believe, if not in her inspiration, at least in her enthusiasm, and in its possible utility to the Dauphin's case. The inhabitants of Vaucouleurs were completely won over to her side, by the piety and devoutness which she displayed, and by her firm assurance in the truth of her mission. She told them that it was God's will that she should go to the king, and that no one but her could save the kingdom of France. She said that she herself would rather remain with her poor mother and spin, but the Lord had ordered her forth. The fame of the Maid, as she was termed, the renown of her holiness and of her mission spread far and wide. Baudricourt sent her with an escort to Chinon, where the Dauphin Charles was dallying away his time. Her Voices had bidden her assume the arms and the apparel of a knight, and the wealthiest inhabitants of Vaucouleurs had vied with each other in equipping her with war-horse, armour, and sword. On reaching Chinon, she was, after some delay, admitted into the presence of the Dauphin. Charles designedly dressed himself far less richly than many of his courtiers were apparelled, and mingled with them, when Joan was introduced, in order to see if the Holy Maid would address her exhortations to the wrong person. But she instantly singled him out, and kneeling before him, said, "Most noble Dauphin, the King of Heaven announces to you by me that you shall be anointed and crowned king in the city of Reims, and that you shall be his vice-regent in France." His features may probably have been seen by her previously in portraits, or have been described to her by others, but she herself believed that her Voices inspired her when she addressed the king. Procès de Jeanne d'Arc, Volume 1, page 56. And the report soon spread abroad that the Holy Maid had found the king by a miracle, and this, with many other similar rumours, augmented the renown and influence that she now rapidly acquired. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Recording by Ramon Escamilla. Conway, Arkansas. RAMONESCAMILLA.wordpress.com.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 9, Part 2. JOAN of Arc's victory over the English at Orleans, A.D. 1429. The state of public feeling in France was not favourable to an enthusiastic belief in divine interposition in favour of the party that had hitherto been unsuccessful and oppressed. The humiliations which had befallen the French royal family and nobility were looked on as the just judgment of God upon them for their vice and impiety. The misfortunes that had come upon France as a nation were believed to have been drawn down by national sins. The English, who had been the instruments of Heaven's wrath against France, seemed now by their pride and cruelty to be fitting objects of it themselves. France in that age was a profoundly religious country. There was ignorance, there was superstition, there was bigotry, but there was faith, a faith that itself worked true miracles, even while it believed in unreal ones. At this time also one of those devotional movements began among the clergy in France, which from time to time occur in national churches, without it being possible for the historian to assign any adequate human cause for their immediate date or extension. Numberless friars and priests traversed the rural districts and towns of France, preaching to the people that they must seek from heaven a deliverance from the pillages of the soldiery, and the insolence of the foreign oppressors. The idea of a providence that works only by general laws was wholly alien to the feelings of the age. Every political event, as well as every natural phenomenon, was believed to be the immediate result of a special mandate of God. This led to the belief that his holy angels and saints were constantly employed in executing his commands and mingling in the affairs of men. The Church encouraged these feelings, and at the same time sanctioned the concurrent popular belief that hosts of evil spirits were also ever actively interposing in the current of earthly events, with whom sorcerers and wizards could league themselves, and thereby obtain the exercise of supernatural power. Thus all things favoured the influence which Joan obtained both over friends and foes. The French nation, as well as the English and the Burgundians, readily admitted that superhuman beings inspired her. The only question was, whether these beings were good or evil angels, whether she brought with her airs from heaven or blasts from hell. This question seemed to her countrymen to be decisively settled in her favour by the austere sanctity of her life, by the holiness of her conversation, but still more by her exemplary attention to all the services and rites of the Church. The Dauphin at first feared the injury that might be done to his cause if he had laid himself open to the charge of having leagued himself with a sorceress. Every imaginable test, therefore, was resorted to in order to set Joan's orthodoxy and purity beyond suspicion. At last Charles and his advisers felt safe in accepting her services as those of a true and virtuous daughter of the Holy Church. It is indeed probable that Charles himself and some of his councillors may have suspected Joan of being a mere enthusiast, and it is certain that Dunois and others of the best generals took considerable latitude in obeying or deviating from the military orders that she gave. But over the mass of the people and the soldiery her influence was unbounded. While Charles and his doctors of theology and court ladies had been deliberating as to recognizing or dismissing the Maid, a considerable period had passed away, during which a small army, the last gleanings, as it seemed, of the English sword, had been assembled at Blois under Dunois, La Hire, Xaintrailles, and other chiefs, who to their natural valour were now beginning to unite the wisdom that is taught by misfortune. It was resolved to send Joan with this force and a convoy of provisions to Orleans. The distress of that city had now become urgent, but the communication with the open country was not entirely cut off. The Orleannais had heard of the Holy Maid whom Providence had raised up for their deliverance, and their messengers urgently implored the Dauphin to send her to them without delay. Joan appeared at the camp at Blois, clad in a new suit of brilliant white armour, mounted on a stately black war horse, and with a lance in her right hand, which she had learned to wield with skill and grace. See the description of her by Guy de Laval, quoted in the note to Michelet, page 69, and see the account of the banner at Orleans, which is believed to bear an authentic portrait of the Maid, in Murray's Handbook for France, page 175. Her head was unhelmeted, so that all could behold her fair and expressive features, her deep set and earnest eyes, and her long black hair, which was parted across her forehead and bound by a ribbon behind her back. She wore at her side a small battle axe, and the consecrated sword, marked on the blade with 5 crosses, which had at her bidding been taken for her from the shrine of St. Catherine de Fierbois. A page carried her banner, which she had caused to be made and embroidered as her Voices enjoined. It was white satin, strewn with fleurs-de-lis, and on it were the words Jesus Maria, and the representation of the Saviour in his glory. Joan afterwards generally bore her banner herself in battle. She said that though she loved her sword much, she loved her banner 40 times as much, and she loved to carry it because it could not kill any one. Thus accoutred she came to lead the troops of France, who looked with soldierly admiration on her well proportioned and upright figure, the skill with which she managed her war horse, and the easy grace with which she handled her weapons. Her military education had been short, but she had availed herself of it well. She had also the good sense to interfere little with the maneuvers of the troops, leaving those things to Dunois and others whom she had the discernment to recognize as the best officers in the camp. Her tactics in action were simple enough. As she herself described it, "I used to say to them, 'Go boldly in among the English,' and then I used to go boldly in myself." Such, as she told her inquisitors, was the only spell she used, and it was one of power. But while interfering little with the military discipline of the troops, in all matters of moral discipline she was inflexibly strict. All the abandoned followers of the camp were driven away. She compelled both generals and soldiers to attend regularly at confessional. Her chaplain and other priests marched with the army under her orders, and at every halt an altar was set up and the sacrament administered. No oath or foul language passed without punishment or censure. Even the roughest and most hardened veterans obeyed her. They put off for a time the bestial coarseness which had grown on them during a lifetime of bloodshed and rapine. They felt that they must go forth in a new spirit to a new career, and acknowledged the beauty of the holiness in which the heaven sent Maid was leading them to certain victory. Joan marched from Blois on the 26th of April with a convoy of provisions for Orleans, accompanied by Dunois, La Hire, and other chief captains of the French, and on the evening of the 28th they approached the town. In the words of the old chronicler Hall, "The Englishmen, perceiving that they within could not long continue, for fout, or vitaille, or powder, kept not their watch so diligently as they were accustomed, nor scoured now the country, environed as they before had ordained; which negligence the citizens shut in perceiving, sent word thereof to the French captains, which were Pucelle in the dead time of the night, and in the great rain and thunders, with all their vitaille and artillery, entered into the city." When it was day, the Maid rode in solemn procession through the city, clad in complete armour, and mounted on a white horse. Dunois was by her side, and all the bravest knights of her army and of the garrison followed in her train. The whole population thronged around her, and men, women, and children strove to touch her garments, or her banner, or her charger. They poured forth blessings on her, whom they already considered their deliverer. In the words used by two of them afterwards before the tribunal, which reversed the sentence but could not restore the life of the Virgin Martyr of France, the people of Orleans, when they first saw her in their city, thought that it was an angel from heaven that had come down to save them. Joan spoke gently in reply to their acclamations and addresses. She told them to fear God, and to trust in him for safety from the fury of their enemies. She first went to the principal church, where Te Deum was chanted, and then she took up her abode in the house of Jacques Bourgier, one of the principal citizens, and whose wife was a matron of good repute. She refused to attend a splendid banquet which had been provided for her, and passed nearly all her time in prayer. When it was known by the English that the Maid was in Orleans, their minds were not less occupied about her than were the minds of those in the city, but it was in a very different spirit. The English believed in her supernatural mission as firmly as the French did, but they thought her a sorceress who had come to overthrow them by her enchantments. An old prophecy, which told that a damsel from Lorraine was to save France, had long been current, and it was known and applied to Joan by foreigners as well as by the natives. For months the English had heard of the coming Maid, and the tales of miracles which she was said to have wrought had been listened to by the rough yeomen of the English camp with anxious curiosity and secret awe. She had sent a herald to the English generals before she marched for Orleans, and he had summoned the English generals in the name of the Most High to give up to the Maid who was sent by heaven the keys of the French cities which they had wrongfully taken, and he also solemnly adjured the English troops, whether archers or men of the companies of war, or gentlemen, or others, who were before the city of Orleans, to depart thence to their homes under peril of being visited by the judgment of God. On her arrival in Orleans, Joan sent another similar message, but the English scoffed at her from their towers, and threatened to burn her heralds. She determined before she shed the blood of the besiegers to repeat the warning with her own voice, and accordingly she mounted one of the boulevards of the town, which was within the hearing of the Tourelles, and thence she spoke to the English and bade them depart, otherwise they would meet with shame and woe. Sir William Gladsdale commanded the post at Tourelle, and he and another English officer replied by bidding her go home and keep her cows, and by ribald jests that brought tears of shame and indignation into her eyes. But though the English leaders vaunted aloud, the effect produced on their army by Joan's presence in Orleans was proved 4 days after her arrival, when, on the approach of reinforcements and stores to the town, Joan and La Hire marched out to meet them, and escorted the long train of provision wagons safely into Orleans between the bastilles of the English, who cowered behind their walls, instead of charging fiercely and fearlessly, as had been their wont, on any French band that dared show itself within reach. Thus far she had prevailed without striking a blow, but the time was now come to test her courage amid the horrors of actual slaughter. On the afternoon of the day on which she had escorted the reinforcements into the city, while she was resting fatigued at home, Dunois had seized an advantageous opportunity of attacking the English Bastille of St. Loup, and a fierce assault on the Orleannais had been made on it, which the English garrison of the fort stubbornly resisted. Joan was roused by a sound which she believed to be that of her heavenly voices. She called for her arms and horse, and quickly equipping herself she mounted to ride off to where the fight was raging. In her haste she had forgotten her banner. She rode back, and without dismounting had it given to her from the window, and then she galloped to the gate whence the sally had been made. On her way she met some of the wounded French, who had been carried back from the fight. "Ha!" she exclaimed, "I never can see French blood flow without my hair standing on end." She rode out of the gate and met the tide of her countrymen, who had been repulsed from the English fort, and were flying back to Orleans in confusion. At the sight of the Holy Maid and her banner they rallied, and renewed the assault. Joan rode forward at their head, waving her banner and cheering them on. The English quailed at what they believed to be the charge of hell. St. Loup was stormed, and its defenders put to the sword, except some few, whom Jeanne succeeded in saving. All her woman's gentleness returned when the combat was over. It was the first time that she had ever seen a battlefield. She wept at the sight of so many blood-stained and mangled corpses, and her tears flowed doubly when she reflected that they were the bodies of Christian men who had died without confession. The next day was Ascension Day, and it was passed by Joan in prayer. But on the following morrow it was resolved by the chiefs of the garrison to attack the English forts on the south of the river. For this purpose they crossed the river in boats, and after some severe fighting, in which the Maid was wounded in the heel, both the English bastilles of the Augustins and St. Jean de Blanc were captured. The Tourelles were now the only post which the besiegers held on the south of the river. But that post was formidably strong, and by its command of the bridge it was the key to the deliverance of Orleans. It was known that a fresh English army was approaching under Fastolf to reinforce the besiegers, and should that army arrive while the Tourelles were yet in the possession of their comrades, there was great peril of all the advantages which the French had gained being nullified, and of the siege being again actively carried on. It was resolved, therefore, by the French to assail the Tourelles at once, while the enthusiasm which the presence and the heroic valour of the Maid had created was at its height. But the enterprise was difficult. The rampart of the tête du pont, or landward bulk, of the Tourelles was steep and high, and Sir John Gladsdale occupied this all important fort with 500 archers and men at arms, who were the very flower of the English army. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California. Chapter 9, Part 3 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 9, Part 3. Early in the morning of the 7th of May, some thousands of the best French troops in Orleans heard Mass and attended the confessional by Joan's orders, and then crossing the river in boats, as on the preceding day, they assailed the bulwark of the Tourelles, with light hearts and heavy hands. But Gladsdale's men, encouraged by their bold and skilful leader, made a resolute and able defence. The Maid planted her banner on the edge of the fosse, and then springing down into the ditch, she placed the first ladder against the wall, and began to mount. An English archer sent an arrow at her, which pierced her corslet and wounded her severely between the neck and shoulder. She fell bleeding from the ladder, and the English were leaping down from the wall to capture her, but her followers bore her off. She was carried to the rear and laid upon the grass. Her armour was taken off, and the anguish of her wound and the sight of her blood made her at first tremble and weep. But her confidence in her celestial mission soon returned. Her patron saints seemed to stand before her and reassure her. She sat up and drew the arrow out with her own hands. Some of the soldiers who stood by wished to staunch the blood by saying a charm over the wound, but she forbade them, saying that she did not wish to be cured by unhallowed means. She had the wound dressed with a little oil, and then bidding her confessor come to her, she betook herself to prayer. In the meanwhile, the English in the bulwark of the Tourelles had repulsed the oft renewed efforts of the French to scale the wall. Dunois, who commanded the assailants, was at first discouraged, and gave orders for a retreat to be sounded. Joan sent for him and the other generals, and implored them not to despair. "By my God," she said to them, "you shall soon enter in there, do not doubt it. When you see my banner wave again up to the wall, to your arms again, the fort is yours. For the present rest a little, and take some food and drink." They did so, says the old chronicler of the siege, for they obeyed her marvellously. The faintness caused by her wound had now passed off, and she headed the French in another rush against the bulwark. The English, who had thought her slain, were alarmed at her reappearance, while the French pressed furiously and fanatically forward. A Biscayan soldier was carrying Joan's banner. She had told the troops that directly the banner touched the wall they should enter. The Biscayan waved the banner forward from the edge of the fosse, and touched the wall with it, and then all the French host swarmed madly up the ladders that now were raised in all directions against the English fort. At this crisis the efforts of the English garrison were distracted by an attack from another quarter. The French troops who had been left in Orleans had placed some planks over the broken part of the bridge, and advanced across them to the assault of the Tourelles on the northern side. Gladesdale resolved to withdraw his men from the landward bulwark, and concentrate his whole force in the Tourelles themselves. He was passing for this purpose across the drawbridge that connected the Tourelles and the Tête de Pont, when Joan, who by this time had scaled the wall of the bulwark, called out to him, "Surrender, surrender to the King of Heaven! Ah, Glacidas, you have foully wronged me with your words, and I have great pity on your soul and the souls of your men." The Englishman, disdainful of her summons, was striding on across the drawbridge, when a cannon shot from the town carried it away, and Gladesdale perished in the water that ran beneath. After his fall, the remnant of the English abandoned all further resistance. 300 of them had been killed in the battle, and 200 were made prisoners. The broken arch was speedily repaired by the exulting Orleannais, and Joan made her triumphal re-entry into the city by the bridge that had so long been closed. Every church in Orleans rang out its gratulating peal, and throughout the night the sounds of rejoicing echoed, and the bonfires blazed up from the city. But in the lines and forts, which the besiegers yet retained on the northern shore, there was anxious watching of the generals, and there was desponding gloom among the soldiery. Even Talbot now counselled retreat. On the following morning the Orleannais from their walls saw the great forts called London and St. Lawrence in flames, and witnessed their invaders busy in destroying the stores and munitions which had been relied on for the destruction of Orleans. Slowly and sullenly the English army retired, but not before it had drawn up in battle array opposite to the city, as if to challenge the garrison to an encounter. The French troops were eager to go out and attack, but Joan forbade it. The day was Sunday. "In the name of God," she said, "let them depart, and let us return thanks to God." She led the soldiers and citizens forth from Orleans, but not for the shedding of blood. They passed in solemn procession round the city walls, and then, while their retiring enemies were yet in sight, they knelt in thanksgiving to God for the deliverance which He had vouchsafed them. Within 3 months from the time of her first interview with the Dauphin, Joan had fulfilled the first part of her promise, the raising of the siege of Orleans. Within 3 months more she fulfilled the second part also, and she stood with her banner in her hand by the high altar at Reims, while he was anointed and crowned as King Charles VII of France. In the interval she had taken Jargeau, Troyes, and other strong places, and she had defeated an English army in a fair field at Patay. The enthusiasm of her countrymen knew no bounds, but the importance of her services, and especially of her primary achievement at Orleans, may perhaps be best proved by the testimony of her enemies. There is extant a fragment of a letter from the Regent Bedford to his royal nephew, Henry VI., in which he bewails the turn that the war had taken, and especially attributes it to the raising of the siege of Orleans by Joan. Bedford's own words, which are preserved by Rymer, are as follows: "And all things there prospered for you till the time of the siege of Orleans, taken in hand, God knoweth by what advice. At the which time, after the adventure fallen to the person of my cousin of Salisbury, whom God assoil, there fell, by the hand of God as it seemeth, a great strook upon your people, that was assembled there in great number, caused in great part, as I trow, of lake and sad belief, and of unlieveful doubt that they had of a disciple and lime of the Fend, called the Pucelle, that used false enchantment and sorcery. The which strook and discomfiture not only least in great party the number of your people there, but as well withdrew the courage of the remnant in marvellous wise, and couraged your adverse party and enemies to assemble them forthwith in great number. When Charles had been anointed King of France, Joan believed that her mission was accomplished, and in truth the deliverance of France from the English, though not completed for many years afterwards, was then ensured. The ceremony of a royal coronation and anointment was not in those days regarded as a mere costly formality; it was believed to confer the sanction and the grace of heaven upon the prince, who had previously ruled with mere human authority. Thenceforth he was the Lord's anointed. Moreover, one of the difficulties that had previously lain in the way of many Frenchmen when called on to support Charles VII. Was now removed. He had been publicly stigmatized, even by his own parents, as no true son of the royal race of France. The Queen Mother, the English, and the partisans of Burgundy called him the pretender to the title of Dauphin; but those who had been led to doubt his legitimacy were cured of their skepticism by the victories of the Holy Maid, and by the fulfilment of her pledges. They thought that heaven had now declared itself in favor of Charles as the true heir of the crown of St. Louis, and the tales about his being spurious were thenceforth regarded as mere English calumnies. With this strong tide of national feeling in his favor, with victorious generals and soldiers round him, and a dispirited and divided enemy before him, he could not fail to conquer, though his own imprudence and misconduct, and the stubborn valor which some of his English still displayed, prolonged the war in France nearly to the time when the Civil War of the Roses broke out in England, and ensured for France peace and repose. Joan knelt before the new crowned king in the cathedral of Reims and shed tears of joy. She said that she had then fulfilled the work which the Lord had commanded her. The young girl now asked for her dismissal. She wished to return to her peasant home, to tend her parents' flocks again, and to live at her own will in her native village. She had always believed that her career would be a short one. But Charles and his captains were loath to lose the presence of one who had such an influence upon the soldiery and the people. They persuaded her to stay with the army. She still showed the same bravery and zeal for the cause of France. She was as fervent as before in her prayers, and as exemplary in all religious duties. She still heard her heavenly voices, but she now no longer thought herself the appointed minister of heaven to lead her countrymen to certain victory. Our admiration for her courage and patriotism ought to be increased 100-fold by her conduct throughout the latter part of her career, amid dangers, against which she no longer believed herself to be divinely secured. Indeed, she believed herself doomed to perish in little more than a year. But she still fought on as resolutely, if not as exultingly, as ever. As in the case of Arminius, the interest attached to the individual heroism and virtue makes us trace the fate of Joan of Arc, after she had saved her country. She served well with Charles's army in the capture of Laon, Soissons, Compiègne, Beauvais, and other strong places; but in a premature attack on Paris, in September, 1429, the French were repulsed, and Joan was severely wounded. In the winter she was again in the field with some of the French troops, and in the following spring she threw herself into the fortress of Compiègne, which she had herself won for the French king in the preceding autumn, and which was now besieged by a strong Burgundian force. She was taken prisoner in a sally from Compiègne on the 24th of May, and was imprisoned by the Burgundians, first at Arras, and then at a place called Crétoy, on the Flemish coast, until November, when for payment of a large sum of money she was given up to the English, and taken to Rouen, which was then their main stronghold in France. Sorrow it were, and shame to tell, the butchery that there befell; and the revolting details of the cruelties practised upon this young girl may be left to those whose duty as avowed biographers it is to describe them. The whole of the Procès de Condamnation et de Réhabilitation de Jeanne d'Arc has been published in 5 volumes by the Société de l'Histoire of France. All the passages from contemporary chroniclers and poets are added, and the most ample materials are thus given for acquiring full information on a subject which is, to an Englishman, one of painful interest. There is an admirable essay on Joan of Arc in the 138th number of the Quarterly. She was tried before an ecclesiastical tribunal on the charge of witchcraft, and on the 30th of May, 1431, she was burnt alive in the market-place at Rouen. I will add but one remark on the character of the truest heroine that the world has ever seen. If any person can be found in the present age who would join in the scoffs of Voltaire against the Maid of Orleans and the heavenly voices by which she believed herself inspired, let him read the life of the wisest and best man that the heathen nations ever produced. Let him read of the heavenly voice by which Socrates believed himself to be constantly attended, which cautioned him on his way from the field of battle at Delium, and which from his boyhood to the time of his death visited him with unearthly warnings. Let the modern reader reflect upon this, and then, unless he is prepared to term Socrates either fool or impostor, let him not dare to deride or vilify Joan of Arc. Synopsis of events between Joan of Arc's victory at Orleans, A.D. 1429, and the defeat of the Spanish Armada, A.D. 1588. A.D. 1452 Final expulsion of the English from France. 1453 Constantinople taken and the Roman Empire of the East destroyed by the Turkish Sultan Mahomet II. 1455 Commencement of the civil wars in England between the houses of York and Lancaster. 1479 Union of the Christian kingdoms of Spain under Ferdinand and Isabella. 1492 Capture of Granada by Ferdinand and Isabella, and end of the Moorish dominion in Spain. 1492 Columbus discovers the New World. 1494 Charles VIII. Of France invades Italy. 1497 Expedition of Vasco da Gama to the East Indies round the Cape of Good Hope. 1503 Naples conquered from the French by the great Spanish general Gonzalvo of Cordova. 1508 League of Cambray by the Pope, the Emperor, and the King of France against Venice. 1509 Albuquerque establishes the empire of the Portuguese in the East Indies. 1516 Death of Ferdinand of Spain. He is succeeded by his grandson Charles, afterwards the Emperor Charles V. 1517 Dispute between Luther and Tetzel respecting the sale of indulgences, which is the immediate cause of the Reformation. 1519 Charles V. is elected Emperor of Germany. 1520 Cortez conquers Mexico. 1525 Francis I. of France defeated and taken prisoner by the imperial army at Pavia. 1529 League of Smalcald formed by the Protestant princes of Germany. 1533 Henry VIII. Renounces the papal supremacy. 1533 Pizarro conquers Peru. 1556 Abdication of the Emperor Charles V. Philip II. becomes King of Spain, and Ferdinand I. Emperor of Germany. 1557 Elizabeth becomes Queen of England. 1557 The Spaniards defeat the French at the Battle of St. Quentin. 1571 Don Juan of Austria, at the head of the Spanish fleet, aided by the Venetian and the Papal squadrons, defeats the Turks at Lepanto. 1572 Massacre of the Protestants in France on St. Bartholomew's Day. 1579 The Netherlands revolt against Spain. 1580 Philip II. conquers Portugal. End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 10, Part 1. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10. The Defeat of the Spanish Armada, A.D. 1588. In that memorable year, when the dark cloud gathered round our coasts, when Europe stood by in fearful suspense to behold what should be the result of that great cast in the game of human politics, what the craft of Rome, the power of Philip, the genius of Farnese could achieve against the island queen, with her Drakes and Cecils, and that agony of the Protestant faith and English name. Hallam, Constitutional History, Volume 1, page 220. On the afternoon of the 19th of July, A.D. 1588, a group of English captains was collected at the Bowling Green on the Hoe at Plymouth, whose equals have never before or since been brought together, even at that favourite mustering place of the heroes of the British Navy. There was Sir Francis Drake, the first English circumnavigator of the globe, the terror of every Spanish coast in the Old World and the New. There was Sir John Hawkins, the rough veteran of many a daring voyage on the African and American seas, and of many a desperate battle. There was Sir Martin Frobisher, one of the earliest explorers of the Arctic seas in search of that northwest passage, which is still the darling object of England's boldest mariners. There was the High Admiral of England, Lord Howard of Effingham, prodigal of all things in his country's cause, and who had recently had the noble daring to refuse to dismantle part of the fleet, though the Queen had sent him orders to do so, in consequence of an exaggerated report that the enemy had been driven back and shattered by a storm. Lord Howard, whom contemporary writers describe as being of a wise and noble courage, skilful in sea matters, wary and provident, and of great esteem among the sailors, resolved to risk his sovereign's anger, and to keep the ships afloat at his own charge, rather than that England should run the peril of losing their protection. Another of our Elizabethan sea kings, Sir Walter Raleigh, was at that time commissioned to raise and equip the land forces of Cornwall, but as he was also commander of Plymouth, we may well believe that he must have availed himself of the opportunity of consulting with the Lord Admiral and other high officers which was offered by the English fleet putting into that port; and we may look on Raleigh as one of the group that was assembled at the Bowling Green on the Hoe. Many other brave men and skilful mariners, besides the chiefs whose names have been mentioned, were there, enjoying, with true sailor-like merriment, their temporary relaxation from duty. In the harbour lay the English fleet, with which they had just returned from a cruise to Corunna, in search of information respecting the real condition and movements of the hostile armada. Lord Howard had ascertained that our enemies, though tempest-tossed, were still formidably strong, and fearing that part of their fleet might make for England in his absence, he had hurried back to the Devonshire coast. He resumed his station at Plymouth, and waited there for certain tidings of the Spaniards' approach. A match at bowls was being played, in which Drake and other high officers of the fleet were engaged, when a small armed vessel was seen running before the wind into Plymouth harbour, with all sail set. Her commander landed in haste, and eagerly sought the place where the English Lord Admiral and his captains were standing. His name was Fleming. He was the master of a Scottish privateer, and he told the English officers that he had that morning seen the Spanish armada off the Cornish coast. At this exciting information the captains began to hurry down to the water, and there was a shouting for the ship's boats, but Drake coolly checked his comrades, and insisted that the match should be played out. He said that there was plenty of time both to win the game and beat the Spaniards. The best and bravest match that ever was scored was resumed accordingly. Drake and his friends aimed their last bowls with the same steady calculating coolness with which they were about to point their guns. The winning cast was made, and then they went on board, and prepared for action, with their hearts as light and their nerves as firm as they had been on the Hoe Bowling Green. Meanwhile the messengers and signals had been dispatched fast and far through England, to warn each town and village that the enemy had come at last. In every seaport there was instant making ready by land and by sea. In every shire and every city there was instant mustering of horse and man. In Macaulay's ballad on the Spanish Armada, the transmission of the tidings of the Armada's approach, and the arming of the English nation, are magnificently described. The progress of the fire signals is depicted in lines which are worthy of comparison with the renowned passage in the Agamemnon, which describes the transmission of the beacon light announcing the fall of Troy, from Mount Ida to Argos. But England's best defence then, as ever, was her fleet, and after warping laboriously out of Plymouth harbour against the wind, the Lord Admiral stood westward under easy sail, keeping an anxious lookout for the Armada, the approach of which was soon announced by Cornish fishing boats and signals from the Cornish cliffs. The England of our own days is so strong, and the Spain of our own days is so feeble, that it is not possible, without some reflection and care, to comprehend the full extent of the peril which England then ran from the power and ambition of Spain, or to appreciate the importance of that crisis in the history of the world. We had then no Indian or colonial empire save the feeble germs of our North American settlements, which Raleigh and Gilbert had recently planted. Scotland was a separate kingdom, and Ireland was then even a greater source of weakness, and a worse nest of rebellion, than she has been in after times. Queen Elizabeth had found at her accession an encumbered revenue, a divided people, and an unsuccessful foreign war, in which the last remnant of our possessions in France had been lost. She had also a formidable pretender to her crown, whose interests were favoured by all the Roman Catholic powers, and even some of her subjects were warped by religious bigotry to deny her title, and to look on her as an heretical usurper. It is true that during the years of her reign, which had passed away before the attempted invasion of 1588, she had revived the commercial prosperity, the national spirit, and the national loyalty of England. But her resources to cope with the colossal power of Philip II still seemed most scanty, and she had not a single foreign ally except the Dutch, who were themselves struggling hard, and, as it seemed, hopelessly, to maintain their revolt against Spain. On the other hand, Philip II was absolute master of an empire so superior to the other states of the world in extent, in resources, and especially in military and naval forces, as to make the project of enlarging that empire into a universal monarchy seem a perfectly feasible scheme. And Philip had both the ambition to form that project, and the resolution to devote all his energies and all his means to its realization. Since the downfall of the Roman Empire, no such preponderating power had existed in the world. During the medieval centuries, the chief European kingdoms were slowly moulding themselves out of the feudal chaos, and though their wars with each other were numerous and desperate, and several of their respective kings figured for a time as mighty conquerors, none of them in those times acquired the consistency and perfect organization which are requisite for a long sustained career of aggrandizement. After the consolidation of the great kingdoms, they for some time kept each other in mutual check. During the first half of the 16th century, the balancing system was successfully practised by European statesmen, but when Philip II reigned, France had become so miserably weak through her civil wars, that he had nothing to dread from the rival state which had so long curbed his father, the Emperor Charles V. In Germany, Italy, and Poland, he had either zealous friends and dependents, or weak and divided enemies. Against the Turks he had gained great and glorious successes, and he might look round the continent of Europe without discerning a single antagonist of whom he could stand in awe. Spain, when he acceded to the throne, was at the zenith of her power. The hardihood and spirit which the Aragonese, the Castilians, and the other nations of the peninsula had acquired during centuries of free institutions and successful war against the Moors had not yet become obliterated. Charles V had indeed destroyed the liberties of Spain, but that had been done too recently for its full evil to be felt in Philip's time. A people cannot be debased in a single generation, and the Spaniards under Charles V and Philip II prove the truth of the remark, that no nation is ever so formidable to its neighbours, for a time, as is a nation which, after being trained up in self-government, passes suddenly under a despotic ruler. The energy of democratic institutions survives for a few generations, and to it are superadded the decision and certainty which are the attributes of government, when all its powers are directed by a single mind. It is true that this preternatural vigour is short-lived. National corruption and debasement gradually follow the loss of the national liberties, but there is an interval before their workings are felt, and in that interval the most ambitious schemes of foreign conquest are often successfully undertaken. Philip had also the advantage of finding himself at the head of a large standing army in a perfect state of discipline and equipment, in an age when, except some few insignificant corps, standing armies were unknown in Christendom. The renown of the Spanish troops was justly high, and the infantry in particular was considered the best in the world. His fleet also was far more numerous, and better appointed, than that of any other European power, and both his soldiers and his sailors had the confidence in themselves and their commanders which a long career of successful warfare alone can create. Besides the Spanish crown, Philip succeeded to the kingdom of Naples and Sicily, the duchy of Milan, Franche-Comté, and the Netherlands. In Africa he possessed Tunis, Oran, the Cape Verde and the Canary Islands, and in Asia the Philippine and Sunda Islands, and a part of the Moluccas. Beyond the Atlantic he was lord of the most splendid portions of the New World which Columbus found for Castile and Leon." The empire of Peru and Mexico, New Spain and Chili, with their abundant mines of the precious metals, Hispaniola and Cuba, and many other of the American islands, were provinces of the sovereign of Spain. Philip had indeed experienced the mortification of seeing the inhabitants of the Netherlands revolt against his authority, nor could he succeed in bringing back beneath the Spanish sceptre all the possessions which his father had bequeathed to him. But he had reconquered a large number of the towns and districts that originally took up arms against him. Belgium was brought more thoroughly into implicit obedience to Spain than she had been before her insurrection, and it was only Holland and the 6 other northern states that still held out against his arms. The contest had also formed a compact and veteran army on Philip's side, which under his great general, the Prince of Parma, had been trained to act together under all difficulties and all vicissitudes of warfare, and on whose steadiness and loyalty perfect reliance might be placed throughout any enterprise, however difficult and tedious. Alexander Farnese, Prince of Parma, Captain General of the Spanish armies, and Governor of the Spanish possessions in the Netherlands, was beyond all comparison the greatest military genius of his age. He was also highly distinguished for political wisdom and sagacity, and for his great administrative talents. He was idolized by his troops, whose affections he knew how to win without relaxing their discipline or diminishing his own authority. Preeminently cool and circumspect in his plans, but swift and energetic when the moment arrived for striking a decisive blow, neglecting no risk that caution could provide against, conciliating even the populations of the districts which he attacked by his scrupulous good faith, his moderation, and his address, Farnese was one of the most formidable generals that ever could be placed at the head of an army designed not only to win battles, but to effect conquests. Happy it is for England and the world that this island was saved from becoming an arena for the exhibition of his powers. Whatever diminution the Spanish Empire might have sustained in the Netherlands seemed to be more than compensated by the acquisition of Portugal, which Philip had completely conquered in 1580. Not only that ancient kingdom itself, but all the fruits of the maritime enterprises of the Portuguese had fallen into Philip's hands. All the Portuguese colonies in America, Africa, and the East Indies acknowledged the sovereignty of the King of Spain, who thus not only united the whole Iberian Peninsula under his single sceptre, but had acquired a transmarine empire, little inferior in wealth and extent to that which he had inherited at his accession. The splendid victory which his fleet, in conjunction with the Papal and Venetian galleys, had gained at Lepanto over the Turks, had deservedly exalted the fame of the Spanish marine throughout Christendom. And when Philip had reigned 35 years, the vigour of his empire seemed unbroken, and the glory of the Spanish arms had increased and was increasing throughout the world. One nation only had been his active, his persevering, and his successful foe. England had encouraged his revolted subjects in Flanders against him, and given them the aid in men and money without which they must soon have been humbled in the dust. English ships had plundered his colonies, had denied his supremacy in the New World as well as the Old. They had inflicted ignominious defeats on his squadron. They had captured his cities and burned his arsenals on the very coasts of Spain. The English had made Philip himself the object of personal insult. He was held up to ridicule in their stage plays and masques, and these scoffs at the man had, as is not unusual in such cases, excited the anger of the absolute king even more vehemently than the injuries inflicted on his power. Personal as well as political revenge urged him to attack England. Were she once subdued, the Dutch must submit. France could not cope with him, the empire would not oppose him, and universal dominion seemed sure to be the result of the conquest of that malignant island. There was yet another and a stronger feeling which armed King Philip against England. He was one of the sincerest and sternest bigots of his age. He looked on himself, and was looked on by others, as the appointed champion to extirpate heresy and re-establish the papal power throughout Europe. A powerful reaction against Protestantism had taken place since the commencement of the second half of the 16th century, and Philip believed he was destined to complete it. The reformed doctrines had been thoroughly rooted out from Italy and Spain. Belgium, which had previously been half Protestant, had been reconquered both in allegiance and creed by Philip, and had become one of the most Catholic countries in the world. Half Germany had been won back to the old faith. In Savoy, in Switzerland, and many other countries, the progress of the Counter-Reformation had been rapid and decisive. The Catholic League seemed victorious in France. The papal court itself had shaken off the supineness of recent centuries, and at the head of the Jesuits and the other new ecclesiastical orders was displaying a vigor and a boldness worthy of the days of Hildebrand or Innocent III. Throughout continental Europe the Protestants, discomfited and dismayed, looked to England as their protector and refuge. England was the acknowledged central point of Protestant power and policy, and to conquer England was to stab Protestantism to the very heart. Sixtus V, the then reigning pope, earnestly exhorted Philip to this enterprise. And when the tidings reached Italy and Spain that the Protestant Queen of England had put to death her Catholic prisoner, Mary Queen of Scots, the fury of the Vatican and Escurial knew no bounds. End of chapter 10, part 1. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, for Anna. Chapter 10, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 10, Part 2. The Prince of Parma, who was appointed military chief of the expedition, collected on the coast of Flanders a veteran force that was to play a principal part in the conquest of England. Besides the troops who were in his garrisons and under his colours, 5,000 infantry were sent to him from northern and central Italy, 4,000 from the kingdom of Naples, 6,000 from Castile, 3,000 from Aragon, 3,000 from Austria and Germany, together with 4 squadrons of heavy armed horse. Besides which he received forces from the Franche-Comte and the Walloon country. By his command the forest of Wise was felled for the purpose of building flat-bottomed boats, which, floating down the rivers and canals to Mineport and Dunkirk, were to carry this large army of chosen troops to the mouth of the Thames, under the escort of the great Spanish fleet. Gun carriages, fascines, machines used in sieges, together with every material requisite for building bridges, forming camps, and raising fortresses, were to be placed on board the flotillas of the Prince of Parma, who followed up the conquest of the Netherlands, whilst he was making preparations for the invasion of this island. Favoured by the dissensions between the insurgents of the United Provinces and Leicester, the Prince of Parma had recovered Deventer, as well as a fort before Zutphen, which the English commanders, Sir William Stanley, the friend of Babington, and Sir Roland York, had surrendered to him, when with their troops they passed over to the service of Philip II, after the death of Mary Stuart, and he had also made himself master of the Sluis. His intention was to leave to the Count de Mansfeld sufficient forces to follow up the war with the Dutch, which had now become a secondary object, whilst he himself went at the head of 50,000 men of the Armada and the flotilla to accomplish the principal enterprise, that enterprise which in the highest degree affected the interests of the pontifical authority. In a bull intended to be kept secret until the day of landing, Sixtus V, renewing the anathema fulminated against Elizabeth by Pius V and Gregory XIII, affected to depose her from our throne. Elizabeth was denounced as a murderous heretic, whose destruction was an instant duty. A formal treaty was concluded in June 1587, by which the Pope bound himself to contribute 1,000,000 of scudi to the expenses of the war, the money to be paid as soon as the king had actual possession of an English port. Philip, on his part, strained the resources of his vast empire to the utmost. The French Catholic chiefs eagerly co-operated with him. In the seaports of the Mediterranean, and along almost the whole coast from Gibraltar to Jutland, the preparations for the great armament were urged forward with all the earnestness of religious zeal, as well as of angry ambition. Thus, says the German historian of the popes, thus did the united powers of Italy and Spain, from which such mighty influences had gone forth over the whole world, now rouse themselves for an attack upon England. The king had already compiled from the archives of Simancas a statement of the claims which he had to the throne of that country on the extinction of the Stuart line. The most brilliant prospects, especially that of an universal dominion of the seas, were associated in his mind with this enterprise. Everything seemed to conspire to such end. The predominance of Catholicism in Germany, the renewed attack upon the Huguenots in France, the attempt upon Geneva, and the enterprise against England. At the same moment a thoroughly Catholic prince, Sigismund III., ascended the throne of Poland, with the prospect also of future succession to the throne of Sweden. But whenever any principle or power, be it what it may, aims at unlimited supremacy in Europe, some vigorous resistance to it, having its origin in the deepest springs of human nature, invariably arises. Philip II. had had to encounter newly awakened powers, braced by the vigour of youth, and elevated by a sense of their future destiny. The intrepid corsairs, who had rendered every sea insecure, now clustered round the coasts of their native island. The Protestants in a body, even the Puritans, although they had been subjected to as severe oppressions as the Catholics, rallied round their queen, who now gave admirable proof of her masculine courage, and her princely talent of winning the affections, and leading the minds, and preserving the allegiance of men. Ranke should have added, that the English Catholics, at this crisis, proved themselves as loyal to their queen and true to their country as were the most vehement anti-Catholic zealots in the island. Some few traitors there were, but as a body the Englishmen who held the ancient faith stood the trial of their patriotism nobly. The Lord Admiral himself was a Catholic, and, to adopt the words of Hallam, then it was that the Catholics in every county repaired to the standard of the Lord Lieutenant, imploring that they might not be suspected of bartering the national independence for their religion itself. The Spaniard found no partisans in the country which he assailed, nor did England, self-wounded, lie at the proud foot of her enemy. For some time the destination of the enormous armament of Philip was not publicly announced. Only Philip himself, the Pope Sixtus, the Duke of Guise, and Philip's favourite minister Mendoza, at first knew its real object. Rumours were sedulously spread that it was designed to proceed to the Indies, to realize vast projects of distant conquest. Sometimes hints were dropped by Philip's ambassadors in foreign courts, that his master had resolved on a decisive effort to crush his rebels in the Low Countries. But Elizabeth and her statesmen could not view the gathering of such a storm without feeling the probability of its bursting on their own shores. As early as the spring of 1587, Elizabeth sent Sir Francis Drake to cruise off the Tagus. Drake sailed into the Bay of Cadiz and the Lisbon roads, and burnt much shipping and military stores, causing thereby an important delay in the progress of the Spanish preparations. Drake called this singeing the King of Spain's beard. Elizabeth also increased her succours of troops to the Netherlanders, to prevent the Prince of Parma from overwhelming them, and from thence being at full leisure to employ his army against her dominions. Each party at this time thought it politic to try to amuse its adversary by pretending to treat for peace, and negotiations were opened at Ostend in the beginning of 1588, which were prolonged during the first 6 months of that year. Nothing real was effected, and probably nothing real had been intended to be effected by them, but in the meantime each party had been engaged in important communications with the chief powers in France, in which Elizabeth seemed at first to have secured a great advantage, but in which Philip ultimately prevailed. Henry III. Of France was alarmed at the negotiations that were going on at Ostend, and he especially dreaded any accommodation between Spain and England, in consequence of which Philip II. Might be enabled to subdue the United Provinces, and make himself master of France. In order, therefore, to dissuade Elizabeth from any arrangement, he offered to support her, in case she were attacked by the Spaniards, with twice the number of troops which he was bound by the treaty of 1574 to send to her assistance. He had a long conference with her ambassador Stafford upon this subject, and told him that the Pope and the Catholic king had entered into a league against the queen his mistress, and had invited himself and the Venetians to join them, but they had refused to do so. If the Queen of England, he added, concludes a peace with the Catholic king, that peace will not last 3 months, because the Catholic king will aid the league with all his forces to overthrow her, and you may imagine what fate is reserved for your mistress after that. On the other hand, in order most effectually to frustrate this negotiation, he proposed to Philip II. To form a still closer union between the two crowns of France and Spain, and at the same time he secretly dispatched a confidential envoy to Constantinople to warn the Sultan that if he did not again declare war against the Catholic king, that monarch, who already possessed the Netherlands, Portugal, Spain, the Indies, and nearly all Italy, would soon make himself master of England, and would then turn the forces of all Europe against the Turks. But Philip had an ally in France, who was far more powerful than the French king. This was the Duke of Guise, the chief of the League, and the idol of the fanatic partisans of the Romish faith. Philip prevailed on Guise openly to take up arms against Henry III., who was reviled by the Leaguers as a traitor to the true church and a secret friend to the Huguenots, and thus prevent the French king from interfering in favour of Queen Elizabeth. With this object, the commander Juan Iniguez Moreo was dispatched by him in the early part of April to the Duke of Guise at Soissons. He met with complete success. He offered the Duke of Guise, as soon as he took the field against Henry III., 300,000 crowns, 6,000 infantry, and 1,200 pikemen, on behalf of the king his master, who would, in addition, withdraw his ambassador from the court of France, and accredit an envoy to the Catholic party. A treaty was concluded on these conditions, and the Duke of Guise entered Paris, where he was expected by the Leaguers, and whence he expelled Henry III. On the 12th of May by the insurrection of the barricades. A fortnight after this insurrection, which reduced Henry III. To impotence, and, to use the language of the Prince of Parma, did not even permit him to assist the Queen of England with his tears, as he needed them all to weep over his own misfortunes, the Spanish fleet left the Tagus and sailed towards the British Isles. Meanwhile in England, from the sovereign on the throne to the peasant in the cottage, all hearts and hands made ready to meet the imminent deadly peril. Circular letters from the Queen were sent round to the Lord Lieutenants of the several counties, requiring them to call together the best sort of gentlemen under their lieutenancy, and to declare unto them these great preparations and arrogant threatenings now burst forth in action upon the seas, wherein every man's particular state in the highest degree could be touched in respect of country, liberty, wives, children, lands, lives, and, which was specially to be regarded, the profession of the true and sincere religion of Christ, and to lay before them the infinite and unspeakable miseries that would fall out upon any such change, which miseries were evidently seen by the fruits of that hard and cruel government holden in countries not far distant. We do look, said the Queen, that the most part of them should have, upon this instant extraordinary occasion, a larger proportion of furniture, both for horsemen and footmen, but especially horsemen, than hath been certified. thereby to be in their best strength against any attempt, or to be employed about our own person, or otherwise. Hereunto, as we doubt not but by your good endeavours they will be the rather conformable, so also we assure ourselves that Almighty God will so bless these their loyal hearts borne towards us, their loving sovereign, and their natural country, that all the attempts of any enemy whatsoever shall be made void and frustrate, to their confusion, your comfort, and to God's high glory. Letters of a similar kind were also sent by the council to each of the nobility, and to the great cities. The primate called on the clergy for their contributions, and by every class of the community the appeal was responded to with liberal zeal, that offered more even than the queen required. The boasting threats of the Spaniards had roused the spirit of the nation, and the whole people were thoroughly irritated to stir up their whole forces for their defence against such prognosticated conquests, so that in a very short time all the whole realm and every corner were furnished with armed men on horseback and on foot, and these continually trained, exercised, and put into bands in warlike manner, as in no age ever was before in this realm. There was no sparing of money to provide horse, armour, weapons, powder, and all necessaries. No, nor want of provision of pioneers, carriages, and victuals in every county of the realm, without exception, to attend upon the armies. And to this general furniture every man voluntarily offered, very many their services personally without wages, others money for armour and weapons, and to wage soldiers, a matter strange, and never the like heard of in this realm or elsewhere. And this general reason moved all men to large contributions, that when a conquest was to be withstood, wherein all should be lost, it was no time to spare a portion. Our lion-hearted queen showed herself worthy of such a people. A camp was formed at Tilbury, and there Elizabeth rode through the ranks, encouraging her captains and her soldiers by her presence and her words. One of the speeches which she addressed to them during this crisis has been preserved, and though often quoted, it must not be omitted here. "My loving people," she said, "we have been persuaded by some that are careful of our safety to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes for fear of treachery. But I assure you I do not desire to live to distrust my faithful and loving people. Let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that under God I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and good will of my subjects. And therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, at this time, not for my recreation or disport, but being resolved in the midst and heat of the battle to live or die amongst you all, to lay down for my God, for my kingdom, and for my people, my honour and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body but of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too, and think it foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonour shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already, for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, on the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you. In the meantime my lieutenant general shall be in my stead, than whom never prince commanded a more noble or worthy subject, not doubting but by your obedience to my general, by your concord in the camp, and your valour in the field, we shall shortly have a famous victory over those enemies of my God, of my kingdom, and of my people. We have minute proofs of the skill with which the government of Elizabeth made its preparations, for the documents still exist which were drawn up at that time by the ministers and the military men who were consulted by Elizabeth respecting the defence of the country. Among those summoned to the advice of their queen at this crisis were Sir Walter Raleigh, Lord Grey, Sir Francis Knowles, Sir Thomas Layton, Sir John Norris, Sir Richard Grenville, Sir Richard Bingham, and Sir Roger Williams; and the biographer of Sir Walter Raleigh observes, that these counsellors were chosen by the Queen, as being not only men bred to arms, and some of them, as Grey, Norris, Bingham, and Grenville, of high military talents, but of grave experience in affairs of state and in the civil government of provinces, qualities by no means unimportant when the debate referred not merely to the leading of an army or the plan of a campaign, but to the organization of a militia and the communication with the magistrates for arming the peasantry and encouraging them to a resolute and simultaneous resistance. From some private papers of Lord Burleigh it appears that Sir Walter took a principal share in these deliberations, and the abstract of their proceedings, the document still preserved, is supposed to have been drawn up by him. They first prepared a list of places where it was likely the Spanish army might attempt a descent, as well as of those which lay most exposed to the forces under the Duke of Parma. They next considered the speediest and most effectual means of defence, whether by fortification or the muster of a military array, and lastly deliberated on the course to be taken for fighting the enemy if he should land. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, for Anna. Chapter 10, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, Chapter 10, Part 3. Some of Elizabeth's advisers recommended that the whole care and resources of the government should be devoted to the equipment of the armies, and that the enemy, when he attempted to land, should be welcomed with a battle on the shore. But the wiser counsels of Raleigh and others prevailed, who urged the importance of fitting out a fleet that should encounter the Spaniards at sea, and, if possible, prevent them from approaching the land at all. In Raleigh's great work on the History of the World, he takes occasion, when discussing some of the events of the First Punic War, to give his reasons on the proper policy of England when menaced with invasion. Without doubt we have there the substance of the advice which he gave to Elizabeth's council; and the remarks of such a man on such a subject have a general and enduring interest beyond the immediate peril which called them forth. Raleigh says, "Surely I hold that the best way is to keep our enemies from treading upon our ground, wherein if we fail, then must we seek to make him wish that he had stayed at his own home. In such a case, if it should happen, our judgments are to weigh many particular circumstances that belongs not unto this discourse, but making the question general, the positive, whether England, without the help of her fleet, be able to debar an enemy from landing. I hold that it is unable so to do, and therefore I think it most dangerous to make the adventure, for the encouragement of a first victory to an enemy, and the discouragement of being beaten to the invaded, may draw after it a most perilous consequence. Great difference I know there is, and a diverse consideration to be had, between such a country as France is, strengthened with many fortified places, and this of ours, where our ramparts are but the bodies of men. But I say that an army to be transported over sea, and to be landed again in an enemy's country, and the place left to the choice of the invader, cannot be resisted on the coast of England without a fleet to impeach it; no, nor on the coast of France, or any other country, except every creek, port, or sandy bay had a powerful army in each of them to make opposition. For let the supposition be granted that Kent is able to furnish 12,000 foot, and that those 12,000 be laid in the 3 best landing places within that country, to wit, 3,000 at Margate, 3,000 at the Ness, and 6,000 at Folkestone, that is somewhat equally distant from them both. As also that two of these troops, unless some other order be thought more fit, be directed to strengthen the third, when they shall see the enemy's fleet, to head towards it. I say that notwithstanding this provision, if the enemy setting sail from the Isle of Wight in the first watch of the night, and towing their long boats at their sterns, shall arrive by dawn of day at the Ness, and thrust their army on shore there, it will be hard for those 3000 that are at Margate, 24 long miles from thence, to come time enough to reinforce their fellows at the Ness. Nay, how shall they at Folkestone be able to do it, who are nearer by more than half the way, seeing that the enemy, at his first arrival, will either make his entrance by force, with 3 or 4 shot of great artillery, and quickly put the first 3000 that are entrenched at the Ness to run, or else give them so much to do that they shall be glad to send for help to Folkestone, and perhaps to Margate, whereby those places will be left bare. Now let us suppose that all the 12,000 Kentish soldiers arrive at the Ness, ere the enemy can be ready to disembark his army, so that he will find it unsafe to land in the face of so many prepared to withstand him. Yet must we believe that he will play the best of his own game, having liberty to go which way he list, and under covert of the night set sail towards the east, where what shall hinder him to take ground either at Margate, the Downs, or elsewhere, before they at the Ness can be well aware of his departure? Certainly there is nothing more easy than to do it. Yea, the like may be said of Weymouth, Purbeck, Poole, and of all landing places on the southwest. For there is no man ignorant that ships without putting themselves out of breath will easily outrun the soldiers that coast them. Les armées ne volent point en poste. Armies neither fly nor run post, saith the Marshal of France. And I know it to be true, that a fleet of ships may be seen at sunset, and after it at the Lizard, yet by the next morning they may recover Portland, whereas an army of foot shall not be able to march it in 6 days. Again, when those troops lodged on the sea-shores shall be forced to run from place to place in vain, after a fleet of ships, they will at length sit down in the midway, and leave all at adventure. But say it were otherwise, that the invading enemy will offer to land in some such place, where there shall be an army of ours ready to receive him. Yet it cannot be doubted, but that when the choice of all our trained bands, and the choice of our commanders and captains, shall be drawn together, as they were at Tilbury in the year 1588, to attend the person of the prince, and for the defence of the city of London, they that remain to guard the coast can be of no such force as to encounter an army like unto that wherewith it was intended that the Prince of Parma should have landed in England. For end of this digression, I hope that this question shall never come to trial. His Majesty's many movable forts will forbid the experience. And although the English will no less disdain that any nation under heaven can do to be beaten upon their own ground, or elsewhere, by a foreign enemy, yet to entertain those that shall assail us with their own beef in their bellies, and before they eat of our Kentish capons, I take it to be the wisest way, to do which his Majesty after God will employ his good ships on the sea, and not trust in any entrenchment upon the shore. The introduction of steam as a propelling power at sea has added tenfold weight to these arguments of Raleigh. On the other hand, a well-constructed system of railways, especially of coast lines, aided by the operation of the electric telegraph, would give facilities for concentrating a defensive army to oppose an enemy on landing, and for moving troops from place to place in observation of the movements of the hostile fleet, such as would have astonished Sir Walter even more than the sight of vessels passing rapidly to and fro without the aid of wind or tide. The observation of the French marshal whom he quotes is now no longer correct. Armies can be made to pass from place to place almost with the speed of wings, and far more rapidly than any post-travelling that was known in the Elizabethan or any other age. Still, the presence of a sufficient armed force at the right spot at the right time can never be made a matter of certainty, and even after the changes that have taken place, no one can doubt but that the policy of Raleigh is that which England should ever seek to follow in defensive war. At the time of the Armada that policy certainly saved the country, if not from conquest, at least from deplorable calamities. If indeed the enemy had landed, we may be sure that he would have been heroically opposed. But history shows us so many examples of the superiority of veteran troops over new levies, however numerous and brave, that, without disparaging our countrymen's soldierly merits, we may well be thankful that no trial of them was then made on English land. Especially must we feel this when we contrast the high military genius of the Prince of Parma, who would have headed the Spaniards, with the imbecility of the Earl of Leicester, to whom the deplorable spirit of favouritism, which formed the greatest blemish in Elizabeth's character, had then committed the chief command of the English armies. The ships of the Royal Navy at this time amounted to no more than 36, but the most serviceable merchant vessels were collected from all the ports of the country, and the citizens of London, Bristol, and the other great seats of commerce, showed as liberal a zeal in equipping and manning vessels as the nobility and gentry displayed in mustering forces by land. The seafaring population of the coast, of every rank and station, was animated by the same ready spirit, and the whole number of seamen who came forward to man the English fleet was 17,472. The number of the ships that were collected was 191, and the total amount of their tonnage 31,985. There was one ship in the fleet, the Triumph, of 1,100 tons, one of 1,000, one of 900, two of 800 each, three of 700, five of 600, five of 400, six of 300, six of 250, 20 of 200, and the residue of inferior burden. Application was made to the Dutch for assistance, and as Stowes expresses it, the Hollanders came roundly in with 80 sail, brave ships of war, fierce and full of spleen, not so much for England's aid, as in just occasion for their own defence, these men foreseeing the greatness of the danger that might ensue if the Spaniards should chance to win the day and get the mastery over them, in due regard whereof their manly courage was inferior to none. We have more minute information of the numbers and equipment of the hostile forces than we have of our own. In the first volume of Hakluyt's Voyages, dedicated to Lord Effingham, who commanded against the Armada, there is given, from the contemporary foreign writer Mitterrand, a more complete and detailed catalogue than has perhaps ever appeared of a similar armament. A very large and particular description of this navy was put in print and published by the Spaniards, wherein was set down the number, names, and burthens of the ships, the number of mariners and soldiers throughout the whole fleet, likewise the quantity of their ordnance, of their armour of bullets, of match, of gunpowder, of victuals, and of all their naval furniture, was in the said description particularized. Unto all these were added the names of the governors, captains, noblemen, and gentlemen voluntaries, of whom there was so great a multitude, that scarce was there any family of account, or any one principal man throughout all Spain, that had not a brother, son, or kinsman in that fleet, who all of them were in good hope to purchase unto themselves in that navy, as they termed it, invincible, endless glory and renown, and to possess themselves of great seigneuries and riches in England and in the Low Countries. But because the said description was translated and published out of Spanish into divers other languages, we will here only make an abridgment or brief rehearsal thereof. Portugal furnished and set forth under the conduct of the Duke of Medina Sidonia, general of the fleet, 10 galleons, 2 zebres, 1,300 mariners, 3,300 soldiers, 300 great pieces, with all requisite furniture. Vizcaya, under the conduct of Juan Martinez de Ricalde, admiral of the whole fleet, set forth 10 galleons, 4 pataches, 700 mariners, 2,000 soldiers, 260 great pieces, etc. Guipusco, under the conduct of Miguel de Oquendo, 10 galleons, 4 pataches, 700 mariners, 2,000 soldiers, 310 great pieces. Italy, with the Levant Islands, under Martin de Vertendona, 10 galleons, 800 mariners, 2,000 soldiers, 310 great pieces, etc. Castile, under Diego Flores de Valdez, 14 galleons, 2 pataches, 1,700 mariners, 2,400 soldiers, and 388 great pieces, etc. Andalusia, under the conduct of Pedro de Valdez, 10 galleons, 1 patache, 800 mariners, 2,400 soldiers, 280 great pieces, etc. Item, under the conduct of Juan Lopez de Medina, 23 great Flemish hulks, with 700 mariners, 3,200 soldiers, and 400 great pieces. Item, under Hugo de Moncada, 4 galleasses, containing 1,200 galley slaves, 460 mariners, 870 soldiers, 200 great pieces, etc. Item, under Diego de Mandrana, 4 galleys of Portugal, with 888 galley slaves, 360 mariners, 20 great pieces, and other requisite furniture. Item, under Antonio de Mendoza, 22 pataches and zebrais, with 574 mariners, 488 soldiers, and 193 great pieces. Besides the ships aforementioned, there were 20 caravels rowed with oars, being appointed to perform necessary services under the greater ships, insomuch that all the ships appertaining to this navy amounted unto the sum of 150, each one being sufficiently provided of furniture and victuals. The number of mariners in the said fleet were above 8,000, of slaves 2,088, of soldiers 20,000, besides noblemen and gentlemen voluntaries. Of great cast pieces 2,600. The aforesaid ships were of an huge and incredible capacity and receipt, for the whole fleet was large enough to contain the burden of 60,000 tons. The galleons were 64 in number, being of an huge bigness, and very flatly built, being of marvellous force also, and so high, that they resembled great castles, most fit to defend themselves, and to withstand any assault, but in giving any other ships the encounter, far inferior unto the English and Dutch ships, which can with great dexterity wield and turn themselves at all assays. The upper work of the said galleons was of thickness and strength sufficient to bear off musket shot. The lower works and the timbers thereof were out of measure strong, being framed of planks and ribs 4 or 5 foot in thickness, insomuch that no bullets could pierce them but such as were discharged hard at hand, which afterward proved true, for a great number of bullets were found to stick fast within the massy substance of those thick planks. Great and well pitched cables were twined about the masts of their ships, to strengthen them against the battery of shot. The galleasses were of such bigness that they contained within them chambers, chapels, turrets, pulpits, and other commodities of great houses. The galleasses were rowed with great oars, there being in each one of them 300 slaves for the same purpose, and were able to do great service with the force of their ordnance. All these, together with the residue aforementioned, were furnished and beautified with trumpets, streamers, banners, warlike ensigns, and other such like ornaments. Their pieces of brazen ordnance were 1,600, and of iron 1,000. The bullets thereto belonging were 120,000. Item, of gunpowder 5,600 quintals, of match 1,200 quintals, of muskets and calivers 7,000, of halberts and partisans 10,000. Moreover, they had great store of cannons, double cannons, culverings, and field pieces for land services. Likewise they were provided of all instruments necessary on land to convey and transport their furniture from place to place, as namely of carts, wheels, wagons, etc. Also they had spades, mattocks, and baskets to set pioneers to work. They had in like sort great store of mules and horses, and whatsoever else was requisite for a land army. They were so well stored of biscuit, that for the space of half a year they might allow each person in the whole fleet half a quintal every month, whereof the whole sum amounteth unto 100,000 quintals. Likewise of wine they had 147,000 pipes, sufficient also for half a year's expedition. Of bacon 6,500 quintals. Of cheese 3,000 quintals. Besides fish, rice, beans, peas, oils, vinegar, etc. Moreover, they had 12,000 pipes of fresh water, and all other necessary provision, as namely candles, lanterns, lamps, sails, hemp, ox hides, and lead to stop holes that should be made with the battery of gunshot. To be short, they brought all things expedient either for a fleet by sea or for an army by land. This navy, as Diego Pimentelli afterward confessed, was esteemed by the king himself to contain 32,000 persons, and to cost him every day 30,000 ducats. There were in the said navy 5 terces of Spaniards, which terces the Frenchmen call regiments, under the command of 5 governors, termed by the Spaniards masters of the field; and amongst the rest there were many old and expert soldiers, chosen out of the garrisons of Sicily, Naples, and Tercera. Their captains or colonels were Diego Pimentelli, Don Francisco de Toledo, Don Alonso de Lucon, Don Nicolas de Isla, Don Agustin de Mejia, who had each of them 32 companies under their conduct. Besides the which companies, there were many bands also of Castilians and Portugals, every one of which had their peculiar governors, captains, officers, colours, and weapons. While this huge armada was making ready in the southern ports of the Spanish dominions, the Prince of Parma, with almost incredible toil and skill, collected a squadron of warships at Dunkirk, and his flotilla of other ships and of flat-bottomed boats for the transport to England of the picked troops, which were designed to be the main instruments in subduing England. Thousands of workmen were employed night and day in the construction of these vessels, in the ports of Flanders and Brabant, 100 of the kind called hens, built at Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent, and laden with provision and ammunition, together with 60 flat-bottomed boats, each capable of carrying 30 horses, were brought, by means of canals and fosses, dug expressly for the purpose, to Newport and Dunkirk. 100 smaller vessels were equipped at the former place, and 32 at Dunkirk, provided with 20,000 empty barrels, and with materials for making pontoons, for stopping up the harbours and raising forts and entrenchments. The army which these vessels were designed to convey to England amounted to 30,000 strong, besides a body of 4,000 cavalry stationed at Courtrai, composed chiefly of the ablest veterans of Europe. Invigorated by rest, the siege of Sluys having been the only enterprise in which they were employed during the last campaign, and excited by the hopes of plunder and the expectation of certain conquest. And to this great enterprise and imaginary conquest divers princes and noblemen came from divers countries. Out of Spain came the Duke of Pastrana, who was said to be the son of Ruy Gomez de Silva, but was held to be the king's bastard. The Marquis of Bourgoux, one of the Archduke Ferdinand's sons by Filipina Velzelin, Don Vespasian Gonzaga of the house of Mantua, a great soldier, who had been viceroy in Spain, Giovanni de Medici, bastard of Florence, Amedo, bastard of Savoy, with many such like, besides others of meaner quality. Philip had been advised by the deserter, Sir William Stanley, not to attack England in the first instance, but first to effect a landing and secure a strong position in Ireland. His admiral, Santa Cruz, had recommended him to make sure in the first instance of some large harbour on the coast of Holland or Zeeland, where the armada, having entered the channel, might find shelter in case of storm, and whence it could sail without difficulty for England. But Philip rejected both these counsels, and directed that England itself should be made the immediate object of attack. and on the 20th of May the Armada left the Tagus, in the pomp and pride of supposed invincibility, and amidst the shouts of thousands, who believed that England was already conquered. But, steering to the northward, and before it was clear of the coast of Spain, the Armada was assailed by a violent storm, and driven back with considerable damage to the ports of Biscay and Galicia. It had, however, sustained its heaviest loss before it left the Tagus, in the death of the veteran Admiral Santa Cruz, who had been destined to guide it against England. This experienced sailor, notwithstanding his diligence and success, had been unable to keep pace with the impatient ardour of his master. Philip II. Had reproached him with his dilatoriness, and had said with ungrateful harshness, "You make an ill return for all my kindness to you." These words cut the veteran's heart, and proved fatal to Santa Cruz. Overwhelmed with fatigue and grief, he sickened and died. Philip II. Had replaced him by Alonso Perez de Guzman, Duke of Medina Sidonia, one of the most powerful of the Spanish grandees, but wholly unqualified to command such an expedition. He had, however, as his lieutenants, two seamen of proved skill and bravery, Juan de Martinez Recalde of Biscay, and Miguel Oquendo of Guipúzcoa. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, for Anna. Chapter 10, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, Chapter 10, Part 4. The report of the storm which had beaten back the Armada reached England with much exaggeration, and it was supposed by some of the Queen's counsellors that the invasion would now be deferred to another year. But Lord Howard of Effingham, the Lord High Admiral of the English fleet, judged more wisely that the danger was not yet past, and, as already mentioned, had the moral courage to refuse to dismantle his principal ships, though he received orders to that effect. But it was not Howard's design to keep the English fleet in costly inaction, and to wait patiently in our own harbours till the Spaniards had recruited their strength and sailed forth again to attack us. The English seamen of that age, like their successors, loved to strike better than to parry, though when emergency required they could be patient and cautious in their bravery. It was resolved to proceed to Spain, to learn the enemy's real condition, and to deal him any blow for which there might be opportunity. In this bold policy we may well believe him to have been eagerly seconded by those who commanded under him. Howard and Drake sailed accordingly to Corunna, hoping to surprise and attack some part of the Armada in that harbour, but when near the coast of Spain, the north wind, which had blown up to that time, veered suddenly to the south, and fearing that the Spaniards might put to sea and pass him unobserved, Howard returned to the entrance of the Channel, where he cruised for some time on the lookout for the enemy. In part of a letter written by him at this period, he speaks of the difficulty of guarding so large a breadth of sea, a difficulty that ought not to be forgotten when modern schemes of defence against hostile fleets from the south are discussed. "I myself," he wrote, "do lie in the midst of the Channel with the greatest force. Sir Francis Drake hath 20 ships, and 4 or 5 pinnaces, which lie towards Ushant, and Mr. Hawkins, with as many more, lieth towards Scilly. Thus we are fain to do, or else with this wind they might pass us by, and we never the wiser. The sleeve is another manner of thing than it was taken for. We find it by experience and daily observation to be 100 miles over, a large room for me to look unto. But after some time further reports that the Spaniards were inactive in their harbour, where they were suffering severely from sickness, caused Howard also to relax in his vigilance, and he returned to Plymouth with the greater part of his fleet. On the 12th of July, the Armada having completely refitted, sailed again for the Channel, and reached it without obstruction or observation by the English. The design of the Spaniards was, that the Armada should give them, at least for a time, the command of the sea, and that it should join the squadron which Parma had collected off Calais. Then, escorted by an overpowering naval force, Parma and his army were to embark in their flotilla, and cross the sea to England, where they were to be landed, together with the troops which the Armada brought from the ports of Spain. The scheme was not dissimilar to one formed against England a little more than 2 centuries afterwards. As Napoleon in 1805 waited with his army and flotilla at Boulogne, looking for Villeneuve to drive away the English cruisers and secure him a passage across the Channel, so Parma in 1588 waited for Medina Sidonia to drive away the Dutch and English squadrons that watched his flotilla, and to enable his veterans to cross the sea to the land that they were to conquer. Thanks to Providence, in each case England's enemy waited in vain. Although the numbers of sail which the Queen's government and the patriotic zeal of volunteers had collected for the defence of England exceeded the number of sail in the Spanish fleet, the English ships were collectively far inferior in size to their adversaries, their aggregate tonnage being less by half than that of the enemy. In the number of guns and weight of metal the disproportion was still greater. The English admiral was also obliged to subdivide his force, and Lord Henry Seymour, with 40 of the best Dutch and English ships, was employed in blockading the hostile ports in Flanders, and in preventing the Prince of Parma from coming out of Dunkirk. The orders of King Philip to the Duke of Medina Sidonia were, that he should, on entering the Channel, keep near the French coast, and, if attacked by the English ships, avoid an action and steer on to Calais roads, where the Prince of Parma's squadron was to join him. The hope of surprising and destroying the English fleet in Plymouth led the Spanish admiral to deviate from these orders, and to stand across to the English shore. But, on finding that Lord Howard was coming out to meet him, he resumed the original plan, and determined to bend his way steadily towards Calais and Dunkirk, and to keep merely on the defensive against such squadrons of the English as might come up with him. It was on Saturday, the 20th of July, that Lord Effingham came in sight of his formidable adversaries. The Armada was drawn up in form of a crescent, which from horn to horn measured some 7 miles. There was a south-west wind, and before it the vast vessels sailed slowly on. The English let them pass by, and then, following in the rear, commenced an attack on them. A running fight now took place, in which some of the best ships of the Spaniards were captured. Many more received heavy damage, while the English vessels, which took care not to close with their huge antagonists, but availed themselves of their superior celerity in tacking and manoeuvring, suffered little comparative loss. Each day added not only to the spirit, but to the number of Effingham's force. Raleigh, Oxford, Cumberland, and Sheffield joined him, and the gentlemen of England hired ships from all parts at their own charge, and with one accord came flocking thither as to a set field, where glory was to be attained, and faithful service performed unto their prince and their country. Raleigh justly praises the English admiral for his skilful tactics. He says, "Certainly he that will happily perform a fight at sea must be skilful in making choice of vessels to fight in. He must believe that there is more belonging to a good man of war upon the waters than great daring, and must know that there is a great deal of difference between fighting loose or at large and grappling. The guns of a slow ship pierce as well, and make as great holes as those in a swift. To clap ships together without consideration belongs rather to a madman than to a man of war. For by such an ignorant bravery was Peter Strozzi lost at the Azores, when he fought against the Marquis of Santa Cruz. In like sort had the Lord Charles Howard, Admiral of England, been lost in the year 1588, if he had not been better advised than a great many malignant fools were that found fault with his demeanour. The Spaniards had an army aboard them, and he had none. They had more ships than he had, and of higher building and charging, so that had he entangled himself with those great and powerful vessels, he had greatly endangered this kingdom of England. For 20 men upon the defences are equal to 100 that board and enter. Whereas then, contrariwise, the Spaniards had 100 for 20 of ours to defend themselves withal. But our admiral knew his advantage and held it, which had he not done, he had not been worthy to have held his head. The Spanish admiral also showed great judgment and firmness in following the line of conduct that had been traced out for him. And on the 27th of July he brought his fleet unbroken, though sorely distressed, to anchor in Calais roads. But the King of Spain had calculated ill the number and activity of the English and Dutch fleets. As the old historian expresses it, it seemeth that the Duke of Parma and the Spaniards grounded upon a vain and presumptuous expectation that all the ships of England and of the Low Countries would at the first sight of the Spanish and Dunkirk navy have betaken themselves to flight, yielding them sea room, and endeavouring only to defend themselves, their havens, and sea coasts from invasion. Wherefore their intent and purpose was, that the Duke of Parma in his small and flat-bottomed ships should, as it were, under the shadow and wing of the Spanish fleet, convey over all his troops, armour, and warlike provisions, and with their forces so united, should invade England; or, while the English fleet were busied in fight against the Spanish, should enter upon any part of the coast which he thought to be most convenient. Which invasion, as the captives afterwards confessed, the Duke of Parma thought first to have attempted by the river of Thames, upon the banks whereof, having at the first arrival landed 20 or 30,000 of his principal soldiers, he supposed that he might easily have won the city of London, both because his small ship should have followed and assisted his land forces, and also for that the city itself was but meanly fortified and easy to overcome, by reasons of the citizens' delicacy and discontinuance from the wars, who with continual and constant labour might be vanquished, if they yielded not at the first assault. But the English and Dutch found ships and mariners enough to keep the Armada itself in check, and at the same time to block up Parma's flotilla. The greater part of Seymour's squadron left its cruising ground off Dunkirk to join the English admiral off Calais. But the Dutch manned about 35 sail of good ships, with a strong force of soldiers on board, all well seasoned to the sea service, and with these they blockaded the Flemish ports that were in Parma's power. Still it was resolved by the Spanish admiral and the prince to endeavour to effect a junction, which the English seamen were equally resolute to prevent, and bolder measures on our side now became necessary. The Armada lay off Calais, with its largest ships ranged outside, like strong castles fearing no assault, the lesser placed in the middle ward. The English admiral could not attack them in their position without great disadvantage, but on the night of the 29th he sent 8 fire-ships among them, which the Greeks so often employed against the Turkish fleets in their late war of independence. The Spaniards cut their cables and put to sea in confusion. One of the largest galleasses ran foul of another vessel and was stranded. The rest of the fleet was scattered about on the Flemish coast, and when the morning broke, it was with difficulty and delay that they obeyed their admiral's signal to range themselves round him near Gravelines. Now was the golden opportunity for the English to assail them, and prevent them from ever letting loose Parma's flotilla against England, and nobly was that opportunity used. Drake and Fenner were the first English captains who attacked the unwieldy leviathans. Then came Fenton, Southwell, Burton, Cross, Rayner, and then the Lord Admiral, with Lord Thomas Howard and Lord Sheffield. The Spaniards only thought of forming and keeping close together, and were driven by the English past Dunkirk, and far away from the Prince of Parma, who in watching their defeat from the coast must, as Drake expressed it, have chafed like a bear robbed of her whelps. This was indeed the last and decisive battle between the two fleets. It is, perhaps, best described in the very words of the contemporary writer as we may read them in Hakluyt. Upon the 29th of July in the morning, the Spanish fleet, after the foresaid tumult, having arranged themselves again into order, were, within sight of Grelin, most bravely and furiously encountered by the English, where they once again got the wind of the Spaniards, who suffered themselves to be deprived of the commodity of the place in Calais road, and of the advantage of the wind near unto Dunkirk, rather than they would change their array, or separate their forces now conjoined and united together, standing only upon their defence. And howbeit there were many excellent and warlike ships in the English fleet, yet scarce were there 22 or 23 among them all, which matched 90 of the Spanish ships in the bigness, or could conveniently assault them. Wherefore the English ships, using their prerogative of nimble steerage, whereby they could turn and wheel themselves with the wind which way they listed, came oftentimes very near upon the Spaniards, and charged them so sore, that now and then they were but a pike's length asunder. And so, continually giving them one broadside after another, they discharged all their shot, both great and small, upon them, spending one whole day from morning till night in that violent kind of conflict, until such time as powder and bullets failed them. In regard of which want they thought it convenient not to pursue the Spaniards any longer, because they had many great vantages of the English, namely, for the extraordinary bigness of their ships, and also for that they were so nearly conjoined, and kept together in so good array, that they could by no means be fought withal 1 to 1. The English thought therefore that they had right well acquitted themselves in chasing the Spanish first from Calais, then from Dunkirk, and by that means to have hindered them from joining with the Duke of Parma his forces, and getting the wind of them, to have driven them from their own coasts. The Spaniards that day sustained great loss and damage, having many of their ships shot through and through, and they discharged likewise great store of ordnance against the English, who indeed sustained some hindrance, but not comparable to the Spaniards' loss, for they lost not any one ship or person of account. For very diligent inquisition being made, the Englishmen all that time wherein the Spanish navy sailed upon their seas are not found to have wanted above 100 of their people, albeit Sir Francis Drake's ship was pierced with shot above 40 times, and his very cabin was twice shot through, and about the conclusion of the fight, the bed of a certain gentleman, lying weary thereupon, was taken quite from under him with the force of a bullet. Likewise, as the Earl of Northumberland and Sir Charles Blount were at dinner upon a time, the bullet of a demi-culverin brake through the middest of their cabin, touched their feet, and struck down 2 of the standers by, with many such accidents befalling the English ships, which it were tedious to rehearse. It reflects little credit on the English government that the English fleet was so deficiently supplied with ammunition as to be unable to complete the destruction of the invaders, but enough was done to ensure it. Many of the largest Spanish ships were sunk or captured in the action of this day, and at length the Spanish admiral, despairing of success, fled northward with a southerly wind, in the hope of rounding Scotland, and so returning to Spain without a farther encounter with the English fleet. Lord Effingham left a squadron to continue the blockade of the Prince of Parma's armament, but that wise general soon withdrew his troops to more promising fields of action. Meanwhile the Lord Admiral himself and Drake chased the Invincible Armada, as it was now termed, for some distance northward, and then, when it seemed to bend away from the Scotch coast towards Norway, it was thought best, in the words of Drake, to leave them to those boisterous and uncouth northern seas. The sufferings and losses which the unhappy Spaniards sustained in their flight round Scotland and Ireland are well known. Of their whole armada only 53 shattered vessels brought back their beaten and wasted crews to the Spanish coast, which they had quitted in such pageantry and pride. Some passages from the writings of those who took part in the struggle have been already quoted, and the most spirited description of the defeat of the Armada which ever was penned may perhaps be taken from the letter which our brave Vice Admiral Drake wrote in answer to some mendacious stories by which the Spaniards strove to hide their shame. Thus does he describe the scenes in which he played so important a part. They were not ashamed to publish in sundry languages in print great victories in words, which they pretended to have obtained against this realm, and spread the same in a most false sort over all parts of France, Italy, and elsewhere. When shortly afterwards it was happily manifested in very deed to all nations, how their navy, which they termed invincible, consisting of 140 sail of ships, not only of their own kingdom, but strengthened with the greatest argosies, Portugal carracks, Florentines, and large hulks of other countries, were, by 30 of her Majesty's own ships of war, and a few of our own merchants, by the wise, valiant, and advantageous conduct of the Lord Charles Howard, High Admiral of England, beaten and shuffled together, even from the Lizard in Cornwall, first to Portland, where they shamefully left Don Pedro de Valdez with his mighty ship, from Portland to Calais, where they lost Hugo de Moncado, with the galleys of which he was captain, and from Calais, driven with squibs from their anchors, were chased out of the sight of England, round about Scotland and Ireland, where, for the sympathy of their religion, hoping to find succour and assistance, a great part of them were crushed against the rocks, and those others that landed, being very many in number, were notwithstanding broken, slain, and taken, and so sent from village to village coupled in halters to be shipped into England, where her Majesty, of her princely and invincible disposition, disdaining to put them to death, and scorning either to retain or to entertain them, they were all sent back again to their countries, to witness and recount the worthy achievement of their invincible and dreadful navy, of which the number of soldiers, the fearful burden of their ships, the commanders' names of every squadron, with all others, their magazines of provision, were put in print, as an army and navy irresistible and disdaining prevention. With all which their great and terrible ostentation, they did not in all their sailing round about England so much as sink or take one ship, bark, pinnace, or cockboat of ours, or even burn so much as one sheepcote on this land. Synopsis of events between the defeat of the Spanish Armada, A.D. 1588, and the Battle of Blenheim, A.D. 1704. A.D. 1594. Henry IV. of France conforms to the Roman Catholic Church, and ends the civil wars that had long desolated France. 1598. Philip II. of Spain dies, leaving a ruined navy and an exhausted kingdom. 1603. Death of Queen Elizabeth. The Scotch dynasty of the Stuarts succeeds to the throne of England. 1619. Commencement of the 30 Years' War in Germany. 1624 through 1642. Cardinal Richelieu is minister of France. He breaks the power of the nobility, reduces the Huguenots to complete subjection, and by aiding the Protestant German princes in the latter part of the 30 Years' War, he humiliates France's ancient rival, Austria. 1630. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, marches into Germany to the assistance of the Protestants, who were nearly crushed by the Austrian armies. He gains several great victories, and after his death, Sweden, under his statesmen and generals, continues to take a leading part in the war. 1640. Portugal throws off the Spanish yoke, and the House of Braganza begins to reign. 1642. Commencement of the civil war in England between Charles I. and his Parliament. 1648. The 30 Years' War in Germany ended by the Treaty of Westphalia. 1653. Oliver Cromwell Lord Protector of England. 1660. Restoration of the Stuarts to the English throne. 1661. Louis XIV. Takes the administration of affairs in France into his own hands. 1667 to 1668. Louis XVI makes war in Spain and conquers a large part of the Spanish Netherlands. 1672. Louis makes war upon Holland and almost overpowers it. Charles II of England is his pensioner, and England helps the French in their attacks upon Holland until 1674. Heroic resistance of the Dutch under the Prince of Orange. 1674. Louis conquers Franche-Comté. 1679. Peace of Nijmegen. 1681. Louis invades and occupies Alsace. 1682. Accession of Peter the Great to the throne of Russia. 1685. Louis commences a merciless persecution of his Protestant subjects. 1688. The Glorious Revolution in England. Expulsion of James II. William of Orange is made King of England. James takes refuge at the French court, and Louis undertakes to restore him. General war in the west of Europe. 1691. Treaty of Ryswick. Charles XII becomes King of Sweden. 1700. Charles II of Spain dies, having bequeathed his dominions to Philip of Anjou, Louis XIV's grandson. Defeat of the Russians at Narva by Charles XII. 1701. William III forms a grand alliance of Austria, the Empire, the United Provinces, England, and other powers against France. 1702. King William dies, but his successor Queen Anne adheres to the Grand Alliance, and war is proclaimed against France. End of Chapter 10, Part 4. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, for Anna.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 11, Part 1. The Battle of Blenheim, 1704. The decisive blow struck at Blenheim resounded through every part of Europe. It at once destroyed the vast fabric of power which it had taken Louis XIV, aided by the talents of Turenne and the genius of Vauban, so long to construct. Alison. Though more slowly moulded and less imposingly vast than the empire of Napoleon, the power which Louis XIV had acquired and was acquiring at the commencement of the 18th century was almost equally menacing to the general liberties of Europe. If tested by the amount of permanent aggrandizement which each procured for France, the ambition of the royal Bourbon was more successful than were the enterprises of the imperial Corsican. All the provinces that Bonaparte conquered were rent again from France within 20 years from the date when the very earliest of them was acquired. France is not stronger by a single city or a single acre for all the devastating wars of the Consulate and the Empire. But she still possesses Franche-Comté, Alsace, and part of Flanders. She has still the extended boundaries which Louis XIV gave her. And the royal Spanish marriages a few years ago proved clearly how enduring has been the political influence which the arts and arms of France's grand monarch obtained for her southward of the Pyrenees. When Louis XIV took the reins of government into his own hands, after the death of Cardinal Mazarin, there was a union of ability with opportunity such as France had not seen since the days of Charlemagne. Moreover, Louis's career was no brief one. For upwards of 40 years, for a period nearly equal to the duration of Charlemagne's reign, Louis steadily followed an aggressive and a generally successful policy. He passed a long youth and manhood of triumph before the military genius of Marlborough made him acquainted with humiliation and defeat. The great Bourbon lived too long. He should not have outstayed our two English kings, one his dependent, James II., the other his antagonist, William III. Had he died in the year within which they died, his reign would be cited as unequaled in the French annals for its prosperity. But he lived on to see his armies beaten, his cities captured, and his kingdom wasted by disastrous war. It is as if Charlemagne had survived to be defeated by the Northmen, and to witness the misery and shame that actually fell to the lot of his descendants. Still, Louis XIV. Had 40 years of success, and from the permanence of their fruits we may judge what the results would have been if the last 15 years of his reign had been equally fortunate. Had it not been for Blenheim, all Europe might at this day suffer under the effect of French conquests, resembling those of Alexander in extent, and those of the Romans in durability. When Louis XIV. Began to govern, he found all the materials for a strong government ready to his hand. Richelieu had completely tamed the turbulent spirit of the French nobility, and had subverted the imperium in imperio of the Huguenots. The faction of the Frondeurs in Mazarin's time had had the effect of making the Parisian Parliament utterly hateful and contemptible in the eyes of the nation. The assemblies of the States General were obsolete. The royal authority alone remained. The king was the state. Louis knew his position. He fearlessly avowed it, and he fearlessly acted up to it. Quand Louis XIV dit "L'État c'est moi," il n'y eut dans cette parole ni un fleur, ni fanterie, mais la simple énonciation d'un fait. Michelet, Histoire moderne, Volume 2, page 106. Not only was his government a strong one, but the country which he governed was strong in its geographical situation, in the compactness of its territory, in the number and martial spirit of its inhabitants, and in their complete and undivided nationality. Louis had neither a Hungary nor an Ireland in his dominions, and it was not till late in his reign, when old age had made his bigotry more gloomy, and had given fanaticism the mastery over prudence, that his persecuting intolerance caused the civil war in the Cevennes. Like Napoleon in after times, Louis XIV. Saw clearly that the great wants of France were, quote, ships, colonies, and commerce, unquote. But Louis did more than see these wants. By the aid of his great minister, Colbert, he supplied them. One of the surest proofs of the genius of Louis was his skill in finding out genius in others, and his promptness in calling it into action. Under him, Louvois organized Turenne, Conde, Villars, and Berwick led the armies of France, and Vauban fortified her frontiers. Throughout his reign, French diplomacy was marked by skillfulness and activity, and also by comprehensive farsightedness, such as the representatives of no other nation possessed. Guizot's testimony to the vigor that was displayed through every branch of Louis XIV's government, and to the extent to which France at present is indebted to him, is remarkable. He says that, quote, taking the public services of every kind, the finances, the departments of roads and public works, the military administration, and all the establishments which belong to every branch of administration, there is not one that will not be found to have had its origin, its development, or its greatest perfection under the reign of Louis XIV. End quote. And he points out to us that, quote, the government of Louis XIV. Was the first that presented itself to the eyes of Europe as a power acting upon sure grounds, which had not to dispute its existence with inward enemies, but was at ease as to its territory and its people, and solely occupied with the task of administering government properly so called. All the European governments had been previously thrown into incessant wars, which deprived them of all security as well as of all leisure, or so harassed by internal parties or antagonists, that their time was passed in fighting for existence. The government of Louis XIV. Was the first to appear as a busy, thriving administration of affairs, as a power at once definitive and progressive, which was not afraid to innovate, because it could reckon securely on the future. There have been in fact very few governments equally innovating. Compare it with a government of the same nature, the unmixed monarchy of Philip II in Spain. It was more absolute than that of Louis XIV, and yet it was far less regular and tranquil. How did Philip II succeed in establishing absolute power in Spain? By stifling all activity in the country, opposing himself to every species of amelioration, and rendering the state of Spain completely stagnant. The government of Louis XIV, on the contrary, exhibited alacrity for all sorts of innovations, and showed itself favorable to the progress of letters, arts, wealth, in short, of civilization. This was the veritable cause of its preponderance in Europe, which arose to such a pitch that it became the type of a government not only to sovereigns, but also to nations during the 17th century." Unquote. While France was thus strong and united in herself, and ruled by a martial and ambitious, and with all his faults, an enlightened and high-spirited sovereign, what European power was there fit to cope with her or keep her in check? Quote, "As to Germany, the ambitious projects of the German branch of Austria had been entirely defeated. The peace of the empire had been restored, and almost a new constitution formed, or an old revived, by the treaties of Westphalia. Nay, the imperial eagle was not only fallen, but her wings were clipped." Unquote. Lord Bolingbroke's Letters on the Use of History, and his sketch of the history and state of Europe, abound with remarks on Louis XIV and his contemporaries, of which the substance is as sound as the style is beautiful. Unfortunately, like all his other works, they contain also a large proportion of sophistry and misrepresentation. The best test to use before we adopt any opinion or assertion of Bolingbroke's is to consider whether in writing it he was thinking either of Sir Robert Walpole or of revealed religion. When either of these objects of his hatred was before his mind, he scrupled at no artifice or exaggeration that might serve the purpose of his malignity. On most other occasions he may be followed with advantage, as he always may be read with pleasure. Quote, "As to Spain, the Spanish branch of the Austrian house had sunk equally low. Philip II left his successors a ruined monarchy. He left them something worse. He left them his example, and his principles of government, founded in ambition, in pride, in ignorance, in bigotry, and all the pedantry of state." End quote. It is not therefore to be wondered at that France in the first war of Louis XIV despised the opposition of both branches of the once predominant House of Austria. Indeed, in Germany the French king acquired allies among the princes of the empire against the emperor himself. He had a still stronger support in Austria's misgovernment of her own subjects. The words of Bolingbroke on this are remarkable, and some of them sound as if written within the last 3 years. Bolingbroke says, quote, "It was not merely the want of cordial cooperation among the princes of the empire that disabled the emperor from acting with vigor in the cause of his family then, nor that has rendered the House of Austria a dead weight upon all her allies ever since. Bigotry and its inseparable companion, cruelty, as well as the tyranny and avarice of the court of Vienna, created in those days, and has maintained in ours, almost a perpetual diversion of the imperial arms from all effectual opposition to France. I mean to speak of the troubles in Hungary. Whatever they became in their progress, they were caused originally by the usurpations and persecutions of the emperor. And when the Hungarians were called rebels first, they were called so for no other reason than this, that they would not be slaves. The dominion of the emperor being less supportable than that of the Turks, this unhappy people opened a door to the latter to infest the empire, instead of making their country, what it had been before, a barrier against the Ottoman power. France became a sure though secret ally of the Turks, as well as the Hungarians, and has found her account in it, by keeping the emperor in perpetual alarms on that side, while she has ravaged the empire in the Low Countries on the other." If, after having seen the imbecility of Germany and Spain against the France of Louis XIV., we turn to the two only remaining European powers of any importance at that time, to England and to Holland, we find the position of our own country as to European politics, from 1660 to 1688, most painful to contemplate. From 1660 to 1688, "England, by the return of the Stuarts, was reduced to a nullity." The words are Michelet's, and though severe, they are just. They are in fact not severe enough, for when England, under her restored dynasty of the Stuarts, did take any part in European politics, her conduct, or rather her king's conduct, was almost invariably wicked and dishonourable. Bolingbroke rightly says that, "Previous to the Revolution of 1688, during the whole progress that Louis XIV. Made in obtaining such exorbitant power as gave him well-grounded hopes of acquiring at last to his family the Spanish monarchy, England had been either an idle spectator of what passed on the continent, or a faint and uncertain ally against France, or a warm and sure ally on her side, or a partial mediator between her and the powers confederated together in their common defence. But though the court of England submitted to abet the usurpations of France, and the King of England stooped to be her pensioner, the crime was not national. On the contrary, the nation cried out loudly against it, even whilst it being committed. Holland alone, of all the European powers, opposed from the very beginning a steady and uniform resistance to the ambition and power of the French king. It was against Holland that the fiercest attacks of France were made, and though often apparently on the eve of complete success, they were always ultimately baffled by the stubborn bravery of the Dutch, and the heroism of their leader, William of Orange. When he became King of England, the power of this country was thrown decidedly into the scale against France, but though the contest was thus rendered less unequal, though William acted throughout, "with invincible firmness, like a patriot and a hero," France had the general superiority in every war and in every treaty. And the commencement of the 18th century found the last league against her dissolved, all the forces of the confederates against her dispersed, and many disbanded, while France continued armed, with her veteran forces by sea and land increased, and held in readiness to act on all sides whenever the opportunity should arise for seizing on the great prizes, which from the very beginning of his reign had never been lost sight of by her king. This is not the place for any narrative of the first essay which Louis XIV. Made of his power in the war of 1667, of his rapid conquest of Flanders and Franche-Comté, of the treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which was "nothing more than a composition between the bully and the bullied," of his attack on Holland in 1672, of the districts and barrier towns of the Spanish Netherlands, which were secured to him by the treaty of Nimeguen in 1678, of how after this treaty he "continued to vex both Spain and the empire, and to extend his conquests in the Low Countries and on the Rhine, both by the pen and the sword, how he took Luxembourg by force, stole Strasbourg, and bought Cassel," of how the League of Augsburg was formed against him in 1686, and the election of William Orange to the English throne in 1688, gave a new spirit to the opposition which France encountered, of the long and checkered war that followed, in which the French armies were generally victorious on the continent, though his fleet was beaten at La Hougue, and his dependent James II. Was defeated at the Boyne, or of the treaty of Ryswick, which left France in possession of Roussillon, Artois, and Strasbourg, which gave Europe no security against her claims on the Spanish succession, and which Louis regarded as a mere truce to gain breathing time before a more decisive struggle. It must be borne in mind that the ambition of Louis in these wars was twofold. It had its immediate and its ulterior objects. Its immediate object was to conquer and annex to France the neighboring provinces and towns that were most convenient for the increase of her strength. But the ulterior object of Louis, from the time of his marriage to the Spanish Infanta in 1659, was to acquire for the House of Bourbon the whole empire of Spain. A formal renunciation of all right to the Spanish succession had been made at the time of the marriage, but such renunciations were never of any practical effect, and many casuists and jurists of the age even held them to be intrinsically void. As time passed on, and the prospect of Charles II of Spain dying without lineal heirs became more and more certain, so did the claims of the House of Bourbon to the Spanish crown after his death become matters of urgent interest to French ambition on the one hand, and to the other powers of Europe on the other. At length the unhappy King of Spain died. By his will he anointed Philip, Duke of Anjou, one of Louis XIV's grandsons, to succeed him on the throne of Spain, and strictly forbade any partition of his dominions. Louis well knew that a general European war would follow if he accepted for his house the crown thus bequeathed. But he had been preparing for this crisis throughout his reign. He sent his grandson into Spain as King Philip V of that country, addressing to him on his departure the memorable words, quote, "There are no longer any Pyrenees," unquote. The empire which now received the grandson of Louis as its king comprised, besides Spain itself, the strongest part of the Netherlands, Sardinia, Sicily, Naples, the Principality of Milan, and other possessions in Italy, the Philippines and Marilla Islands in Asia, and in the New World, besides California and Florida, the greatest part of Central and of Southern America. Philip was well received in Madrid, where he was crowned as King Philip V in the beginning of 1701. The distant portions of his empire sent in their adhesion, and the House of Bourbon, either by its French or Spanish troops, now had occupation both of the kingdom of Francis I and of the fairest and amplest portion of the empire of the great rival of France, Charles V. Loud was the wrath of Austria, whose princes were the rival claimants of the Bourbons for the empire of Spain. The indignation of William III, though not equally loud, was far more deep and energetic. By his exertions a league against the House of Bourbon was formed between England, Holland, and the Austrian Emperor, which was subsequently joined by the kings of Portugal and Prussia, by the Duke of Savoy, and by Denmark. Indeed, the alarm throughout Europe was now general and urgent. It was clear that Louis aimed at consolidating France and the Spanish dominions into one preponderating empire. At the moment when Philip was departing to take possession of Spain, Louis had issued letters patent in his favor to the effect of preserving his rights to the throne of France, and Louis had himself obtained possession of the important frontier of the Spanish Netherlands, with its numerous fortified cities, which were given up to his troops under pretense of securing them for the young King of Spain. Whether the formal union of the two crowns was likely to take place speedily or not, it was evident that the resources of the whole Spanish monarchy were now virtually at the French king's disposal. End of chapter 11, part 1. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 11, part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, Chapter 11, Part 2. The peril that seemed to menace the Empire, England, Holland, and the other independent powers, is well summed up by Alison. Quote, Spain had threatened the liberties of Europe in the end of the 16th century. France had all but overthrown them in the close of the 17th. What hope was there of their being able to make head against them both, united under such a monarch as Louis XIV?" Our knowledge of the decayed state into which Spanish power had fallen ought not to make us regard their alarms as chimerical. Spain possessed enormous resources, and her strength was capable of being regenerated by a vigorous ruler. We should remember what Alberoni effected, even after the close of the War of Succession. By what that minister did in a few years, we may judge what Louis XIV would have done in restoring the maritime and military power of that great country which nature has so largely gifted, and which man's misgovernment has so debased. The death of King William on the 8th of March, 1702, at first seemed likely to paralyze the league against France, for, "notwithstanding the ill success with which he made war generally, he was looked upon as the sole centre of union that could keep together the great confederacy then forming, and how much the French feared from his life had appeared a few years before in the extravagant and indecent joy they expressed on a false report of his death. A short time showed how vain the fears of some and the hopes of others were." Queen Anne, within 3 days of her accession, went down to the House of Lords, and there declared her resolution to support the measures planned by her predecessor, who had been "the great support not only of these kingdoms, but of all Europe." Anne was married to Prince George of Denmark, and by her accession to the English throne, the confederacy against Louis obtained the aid of the troops of Denmark. But Anne's strong attachment to one of her female friends led to far more important advantages to the anti-Gallican confederacy than the acquisition of many armies, for it gave them Marlborough as their captain general. There are few successful commanders on whom fame has shone so unwillingly as upon John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, Prince of the Holy Roman Empire, Victor of Blenheim, Ramillies, Oudenarde, and Malplaquet, Captor of Liege, Bonn, Limburg, Landau, Ghent, Bruges, Antwerp, Oudenarde, Ostend, Menin, Dendermonde, Ath, Lille, Tournay, Mons, Douai, Aire, Bethune, and Bouchain, who never fought a battle that he did not win, and never besieged a place that he did not take. Marlborough's own private character is the cause of this. Military glory may, and too often does, dazzle both contemporaries and posterity, until the crimes as well as the vices of heroes are forgotten. But even a few stains of personal meanness will dim a soldier's reputation irreparably, and Marlborough's faults were of a peculiarly base and mean order. Our feelings towards historical personages are in this respect like our feelings towards private acquaintances. There are actions of that shabby nature that, however much they may be outweighed by a man's good deeds on a general estimate of his character, we never can feel any cordial liking for the person who has been guilty of them. Thus, with respect to the Duke of Marlborough, it goes against our feelings to admire the man who owed his first advancement in life to the court favour which he and his family acquired through his sister becoming one of the mistresses of the Duke of York. It is repulsive to know that Marlborough laid the foundation of his wealth by being the paid lover of one of the fair and frail favourites of Charles II. His treachery and ingratitude to his patron and benefactor, James II, stand out in dark relief even in that age of thankless perfidy. He was almost equally disloyal to his new master, King William, and a more un-English act cannot be recorded than Godolphin's and Marlborough's betrayal to the French court in 1694 of the expedition then designed against Brest, an act of treason which caused some hundreds of English soldiers and sailors to be helplessly slaughtered on the beach in Camaret Bay. It is, however, only in his military career that we have now to consider him, and there are very few generals of either ancient or modern times whose campaigns will bear a comparison with those of Marlborough, either for the masterly skill with which they were planned, or for the bold yet prudent energy with which each plan was carried into execution. Marlborough had served while young under Turenne, and had obtained the marked praise of that great tactician. It would be difficult indeed to name a single quality which a general ought to have, and with which Marlborough was not eminently gifted. What principally attracted the notice of contemporaries was the imperturbable evenness of spirit. Voltaire, Siècle de Louis XIV, says of him, "He had, to a degree above all other generals of his time, that calm courage in the midst of tumult, that serenity of soul in danger, which the English call a cool head, que les Anglais appellent cool head, tête froide." And it was perhaps this quality, the greatest gift of nature for command, which formerly gave the English so many advantages over the French in the plains of Crecy, Poitiers, and Agincourt." King William's knowledge of Marlborough's high abilities, though he knew his faithlessness equally well, is said to have caused that sovereign in his last illness to recommend Marlborough to his successor as the fittest person to command her armies. But Marlborough's favour with the new queen by means of his wife was so high, that he was certain of obtaining the highest employment, and the war against Louis opened to him a glorious theatre for the display of those military talents, which he had before only had an opportunity of exercising in a subordinate character, and on far less conspicuous scenes. He was not only made Captain General of the English forces at home and abroad, but such was the authority of England in the Council of the Grand Alliance, and Marlborough was so skilled in winning golden opinions from all whom he met with, that on his reaching the Hague he was received with transports of joy by the Dutch, and it was agreed by the heads of that republic and the minister of the Emperor that Marlborough should have the chief command of all the allied armies. It must indeed, in justice to Marlborough, be borne in mind that mere military skill was by no means all that was required of him in this arduous and invidious station. Had it not been for his unrivalled patience and sweetness of temper, and his marvellous ability in discerning the character of those with whom he had to act, his intuitive perception of those who were to be thoroughly trusted, and of those who were to be amused with the mere semblance of respect and confidence, had not Marlborough possessed and employed, while at the head of the allied armies, all the qualifications of a polished courtier and a great statesman, he never would have led the allied armies to the Danube. The confederacy would not have held together for a single year. His great political adversary, Bolingbroke, does him ample justice here. Bolingbroke, after referring to the loss which King William's death seemed to inflict on the cause of the allies, observes that, "By his death the Duke of Marlborough was raised to the head of the army, and indeed of the confederacy, where he a new, a private man, a subject, acquired by merit and by management, a more deciding influence than high birth, confirmed authority, and even the crown of Great Britain had given to King William. Not only all the parts of that vast machine, the Grand Alliance, were kept more compact and entire, but a more rapid and vigorous motion was given to the whole, and instead of languishing and disastrous campaigns, we saw every scene of the war full of action. All those wherein he appeared, and many of those wherein he was not then an actor, but a better, however, of their action, were crowned with the most triumphant success. I take with pleasure this opportunity of doing justice to that great man, whose faults I knew, whose virtues I admired, and whose memory, as the greatest general and as the greatest minister that our country, or perhaps any other, has produced, I honour." War was formally declared by the Allies against France on the 4th of May, 1702. The principal scenes of its operation were at first Flanders, the Upper Rhine, and North Italy. Marlborough headed the allied troops in Flanders during the first 2 years of the war, and took some towns from the enemy, but nothing decisive occurred. nor did any actions of importance take place during this period between the rival armies in Italy. But in the center of that line, from north to south, from the mouth of the Scheldt to the mouth of the Po, along which the war was carried on, the generals of Louis XIV acquired advantages in 1703, which threatened one chief member of the Grand Alliance with utter destruction. France had obtained the important assistance of Bavaria as her confederate in the war. The elector of this powerful German state made himself master of the strong fortress of Ulm, and opened a communication with the French armies on the Upper Rhine. By this junction the troops of Louis were enabled to assail the Emperor in the very heart of Germany. In the autumn of the year 1703, the combined armies of the Elector and French king completely defeated the Imperialists in Bavaria, and in the following winter they made themselves masters of important cities of Augsburg and Passau. Meanwhile, the French army of the Upper Rhine and Moselle had beaten the allied armies opposed to them, and taken Treves and Landau. At the same time, the discontents in Hungary with Austria again broke out into open insurrection, so as to distract the attention, and complete the terror of the Emperor and his council at Vienna. Louis XIV ordered the next campaign to be commenced by his troops on a scale of grandeur, and with a boldness of enterprise such as even Napoleon's military schemes have seldom equalled. On the extreme left of the line of the war, in the Netherlands, the French armies were to act only on the defensive. The fortresses in the hands of the French there were so many and so strong, that no serious impression seemed likely to be made by the Allies on the French frontier in that quarter during one campaign, and that one campaign was to give France such triumphs elsewhere as would, it was hoped, determine the war. Large detachments were therefore to be made from the French force in Flanders, and they were to be led by Marshal Villeroy to the Moselle and Upper Rhine. The French army already in the neighborhood of those rivers was to march under Marshal Tallard through the Black Forest, and join the Elector of Bavaria and the French troops that were already with the Elector under Marshal Marsin. Meanwhile, the French army of Italy was to advance through the Tyrol into Austria, and the whole forces were to combine between the Danube and the Inn. A strong body of troops was to be dispatched into Hungary to assist and organize the insurgents in that kingdom, and the French Grand Army of the Danube was then, in collected and irresistible might, to march upon Vienna and dictate terms of peace to the Emperor. High military genius was shown in the formation of this plan, but it was met and baffled by a genius higher still. Marlborough had watched, with the deepest anxiety, the progress of the French arms on the Rhine and in Bavaria, and he saw the futility of carrying on a war of posts and sieges in Flanders, while death blows to the empire were being dealt on the Danube. He resolved, therefore, to let the war in Flanders languish for a year, while he moved with all the disposable forces that he could collect to the central scenes of decisive operations. Such a march was in itself difficult, but Marlborough had, in the first instance, to overcome the still greater difficulty of obtaining the consent and cheerful cooperation of the Allies, especially of the Dutch, whose frontier it was proposed thus to deprive of the larger part of the force which had hitherto been its protection. Fortunately, among the many slothful, the many foolish, the many timid, and the not few treacherous ruler, statesmen, and generals of different nations with whom he had to deal, there were two men, eminent both in ability and integrity, who entered fully into Marlborough's projects, and who, from the stations which they occupied, were enabled materially to forward them. One of these was the Dutch statesman Heinsius, who had been the cordial supporter of King William, and who now, with equal zeal and good faith, supported Marlborough in the councils of the Allies. The other was the celebrated General Prince Eugene, whom the Austrian cabinet had recalled from the Italian frontier to take the command of one of the Emperor's armies in Germany. To these two great men, and a few more, Marlborough communicated his plan freely and unreservedly, but to the general councils of his allies he only disclosed part of his daring scheme. He proposed to the Dutch that he should march from Flanders to the Upper Rhine and Moselle, with the British troops and part of the foreign auxiliaries, and commence vigorous operations against the French armies in that quarter, whilst General Auverquerque, with the Dutch and the remainder of the auxiliaries, maintained a defensive war in the Netherlands. Having with difficulty obtained the consent of the Dutch to this portion of his project, he exercised the same diplomatic zeal, with the same success, in urging the King of Prussia and other princes of the empire to increase the number of the troops which they supplied, and to post them in places convenient for his own intended movements. Marlborough commenced his celebrated march on the 19th of May. The army which he was to lead had been assembled by his brother, General Churchill, at Bedburg, not far from Maestricht, on the Meuse. It included 16,000 English troops, and consisted of 51 battalions of foot and 92 squadrons of horse. Marlborough was to collect and join with him on his march the troops of Prussia, Lunenburg, and Hesse, quartered on the Rhine, and 11 Dutch battalions that were stationed at Rottweil. He had only marched a single day when the series of interruptions, complaints, and requisitions from the other leaders of the Allies began, to which he seemed doomed throughout his enterprise, and which would have caused its failure in the hands of any one not gifted with the firmness and the exquisite temper of Marlborough. One specimen of these annoyances and of Marlborough's mode of dealing with them may suffice. On his encamping at Kuppen on the 20th, he received an express from Auverquerque pressing him to halt, because Villeroy, who commanded the French army in Flanders, had quitted the lines which he had been occupying, and crossed the Meuse at Namur with 36 battalions and 45 squadrons, and was threatening the town of Huys. At the same time Marlborough received letters from the Margrave of Baden and Count Wratislaw, who commanded the imperialist forces at Stollhofen near the left bank of the Rhine, stating that Tallard had made a movement, as if intending to cross the Rhine, and urging him to hasten his march towards the lines of Stollhofen. Marlborough was not diverted by these applications from the prosecution of his grand design, conscious that the army of Villeroy would be too much reduced to undertake offensive operations by the detachments which had already been made towards the Rhine, and those which must follow his own march. He halted only a day to quiet the alarms of Auverquerque. To satisfy also the Margrave, he ordered the troops of Hompesch and Bulow to draw towards Philipsburg, though with private injunctions not to proceed beyond a certain distance. He even exacted a promise to the same effect from Count Wratislaw, who at this juncture arrived at the camp to attend him during the whole campaign. Marlborough reached the Rhine at Coblentz, where he crossed that river, and then marched along its right bank to Braubach and Mentz. His march, though rapid, was admirably conducted, so as to save the troops from all unnecessary fatigue. Ample supplies of provisions were ready, and the most perfect discipline was maintained. By degrees Marlborough obtained more reinforcements from the Dutch and the other confederates, and he was also left more at liberty by them to follow his own course. Indeed, before even a blow was struck, his enterprise had paralyzed the enemy, and had materially relieved Austria from the pressures of the war. Villeroy, with his detachments from the French-Flemish army, was completely bewildered by Marlborough's movements, and unable to divine where it was that the English general meant to strike his blow, wasted away the early part of the summer between Flanders and the Moselle, without effecting anything. Marshal Villeroy, says Voltaire, who had wished to follow Marlborough on his first marches, suddenly lost sight of him altogether, and only learned where he really was on hearing of his victory at Donauwert. Marshal Tallard, who commanded 45,000 men at Strasbourg, and who had been destined by Louis to march early in the year into Bavaria, thought that Marlborough's march along the Rhine was preliminary to an attack upon Alsace, and the Marshal therefore kept his 45,000 men back in order to support France in that quarter. Marlborough skilfully encouraged his apprehensions by causing a bridge to be constructed across the Rhine at Philipsburg, and by making the Landgrave of Hesse advance his artillery at Mannheim, as if for a siege of Landau. Meanwhile the Elector of Bavaria and Marshal Marsin, suspecting that Marlborough's design might be what it really proved to be, forbore to press upon the Austrians opposed to them, or to send troops into Hungary, and they kept back so as to secure their communications with France. Thus, when Marlborough in the beginning of June left the Rhine and marched for the Danube, the numerous hostile armies were uncombined and unable to check him. End of chapter 11, part 2. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 11, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy, Chapter 11, Part 3. With such skill and science had this enterprise been concerted that at the very moment when it assumed a specific direction, the enemy was no longer enabled to render it abortive. As the march was now to be bent towards the Danube, notice was given for the Prussians, Palatines, and Hessians, who were stationed on the Rhine, to order their march so as to join the main body in its progress. At the same time directions were sent to accelerate the advance of the Danish auxiliaries, who were marching from the Netherlands. Crossing the river Neckar, Marlborough marched in a southeastern direction to Mundelshane, where he had his first personal interview with Prince Eugene, who was destined to be his colleague on so many glorious fields. Thence, through a difficult and dangerous country, Marlborough continued his march against the Bavarians, whom he encountered on the 2nd of July, on the heights of the Schellenberg near Donauwert. Marlborough stormed their entrenched camp, crossed the Danube, took several strong places in Bavaria, and made himself completely master of the Elector's dominions, except the fortified cities of Munich and Augsburg. But the Elector's army, though defeated at Donauwert, was still numerous and strong, and at last Marshal Tallard, when thoroughly apprised of the real nature of Marlborough's movements, crossed the Rhine. He was suffered through the supineness of the German general at Stahlhofen to march without loss through the Black Forest, and united his powerful army at Biberach near Augsburg, with that of the Elector and the French troops under Marshal Marsin, who had previously been cooperating with the Bavarians. On the other hand, Marlborough recrossed the Danube, and on the 11th of August united his army with the Imperialist forces under Prince Eugene. The combined armies occupied a position near Hochstadt, a little higher up the left bank of the Danube than Donauwert, the scene of Marlborough's recent victory, and almost exactly on the ground where Marshal Villars and the Elector had defeated an Austrian army in the preceding year. The French marshals and the Elector were now in a position a little farther to the east, between Blenheim and Lutzingen, and with the little stream of the Nebel between them and the troops of Marlborough and Eugene. The Gallo-Bavarian army consisted of about 60,000 men, and they had 61 pieces of artillery. The army of the Allies was about 56,000 strong, with 52 guns. A short time before the War of the Succession, the musket and bayonet had been made the arms of all the French infantry. It had formerly been usual to mingle pikemen with musketeers. The other European nations followed the example of France, and the weapons used at Blenheim were substantially the same as those still employed. Although the French army of Italy had been unable to penetrate into Austria, and although the masterly strategy of Marlborough had hitherto warded off the destruction with which the cause of the Allies seemed menaced at the beginning of the campaign, the peril was still most serious. It was absolutely necessary for Marlborough to attack the enemy before Villeroy should be roused into action. There was nothing to stop that general and his army from marching into Franconia, whence the Allies drew their principal supplies, and besides thus distressing them, he might, by marching on, and joining his army to those of Tallard and the Elector, form a mass which would overwhelm the force under Marlborough and Eugene. On the other hand, the chances of a battle seemed perilous, and the fatal consequences of a defeat were certain. The inferiority of the Allies in point of number was not very great, but still it was not to be disregarded, and the advantage which the enemy seemed to have in the composition of their troops was striking. Tallard and Marsin had 45,000 Frenchmen under them, all veterans and all trained to act together. The Elector's own troops were also good soldiers. Marlborough, like Wellington at Waterloo, headed an army of which the larger proportion consisted not of English, but of men of many different nations and many different languages. He was also obliged to be the assailant in the action, and thus to expose his troops to comparatively heavy loss at the commencement of the battle, while the enemy would fight under the protection of the villages and lines which they were actively engaged in strengthening. The consequences of a defeat of the Confederated army must have broken up the Grand Alliance, and realized the proudest hopes of the French king. Mr. Alison, in his admirable military history of the Duke of Marlborough, has truly stated the effects which would have taken place if France had been successful in the war; and when the position of the Confederates at the time when Blenheim was fought is remembered, when we recollect the exhaustion of Austria, the menacing insurrection of Hungary, the feuds and jealousies of the German princes, the strength and activity of the Jacobite party in England, the imbecility of nearly all the Dutch statesmen of the time, and the weakness of Holland if deprived of her allies, we may adopt his words in speculating on what would have ensued if France had been victorious in the battle, and quote, "If a power animated by the ambition, guided by the fanaticism, and directed by the ability of that of Louis XIV, had gained the ascendancy in Europe, beyond all question a universal despotic dominion would have been established over the bodies, a cruel spiritual thraldom over the minds of men, France and Spain united under Bourbon princes, and in a close family alliance the empire of Charlemagne with that of Charles V, the power which revolted the Edict of Nantes, and perpetrated the massacre of St. Bartholomew, with that which banished the Moriscoes and established the Inquisition, would have proved irresistible and beyond example destructive to the best interests of mankind. The Protestants might have been driven, like the pagan heathens of old by the son of Pepin, beyond the Elbe. The Stuart race, and with them Romish ascendancy, might have been re-established in England. The fire lighted by Latimer and Ridley might have been extinguished in blood, and the energy breathed by religious freedom into the Anglo-Saxon race might have expired. The destinies of the world would have been changed. Europe, instead of a variety of independent states whose mutual hostility kept alive courage, while their national rivalry stimulated talent, would have sunk into the slumber attendant on universal dominion. The colonial empire of England would have withered away and perished, as that of Spain has done in the grasp of the Inquisition. The Anglo-Saxon race would have been arrested in its mission to overspread the earth and subdue it. The centralized despotism of the Roman Empire would have been renewed in continental Europe. The chains of Romish tyranny, and with them the general infidelity of France before the Revolution, would have extinguished or perverted thought in the British Islands." End quote. Marlborough's words at the council of war when a battle was resolved on are remarkable, and they deserve recording. We know them on the authority of his chaplain, Mr. (afterwards Bishop) Hare, who accompanied him throughout the campaign, and in whose journal the biographers of Marlborough have found many of their best materials, Marlborough's words to the officers who remonstrated with him on the seeming temerity of attacking the enemy in their position were, quote, "I know the danger, yet a battle is absolutely necessary, and I rely on the bravery and discipline of the troops, which will make amends for our disadvantages." End quote. In the evening orders were issued for a general engagement and received by the army with an alacrity which justified his confidence. The French and Bavarians were posted behind a little stream called the Nebel, which runs almost from the north to the south into the Danube immediately in front of the village of Blenheim. The Nebel flows along a little valley, and the French occupied the rising ground to the west of it. The village of Blenheim was the extreme right of their position, and the village of Lutzingen, about 3 miles north of Blenheim, formed their left. Beyond Lutzingen are the rugged high grounds of the Gottberg and Eichberg, on the skirts of which some detachments were posted so as to secure the Gallo-Bavarian position from being turned on the left flank. The Danube protected their right flank, and it was only in front that they could be attacked. The villages of Blenheim and Lutzingen had been strongly palisadoed and entrenched. Marshal Tallard, who held the chief command, took his station at Blenheim. Prince Maximilian the Elector and Marshal Marsin commanded on the left. Tallard garrisoned Blenheim with 26 battalions of French infantry and 12 squadrons of French cavalry. Marsin and the Elector had 22 battalions of infantry and 36 squadrons of cavalry in front of the village of Lutzingen. The centre was occupied by 14 battalions of infantry, including the celebrated Irish Brigade. These were posted in the little hamlet of Oberglau, which lies somewhat nearer to Lutzingen than to Blenheim. 80 squadrons of cavalry and 7 battalions of foot were ranged between Oberglau and Blenheim. Thus the French position was very strong at each extremity, but was comparatively weak in the centre. Tallard seems to have relied on the swampy state of the part of the valley that reaches from below Oberglau to Blenheim for preventing any serious attack on this part of his line. The army of the Allies was formed into 2 great divisions, the largest being commanded by the Duke in person, and being destined to act against Tallard, while Prince Eugene led the other division, which consisted chiefly of cavalry, and was intended to oppose the enemy under Marsin and the Elector. As they approached the enemy, Marlborough's troops formed the left and the centre, while Eugene's formed the right of the entire army. Early in the morning of the 13th of August, the Allies left their own camp and marched towards the enemy. A thick haze covered the ground, and it was not until the Allied right and centre had advanced nearly within cannon shot of the enemy that Tallard was aware of their approach. He made his preparations with what haste he could, and about 8 o'clock a heavy fire of artillery was opened from the French right on the advancing left wing of the British. Marlborough ordered up some of his batteries to reply to it, and while the columns that were to form the Allied left and centre deployed and took up their proper stations in the line, a warm cannonade was kept up by the guns on both sides. The ground which Eugene's columns had to traverse was peculiarly difficult, especially for the passage of the artillery, and it was nearly midday before he could get his troops into line opposite to Lutzingen. During this interval, Marlborough ordered divine service to be performed by the chaplains at the head of each regiment, and then rode along the lines, and found both officers and men in the highest spirits, and waiting impatiently for the signal for the attack. At length an aide-de-camp galloped up from the right with the welcome news that Eugene was ready. Marlborough instantly sent Lord Cutts with a strong brigade of infantry to assault the village of Blenheim, while he himself led the main body down the eastward slope of the valley of the Nebel, and prepared to effect the passage of the stream. The assault on Blenheim, though bravely made, was repulsed with severe loss, and Marlborough, finding how strongly that village was garrisoned, desisted from any further attempts to carry it, and bent all his energies to breaking the enemy's line between Blenheim and Oberglau. Some temporary bridges had been prepared, and planks and fascinas had been collected, and by the aid of these and a little stone bridge which crossed the Nebel near a hamlet called Unterglau that lay in the centre of the valley, Marlborough succeeded in getting several squadrons across the Nebel, though it was divided into several branches, and the ground between them was soft and in places little better than a mere marsh. But the French artillery was not idle. The cannon balls plunged incessantly among the advancing squadrons of the Allies, and bodies of French cavalry rode frequently down from the western ridge to charge them before they had time to form on firm ground. It was only by supporting his men by fresh troops, and by bringing up infantry who checked the advance of the enemy's horse by their steady fire, that Marlborough was able to save his army in this quarter from a repulse, which, following the failure of the attack upon Blenheim, would probably have been fatal to the Allies. By degrees his cavalry struggled over the blood-stained streams. The infantry were also now brought across, so as to keep in check the French troops who held Blenheim, and who, when no longer assailed in front, had begun to attack the Allies on their left with considerable effect. Marlborough had thus at last succeeded in drawing up the whole left wing of his army beyond the Nebel, and was about to press forward with it, when he was called away to another part of the field by a disaster that had befallen his centre. The Prince of Holstein-Beck had, with 11 Hanoverian battalions, passed the Nebel opposite to Oberglau, when he was charged and utterly routed by the Irish brigade which held that village. The Irish drove the Hanoverians back with heavy slaughter, broke completely through the line of the Allies, and nearly achieved a success as brilliant as that which the same brigade afterwards gained at Fontenoy. But at Blenheim their ardour in pursuit led them too far. Marlborough came up in person, and dashed in upon their exposed flank with some squadrons of British cavalry. The Irish reeled back, and as they strove to regain the height of Oberglau, their column was raked through and through by the fire of 3 battalions of the Allies, which Marlborough had summoned up from the reserve. Marlborough, having re-established the order and communication of the Allies in this quarter, now, as he returned to his own left wing, sent to learn how his colleague fared against Marsin and the Elector, and to inform Eugene of his own success. Eugene had hitherto not been equally fortunate. He had made 3 attacks on the enemy opposed to him, and had been thrice driven back. It was only by his own desperate personal exertions, and the remarkable steadiness of the regiments of Prussian infantry which were under him, that he was able to save his wing from being totally defeated. But it was on the southern part of the battlefield, on the ground which Marlborough had won beyond the Nebel with such difficulty, that the crisis of the battle was to be decided. Like Hannibal, Marlborough relied principally on his cavalry for achieving his decisive successes, and it was by his cavalry that Blenheim, the greatest of his victories, was won. The battle had lasted till 5 in the afternoon. Marlborough had now 8,000 horsemen drawn up into 2 lines, and in the most perfect order for a general attack on the enemy's line along the space between Blenheim and Oberglau. The infantry was drawn up in battalions in their rear, so as to support them if repulsed, and to keep in check the large masses of the French that still occupied the village of Blenheim. Tallard now interlaced his squadrons of cavalry with battalions of infantry, and Marlborough, by a corresponding movement, brought several regiments of infantry and some pieces of artillery to his front line at intervals between the bodies of horse. A little after 5, Marlborough commenced the decisive movement, and the allied cavalry, strengthened and supported by foot and guns, advanced slowly from the lower ground near the Nebel up the slope to where the French cavalry, 10,000 strong, awaited them. On riding over the summit of the acclivity, the Allies were received with so hot a fire from the French artillery and small arms, that at first the cavalry recoiled, but without abandoning the high ground. The guns and the infantry which they had brought with them maintained the contest with spirit and effect. The French fire seemed to slacken. Marlborough instantly ordered a charge along the line. The allied cavalry galloped forward at the enemy's squadrons, and the hearts of the French horsemen failed them. Discharging their carbines at an idle distance, they wheeled round and spurred from the field, leaving the 9 infantry battalions of their comrades to be ridden down by the torrent of the allied cavalry. The battle was now won. Tallard and Marsin, severed from each other, thought only of retreat. Tallard drew up the squadrons of horse which he had left in a line extended towards Blenheim, and sent orders to the infantry in that village to leave and join him without delay. But long ere his orders could be obeyed, the conquering squadrons of Marlborough had wheeled to the left and thundered down on the feeble army of the French marshal. Part of the force which Tallard had drawn up for this last effort was driven into the Danube. Part fled with their general to the village of Sonderheim, where they were soon surrounded by the victorious allies and compelled to surrender. Meanwhile Eugene had renewed his attack upon the Gallo-Bavarian left, and Marsin, finding his colleague utterly routed and his own right flank uncovered, prepared to retreat. He and the Elector succeeded in withdrawing a considerable part of their troops in tolerable order to Dillingen, but the large body of French who garrisoned Blenheim were left exposed to certain destruction. Marlborough speedily occupied all the outlets from the village with his victorious troops, and then collecting his artillery round it, he commenced a cannonade that speedily would have destroyed Blenheim itself and all who were in it. After several gallant but unsuccessful attempts to cut their way through the allies, the French in Blenheim were at length compelled to surrender at discretion, and 24 battalions and 12 squadrons with all their officers laid down their arms and became the captives of Marlborough. "Such," says Voltaire, "was the celebrated battle, which the French call the Battle of Hochstädt, the Germans Plentheim, and the English Blenheim. The conquerors had about 5,000 killed and 8,000 wounded, the greater part being on the side of Prince Eugene. The French army was almost entirely destroyed. Of 60,000 men so long victorious, there never reassembled more than 20,000 effective. About 12,000 killed, 14,000 prisoners, all the cannon, a prodigious number of colours and standards, all the tents and equipages, the general of the army, and 1,200 officers of mark, in the power of the conqueror, signalized that day." Ulm, Landau, Treves, and Treerbach surrendered to the allies before the close of the year. Bavaria submitted to the emperor, and the Hungarians laid down their arms. Germany was completely delivered from France, and the military ascendancy of the arms of the allies was completely established. Throughout the rest of the war, Louis fought only in defence. Blenheim had dissipated for ever his once proud vision of almost universal conquest. Synopsis of events between the Battle of Blenheim, 1704, and the Battle of Pultowa, 1709. 1705, the Archduke Charles lands in Spain with a small English army under Lord Peterborough, who takes Barcelona. 1706, Marlborough's victory at Ramillies. 1707, the English army in Spain is defeated at the Battle of Almanza. 1708, Marlborough's victory at Oudenarde. End of Chapter 11, Part 3. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 12, Part 1. The Battle of Pultowa, 1709. Dread Pultowa's day, when fortune left the royal Swede, around the slaughtered army lay, no more to combat and to bleed. The power and fortune of the war had passed to the triumphant Czar. Byron. Napoleon prophesied at St. Helena that all Europe would soon be either Cossack or Republican. 4 years ago, the fulfillment of the last of these alternatives appeared most probable. But the democratic movements of 1848 were sternly repressed in 1849. The absolute authority of a single ruler and the austere stillness of martial law are now paramount in the capitals of the continent, which lately owned no sovereignty save the will of the multitude, and where that which the democrat calls his sacred right of insurrection was so loudly asserted and so often fiercely enforced. Many causes have contributed to bring about this reaction, but the most effective and the most permanent have been Russian influence and Russian arms. Russia is now the avowed and acknowledged champion of monarchy against democracy, of constituted authority, however acquired, against revolution and change for whatever purpose desired, of the imperial supremacy of strong states over their weaker neighbors against all claims for political independence, and all striving for separate nationality. She has crushed the heroic Hungarians, and Austria, for whom nominally she crushed them, is now one of her dependents. Whether the rumours of her being about to engage in fresh enterprises be well or ill-founded, it is certain that recent events must have fearfully augmented the power of the Muscovite Empire, which even previously had been the object of well-founded anxiety to all Western Europe. It was truly stated 12 years ago that the acquisitions which Russia has made within the then last 64 years are equal in extent and importance to the whole empire she had in Europe before that time; that the acquisitions she had made from Sweden are greater than what remains of that ancient kingdom; that her acquisitions from Poland are as large as the whole Austrian empire; that the territory she has wrested from Turkey in Europe is equal to the dominions of Prussia, exclusive of her Rhenish provinces; and that her acquisitions from Turkey in Asia are equal in extent to all of the smaller states of Germany, the Rhenish provinces of Prussia, Belgium, and Holland taken together; that the country she has conquered from Persia is about the size of England; that her acquisitions in Tartary have an area equal to Turkey in Europe, Greece, Italy, and Spain. In 64 years she has advanced her frontier 850 miles toward Vienna, Berlin, Dresden, Munich, and Paris. She has approached 450 miles nearer to Constantinople. She has possessed herself of the capital of Poland, and has advanced to within a few miles of the capital of Sweden, from which, when Peter the Great mounted the throne, her frontier was distant 300 miles. Since that time she has stretched herself forward about 1,000 miles toward India, and the same distance toward the capital of Persia. Such, at that period, had been the recent aggrandizement of Russia; and the events of the last few years, by weakening and disuniting all her European neighbours, have immeasurably augmented the relative superiority of the Muscovite Empire over all the other continental powers. With a population exceeding 60 millions, all implicitly obeying the impulse of a single ruling mind, with a territorial area of 6 millions and a half of square miles, with a standing army 800,000 strong, with powerful fleets on the Baltic and Black Seas, with a skilful host of diplomatic agents planted in every court and among every tribe, with a confidence which unexpected success creates, and the sagacity which long experience fosters, Russia now grasps with an armed right hand the tangled thread of European politics, and issues her mandates as the arbitress of the movements of the age. Yet a century and a half have hardly elapsed since she was first recognized as a member of the drama of modern European history. Previous to the battle of Poltava, Russia played no part. Charles V and his great rival, our Elizabeth, and her adversary, Philip of Spain, the Guises, Sully, Richelieu, Cromwell, De Witt, William of Orange, and the other leading spirits of the 16th and 17th centuries, thought no more about the Muscovite Tsar than we now think about the king of Timbuktu. Even as late as 1735, Lord Bolingbroke, in his admirable Letters on History, speaks of the history of the Muscovites as having no relation to the knowledge which a practical English statesman ought to acquire. Bolingbroke's Works, Volume 2, page 374. In the same page he observes how Sweden had often turned her arms southwards with prodigious effect. It may be doubted whether a cabinet council often takes place now in our Foreign Office without Russia being uppermost in every English statesman's thoughts. But though Russia remained thus long unheeded amid her snows, there was a northern power, the influence of which was acknowledged in the principal European quarrels, and whose goodwill was sedulously courted by many of the boldest chiefs and ablest councillors of the leading states. This was Sweden. Sweden, on whose ruins Russia has risen, but whose ascendancy over her semi-barbarous neighbours was complete, until the fatal battle that now forms our subject. As early as 1542, France had sought the alliance of Sweden to aid her in her struggle against Charles V, and the name of Gustavus Adolphus is of itself sufficient to remind us that in the great contest for religious liberty, of which Germany was for 30 years the arena, it was Sweden that rescued the falling cause of Protestantism, and it was Sweden that principally dictated the remodelling of the European state system at the Peace of Westphalia. From the proud preeminence in which the valour of the Lion of the North, and of Torstenson, Bannier, Wrangel, and the other generals of Gustavus, guided by the wisdom of Oxenstiern, had placed Sweden, the defeat of Charles XII at Poltava hurled her down once and for ever. Her efforts during the wars of the French Revolution to assume a leading part in European politics met with instant discomfiture, and almost provoked derision. But the Sweden whose sceptre was bequeathed to Christina, and whose alliance Cromwell valued so highly, was a different power from the Sweden of the present day. Finland, Ingria, Livonia, Estonia, Karelia, and other districts east of the Baltic then were Swedish provinces, and the possession of Pomerania, Rugen, and Bremen made her an important member of the Germanic Empire. These territories are now all reft from her, and the most valuable of them form the staple of her victorious rival's strength. Could she resume them, could the Sweden of 1648 be reconstructed, we should have a first-class Scandinavian state of the north, well qualified to maintain the balance of power and check the progress of Russia, whose power, indeed, never could have become formidable to Europe, save by Sweden becoming weak. The decisive triumph of Russia over Sweden at Poltava was therefore all important to the world on account of what it overthrew as well as for what it established. And it is the more deeply interesting because it was not merely the crisis of a struggle between two states, but it was a trial of strength between two great races of mankind. We must bear in mind that while the Swedes, like the English, the Dutch, and others, belong to the Germanic race, the Russians are a Slavonic people. Nations of Slavonian origin have long occupied the greater part of Europe eastward of the Vistula, and the populations also of Bohemia, Croatia, Servia, Dalmatia, and other important regions westward of that river are Slavonic. In the long and varied conflicts between them and the Germanic nations that adjoined them, the Germanic race had, before Poltava, almost always maintained a superiority. With the single but important exception of Poland, no Slavonic state had made any considerable figure in history before the time when Peter the Great won his great victory over the Swedish king. The Hussite wars may perhaps entitle Bohemia to be distinguished. What Russia has done since that time we know and we feel, and some of the wisest and best men in our own age and nation, who have watched with deepest care the annals and the destinies of humanity, have believed that the Slavonic element in the population of Europe has as yet only partially developed its powers; that, while other races of mankind, our own, the Germanic included, have exhausted their creative energies, and completed their allotted achievements, the Slavonic race has yet a great career to run; and that the narrative of Slavonic ascendancy is the remaining page that will conclude the history of the world. Let it not be supposed that in thus regarding the primary triumph of Russia over Sweden as a victory of the Slavonic over the Germanic race, we are dealing with matters of mere ethnological pedantry, or with themes of mere speculative curiosity. The fact that Russia is a Slavonic empire is a fact of immense practical influence at the present moment. Half the inhabitants of the Austrian Empire are Slavonian. The population of the larger part of Turkey and Europe is of the same race. Silesia, Posen, and other parts of the Prussian dominions are principally Slavonic; and during late years an enthusiastic zeal for blending all Slavonians into one great united Slavonic empire has been growing up in these countries, which, however we may deride its principle, is not the less real and active, and of which Russia, as the head and champion of the Slavonic race, knows well how to take her advantage. The idea of Pan-Slavism had a purely literary origin. It was started by Paller, a Protestant clergyman of the Slavonic congregation at Pest in Hungary, who wished to establish a national literature by circulating all works written in the various Slavonic dialects through every country where any of them are spoken. He suggested that all the Slavonic literati should become acquainted with the sister dialects, so that a Bohemian or other work might be read on the shores of the Adriatic, as well as on the banks of the Volga, or any other place where a Slavonic language was spoken; by which means an extensive literature might be created, tending to advance knowledge in all Slavonic countries. And he supported his arguments by observing that the dialects of ancient Greece differed from each other like those of his own language, and yet that they formed only one Hellenic literature. The idea of an intellectual union of all those nations naturally led to that of a political one; and the Slavonians, seeing that their numbers amounted to about 1/3 part of the whole population of Europe, and occupied more than half its territory, began to be sensible that they might claim for themselves a position to which they had not hitherto aspired. The opinion gained ground, and the question now is whether the Slavonians can form a nation independent of Russia, or whether they ought to rest satisfied in being part of one great race, with the most powerful member of it as their chief. The latter, indeed, is gaining ground amongst them, and some Poles are disposed to attribute their sufferings to the arbitrary will of the Czar, without extending the blame to the Russians themselves. These begin to think that, if they cannot exist as Poles, the best thing to be done is to rest satisfied with a position in the Slavonic empire, and they hope that, when once they give up the idea of restoring their country, Russia may grant some concessions to their separate nationality. The same idea has been put forward by writers in the Russian interest. Great efforts are making among other Slavonic people to induce them to look upon Russia as their future head, and she has already gained considerable influence over the Slavonic populations of Turkey. It is a singular fact that Russia owes her very name to a band of Swedish invaders who conquered her 1,000 years ago. They were soon absorbed in the Slavonic population, and every trace of the Swedish character had disappeared in Russia for many centuries before her invasion by Charles XII. She was long the victim and the slave of the Tartars, and for many considerable periods of years the Poles held her in subjugation. Indeed, if we except the expeditions of some of the early Russian chiefs against Byzantium, and the reign of Ivan Vasilovich, the history of Russia before the time of Peter the Great is one long tale of suffering and degradation. But whatever may have been the amount of national injuries that she sustained from Swede, from Tartar, or from Pole in the ages of her weakness, she has certainly retaliated tenfold during the century and a half of her strength. Her rapid transition at the commencement of that period from being the prey of every conqueror to being the conqueror of all with whom she comes into contact, to being the oppressor instead of the oppressed, is almost without parallel in the history of nations. It was the work of a single ruler, who, himself without education, promoted science and literature among barbaric millions, who gave them fleets, commerce, arts, and arms, who at Poltava taught them to face and beat the previously invincible Swedes, and who made stubborn valor and implicit subordination from that time forth the distinguishing characteristic of the Russian soldiery, which had before his time been a mere disorderly and irresolute rabble. The career of Philip of Macedon resembles most nearly that of the great Muscovite Czar. But there is this important difference, that Philip had, while young, received in southern Greece the best education in all matters of peace and war that the ablest philosophers and generals of the age could bestow. Peter was brought up among barbarians, and in barbaric ignorance. He strove to remedy this when a grown man, by leaving all the temptations to idleness and sensuality which his court offered, and by seeking instruction abroad. He laboured with his own hands as a common artisan in Holland and in England, that he might return and teach his subjects how ships, commerce, and civilization could be acquired. There is a degree of heroism here superior to anything that we know of in the Macedonian king. But Philip's consolidation of the long disunited Macedonian empire, his raising a people which he found the scorn of their civilized southern neighbours to be their dread, his organization of a brave and well-disciplined army instead of a disorderly militia, his creation of a maritime force, and his systematic skill in acquiring and improving seaports and arsenals, his patient tenacity of purpose under reverses, his personal bravery, and even his proneness to coarse amusements and pleasures, all mark him out as the prototype of the imperial founder of the Russian power. In justice, however, to the ancient hero, it ought to be added that we find in the history of Philip no examples of that savage cruelty which deforms so grievously the character of Peter the Great. In considering the effects of the overthrow which the Swedish arms sustained at Poltava, and in speculating on the probable consequences that would have followed if the invaders had been successful, we must not only bear in mind the wretched state in which Peter found Russia at his accession compared with her present grandeur, but we must also keep in view the fact that at the time when Poltava was fought, his reforms were yet incomplete, and his new institutions immature. He had broken up the old Russia, and the new Russia which he ultimately created was still in embryo. Had he been crushed at Poltava, his mighty schemes would have been buried with him, and, to use the words of Voltaire, the most extensive empire in the world would have relapsed into the chaos from which it had been so lately taken. It is this fact that makes the repulse of Charles XII the critical point in the fortunes of Russia. The danger which she incurred a century afterward from her invasion by Napoleon was in reality far less than her peril when Charles attacked her. Though the French emperor, as a military genius, was infinitely superior to the Swedish king, and led a host against her compared with which the armies of Charles seem almost insignificant. But, as Fouch warned his imperial master when he vainly endeavoured to dissuade him from his disastrous expedition against the empire of the Czars, the difference between the Russia of 1812 and the Russia of 1709 was greater than the disparity between the powers of Charles and the might of Napoleon. "If that heroic king," said Fouch, "had not, like your imperial majesty, half Europe in arms to back him, neither had his opponent, the Czar Peter, 400,000 soldiers and 60,000 Cossacks." The historians who describe the state of the Muscovite Empire when revolutionary and imperial France encountered it, narrate with truth and justice how, at the epoch of the French Revolution, this immense empire, comprehending nearly half of Europe and Asia within its dominions, inhabited by a patient and indomitable race, ever ready to exchange the luxury and adventure of the South for the hardships and monotony of the North, was daily becoming more formidable to the liberties of Europe. The Russian infantry had then long been celebrated for its immovable firmness. Her immense population, amounting then in Europe alone to nearly 35 millions, afforded an inexhaustible supply of men. Her soldiers, inured to heat and cold from their infancy, and actuated by a blind devotion to their Czar, united the steady valour of the English to the impetuous energy of the French troops. So also we read how the haughty aggressions of Bonaparte went to excite a national feeling from the banks of the Borysthenes to the wall of China, and to unite against him the wild and uncivilized inhabitants of an extended empire possessed by a love to their religion, their government, and their country, and having a character of stern devotion which he was incapable of estimating. But the Russia of 1709 had no such forces to oppose to an assailant. Her whole population then was below 16 millions, and, what is far more important, this population had neither acquired military spirit nor strong nationality, nor was it united in loyal attachment to its ruler. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 12, Part 2. Peter had wisely abolished the old regular troops of the empire, the Strelitzes, but the forces which he had raised in their stead on a new and foreign plan, and principally officered with foreigners, had, before the Swedish invasion, given no proof that they could be relied on. In numerous encounters with the Swedes, Peter's soldiery had run like sheep before inferior numbers. Great discontent, also, had been excited among all classes of the community by the arbitrary changes which their great emperor introduced, many of which clashed with the most cherished national prejudices of his subjects. A career of victory and prosperity had not yet raised Peter above the reach of that disaffection, nor had superstitious obedience to the Czar yet become the characteristic of the Muscovite mind. The victorious occupation of Moscow by Charles XII would have quelled the Russian nation as effectually as had been the case when Batu Khan and other ancient invaders captured the capital of primitive Muscovy. How little such a triumph could effect towards subduing modern Russia, the fate of Napoleon demonstrated at once and forever. The character of Charles XII has been a favourite theme with historians, moralists, philosophers, and poets. But it is his military conduct during the campaign in Russia that alone requires comment here. Napoleon, in the memoirs dictated by him at St. Helena, has given us a systematic criticism on that, among other celebrated campaigns, his own Russian campaign included. He labours hard to prove that he himself observed all the true principles of offensive war, and probably his censures of Charles's generalship were rather highly coloured for the sake of making his own military skill stand out in more favourable relief. Yet, after making all allowances, we must admit the force of Napoleon's strictures on Charles's tactics, and own that his judgment, though severe, is correct when he pronounces that the Swedish king, unlike his great predecessor Gustavus, knew nothing of the art of war, and was nothing more than a brave and intrepid soldier. Such, however, was not the light in which Charles was regarded by his contemporaries at the commencement of his Russian expedition. His numerous victories, his daring and resolute spirit, combined with the ancient renown of the Swedish arms, then filled all Europe with admiration and anxiety. As Johnson expresses it, his name was then one at which the world grew pale. Even Louis le Grand earnestly solicited his assistance, and our own Marlborough, then in the full career of his victories, was specially sent by the English court to the camp of Charles to propitiate the hero of the North in favour of the cause of the Allies, and to prevent the Swedish sword from being flung into the scale in the French king's favour. But Charles at that time was solely bent on dethroning the sovereign of Russia, as he had already dethroned the sovereign of Poland, and all Europe fully believed that he would entirely crush the Czar, and dictate conditions of peace in the Kremlin. Voltaire attests from personal inspection of the letters of several public ministers to their respective courts, that such was the general expectation. Charles himself looked on success as a matter of certainty, and the romantic extravagance of his views was continually increasing. 1 year, he thought, would suffice for the conquest of Russia. The court of Rome was next to feel his vengeance, as the Pope had dared to oppose the concession of religious liberty to the Silesian Protestants. No enterprise at that time appeared impossible to him. He had even dispatched several officers privately to Asia and Egypt to take plans of the towns, and examine into the strength and resources of those countries. Napoleon thus epitomizes the earlier operations of Charles's invasion of Russia. Quote, "The prince set out from his camp at Alstadt, near Leipzig, in September 1707, at the head of 46,000 men, and traversed Poland. 20,000 men, under Count Lewenhaupt, disembarked at Riga, and 15,000 were in Finland. He was therefore in a condition to have brought together 80,000 of the best troops in the world. He left 10,000 men at Warsaw to guard King Stanislaus, and in January 1708 arrived at Grodno, where he wintered. In June he crossed the forest of Minsk, and presented himself before Borisov, forced the Russian army, which occupied the left bank of the Berezina, defeated 20,000 Russians who were strongly entrenched behind marshes, passed the Borysthenes at Mohilov, and vanquished a corps of 16,000 Muscovites near Slemensko on the 22nd of September. He was now advanced to the confines of Lithuania, and was about to enter Russia proper. The Czar, alarmed at his approach, made him proposals of peace. Up to this time all his movements mere conformable to rule, and his communications were well secured. He was master of Poland and Riga, and only 10 days' march distant from Moscow, and it is probable that he would have reached that capital had he not quitted the high road thither, and directed his steps toward the Ukraine, in order to form a junction with Mazeppa, who brought him only 6,000 men. By this movement his line of operations, beginning at Sweden, exposed his flank to Russia for a distance of 400 leagues, and he was unable to protect it, or to receive either reinforcements or assistance." Napoleon severely censures this neglect of one of the great rules of war. He points out that Charles had not organized his war like Hannibal, on the principle of relinquishing all communications with home, keeping all his forces concentrated, and creating a base of operations in the conquered country. Such had been the bold system of the Carthaginian general, but Charles acted on no such principle, inasmuch as he caused Lewenhaupt, one of his generals who commanded a considerable detachment, and escorted a most important convoy, to follow him at a distance of 12 days' march. By this dislocation of his forces he exposed Lewenhaupt to be overwhelmed separately by the full force of the enemy, and deprived the troops under his own command of the aid which that general's men and stores might have afforded at the very crisis of the campaign. The Czar had collected an army of about 100,000 effective men, and though the Swedes, in the beginning of the invasion, were successful in every encounter, the Russian troops were gradually acquiring discipline, and Peter and his officers were learning generalship from their victors, as the Thebans of old learned it from the Spartans. When Lewenhaupt, in the October of 1708, was striving to join Charles in the Ukraine, the Czar suddenly attacked him near the Borysthenes with an overwhelming force of 50,000 Russians. Lewenhaupt fought bravely for 3 days, and succeeded in cutting his way through the enemy with about 4,000 of his men, to where Charles awaited him near the river Desna. But upwards of 8,000 Swedes fell in these battles. Lewenhaupt's cannon and ammunition were abandoned, and the whole of his important convoy of provisions, on which Charles and his half-starved troops were relying, fell into enemy hands. Charles was compelled to remain in the Ukraine during the winter, but in the spring of 1709 he moved forward toward Moscow, and invested the fortified town of Pultowa on the river Vorskla, a place where the Czar had stored up large supplies of provisions and military stores, and which commanded the roads leading toward Moscow. The possession of this place would have given Charles the means of supplying all the wants of his suffering army, and would also have furnished him with a secure base of operations for his advance against the Muscovite capital. The siege was therefore hotly pressed by the Swedes. The garrison resisted obstinately, and the Czar, feeling the importance of saving the town, advanced in June to its relief at the head of an army from 50 to 60,000 strong. Both sovereigns now prepared for the general action, which each perceived to be inevitable, and which each felt would be decisive of his own and of his country's destiny. The Czar, by some masterly manoeuvres, crossed the Vorskla, and posted his army on the same side of that river with the besiegers, but a little higher up. The Vorskla falls into the Borysthenes about 15 leagues below Poltava, and the Czar arranged his forces in 2 lines, stretching from one river towards the other, so that if the Swedes attacked him and were repulsed, they would be driven backwards into the acute angle formed by the 2 streams at their junction. He fortified these lines with several redoubts lined with heavy artillery, and his troops, both horse and foot, were in the best possible condition, and amply provided with stores and ammunition. Charles's forces were about 24,000 strong, but not more than half of these were Swedes. So much had battle, famine, fatigue, and the deadly frost of Russia thinned the gallant bands which the Swedish king and Lewenhaupt had led to the Ukraine. The other 12,000 men under Charles were Cossacks and Wallachians who had joined him in that country. On hearing that the Czar was about to attack him, he deemed that his dignity required that he himself should be the assailant, and leading his army out of their entrenched lines before the town, he advanced with them against the Russian redoubts. He had been severely wounded in the foot in a skirmish a few days before, and was borne in a litter along the ranks into the thick of the fight. Notwithstanding the fearful disparity of numbers and disadvantage of position, the Swedes never showed their ancient valour more nobly than on that dreadful day. Nor do their Cossack and Wallachian allies seem to have been unworthy of fighting side by side with Charles's veterans. 2 of the Russian redoubts were actually entered, and the Swedish infantry began to raise the cry of victory, but on the other side neither general nor soldiers flinched in their duty. The Russian cannonade and musketry were kept up, fresh masses of defenders were poured into the fortifications, and at length the exhausted remnants of the Swedish columns recoiled from the bloodstained redoubts. Then the Czar led the infantry and cavalry of his first line outside the works, drew them up steadily and skilfully, and the action was renewed along the whole fronts of the 2 armies on the open ground. Each sovereign exposed his life freely in the world-winning battle, and on each side the troops fought obstinately and eagerly under their ruler's eye. It was not till 2 hours from the commencement of the action that, overpowered by numbers, the hitherto invincible Swedes gave way. All then was hopeless disorder and irreparable rout. Driven downward to where the rivers join, the fugitive Swedes surrendered to their victorious pursuers, or perished in the waters of the Borysthenes. Only a few hundreds swam that river with their king and the Cossack Mazeppa, and escaped into the Turkish territory. Nearly 10,000 lay killed and wounded in the redoubts and on the field of battle. In the joy of his heart, the Czar explained, when the strife was over, that the son of the morning had fallen from heaven, and that the foundations of St. Petersburg at length stood firm. Even on that battlefield, near the Ukraine, The Russian emperor's first thoughts were of conquests and aggrandizement on the Baltic. The peace of Nystadt, which transferred the fairest provinces of Sweden to Russia, ratified the judgment of battle which was pronounced at Pultowa. Attacks on Turkey and Persia by Russia commenced almost directly after that victory, and though the Czar failed in his first attempts against the Sultan, the successors of Peter have, one and all, carried on a uniformly aggressive and uniformly successful system of policy against Turkey and against every other state, Asiatic as well as European, which has had the misfortune of having Russia for a neighbor. Orators and authors who have discussed the progress of Russia have often alluded to the similitude between the modern extension of the Muscovite Empire and the extension of the Roman dominions in ancient times. But attention has scarcely been drawn to the closeness of the parallel between conquering Russia and conquering Rome, not only in the extent of conquests, but in the means of effecting conquest. The history of Rome during the century and a half which followed the close of the Second Punic War, and during which her largest acquisitions of territory were made, should be minutely compared with the history of Russia for the last 150 years. The main points of similitude can only be indicated in these pages, but they deserve the fullest consideration. Above all, the 6th chapter of Montesquieu's great treatise on Rome, the chapter De la conduite que les Romains tinrent pour soumettre le peuple, should be carefully studied by everyone who watches the career and policy of Russia. The classic scholar will remember the statecraft of the Roman Senate, which took care in every foreign war to appear in the character of a protector. Thus Rome protected the Aetolians in the Greek cities against Macedon. She protected Bithynia and other small Asiatic states against Syrian kings. She protected Numidia against Carthage, and in numerous other instances assumed the same specious character. But woe to the people whose liberty depends on the continued forbearance of an overmighty protector. Every state which Rome protected was ultimately subjugated and absorbed by her, and Russia has been the protector of Poland, the protector of the Crimea, the protector of Courland, and the protector of Georgia, Emersia, Mingrelia, the Cherkessan and the Caucasian tribes. She has first protected and then appropriated them all. She protects Moldavia and Wallachia. A few years ago she became the protector of Turkey from Mehemet Ali, and since the summer of 1849 she has made herself the protector of Austria. When the partisans of Russia speak of the disinterestedness with which she withdrew her protecting troops from Constantinople and from Hungary, let us here also mark the ominous exactness of the parallel between her and Rome. While the ancient world yet contained a number of independent states, which might have made a formidable league against Rome if she had alarmed them by openly avowing her ambitious schemes, Rome's favourite policy was seeming disinterestedness and moderation. After her first war against Philip, after that against Antiochus, and many others, victorious Rome promptly withdrew her troops from the territories which they occupied. She affected to employ her arms only for the good of others, but when the favourable moment came, she always found a pretext for marching her legions back into each coveted district, and making it a Roman province. Fear, not moderation, is the only effective check on the ambition of such powers as ancient Rome and modern Russia. The amount of that fear depends on the amount of timely vigilance and energy which other states choose to employ against the common enemy of their freedom and national independence. Synopsis of events from the Battle of Pultowa, 1709, and the defeat of Burgoyne at Saratoga, 1777. A.D. 713. Treaty of Utrecht. Philip is left by it in possession of the throne of Spain, but Naples, Milan, the Spanish territories on the Tuscan coast, the Spanish Netherlands, and some parts of the French Netherlands are given to Austria. France cedes to England Hudson's Bay and Straits. the island of St. Christopher, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland in America. Spain cedes to England Gibraltar and Minorca, which the English had taken during the war. The King of Prussia and the Duke of Savoy both obtain considerable additions of territory to their dominions. 1714. Death of Queen Anne. The House of Hanover begins to reign in England. A rebellion in favour of the Stuarts is put down. Death of Louis XIV. 1718. Charles XII killed at the siege of Frederickshall. 1725. Death of Peter the Great of Russia. 1740. Frederick II, King of Prussia, begins his reign. He attacks the Austrian dominions and conquers Silesia. 1742. War between France and England. 1743. Victory of the English at Dettingen. 1745. Victory of the French at Fontenoy. Rebellion in Scotland in favour of the House of Stuart, finally quelled by the Battle of Culloden in the next year. 1748. Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. 1756 to 1763. The 7 Years' War, during which Prussia makes an heroic resistance against the allies of Austria, Russia, and France. England, under the administration of the elder Pitt, afterward Lord Chatham, takes a glorious part in the war in opposition to France and Spain. Wolfe wins the Battle of Quebec, and the English conquer Canada, Cape Breton, and St. John. Clive begins his career of conquest in India. Cuba is taken by the English from Spain. 1763. Treaty of Paris, which leaves the power of Prussia increased and its military reputation greatly exalted. France, by the Treaty of Paris, ceded to England Canada and the island of Cape Breton, with the islands and coasts of the Gulf and River of St. Lawrence. The boundaries between the two nations in North America were fixed by a line drawn along the middle of the Mississippi, from its source to its mouth. All on the left or eastern bank of that river was given up to England, except the city of New Orleans, which was reserved to France, as was also the liberty of the fisheries on a part of the coasts of Newfoundland and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The islands of St. Peter and Miquelon were given them as shelter for their fishermen, but without permission to raise fortifications. The islands of Martinico, Guadeloupe, Marie Galante, Desirada, and St. Lucia were surrendered to France, while Grenada, the Grenadines, St. Vincent, Dominica, and Tobago were ceded to England. This latter power retained her conquests on the Senegal, and restored to France the island of Gorez on the coast of Africa. France was put in possession of the forts and factories which belonged to her in the East Indies, on the coast of Coromandel, Orissa, Malabar, and Bengal, under the restriction of keeping up no military force in Bengal. In Europe, France restored all the conquests she had made in Germany. As also the island of Minorca, England gave up to her Belleisle on the coast of Brittany, while Dunkirk was kept in the same condition as had been determined by the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle. The island of Cuba, with the Havana, were restored to the King of Spain, who, on his part, ceded to England Florida, with Port Augustine and the Bay of Pensacola. The King of Portugal was restored to the same state in which he had been before the war. The colony of St. Sacrament in America, which the Spaniards had conquered, was given back to him. The peace of Paris, of which we have just now spoken, was the era of England's greatest prosperity. Her commerce and navigation extended over all parts of the globe, and were supported by a naval force so much the more imposing as it was no longer counterbalanced by the maritime power of France, which had been almost annihilated in the preceding war. The immense territories which that peace had secured her, both in Africa and America, opened up new channels for her industry, and what deserves specially to be remarked is, that she acquired at the same time vast and important possessions in the East Indies. End of chapter 12, part 2. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13. Victory of the Americans over Burgoyne at Saratoga, A.D. 1777. Westward the course of empire takes its way, the first 4 acts already past. A 5th shall close the drama with the day, time's noblest offspring is its last. Bishop Berkeley. Even of those great conflicts in which hundreds of thousands have been engaged and tens of thousands have fallen, none has been more fruitful of results than this surrender of 3,500 fighting men at Saratoga. It not merely changed the relations of England and the feelings of Europe towards these insurgent colonies, but it has modified for all times to come the connection between every colony and every parent state. Lord Mahon. Of the 4 great powers that now principally rule the political destinies of the world, France and England are the only 2 whose influence can be dated back beyond the last century and a half. The 3rd great power, Russia, was a feeble mass of barbarism before the epoch of Peter the Great, and the very existence of the 4th great power as an independent nation commenced within the memory of living men. By the 4th great power of the world I mean the mighty Commonwealth of the Western Continent, which now commands the admiration of mankind. That homage is sometimes reluctantly given, and accompanied with suspicion and ill will. But none can refuse it. All the physical essentials for national strength are undeniably to be found in the geographical position and amplitude of territory which the United States possess; in their inexhaustible tracts of fertile but hitherto untouched soil, in their stately forests, in their mountain chains and their rivers, their beds of coal, their stores of metallic wealth, in their extensive seaboard along the waters of 2 oceans, and in their already numerous and rapidly increasing population. And when we examine the character of this population, no one can look on the fearless energy, the sturdy determination, the aptitude for local self-government, the versatile alacrity, and the unresting spirit of enterprise which characterize the Anglo-Americans, without feeling that he here beholds the true moral elements of progressive might. 3/4 of a century have not yet passed away since the United States ceased to be mere dependencies of England; and even if we date their origin from the period when the first permanent European settlements, out of which they grew, were made on the western coast of the North Atlantic, the increase of their strength is unparalleled either in rapidity or extent. The ancient Roman boasted with reason of the growth of Rome from humble beginnings to the greatest magnitude which the world had then ever witnessed. But the citizen of the United States is still more justly entitled to claim this praise. In 2 centuries and a half his country has acquired ampler dominion than the Roman gained in 10; and even if we credit the legend of the band of shepherds and outlaws with which Romulus is said to have colonized the 7 hills, we find not there so small a germ of future greatness as we find in the group of 105 ill-chosen and disunited emigrants who founded Jamestown in 1607, or in the scanty band of the Pilgrim Fathers who, a few years later, moored their bark on the wild and rock-bound coast of the wilderness that was to become New England. The power of the United States is emphatically imperium quo neque, ab exordio, ullum fere minus, neque incremitas, toto orbe amplius, humans potest memoria recordare. Eutropius, exordium. Nothing is more calculated to impress the mind with a sense of the rapidity with which the resources of the American Republic advance, than the difficulty which the historical inquirer finds in ascertaining their precise amount. If he consults the most recent works and those written by the ablest investigators of the subject, he finds in them admiring comments on the change which the last few years, before those books were written, had made; but when he turns to apply the estimates in those books to the present moment, he finds them wholly inadequate. Before a book on the subject of the United States has lost its novelty, those states have outgrown the description which it contains. The celebrated work of the French statesman de Tocqueville appeared about 15 years ago. In the passage which I am about to quote, it will be seen that he predicts the constant increase of the Anglo-American power, but he looks on the Rocky Mountains as their extreme western limit for many years to come. He had evidently no expectation of himself seeing that power dominant along the Pacific as well as along the Atlantic coast. He says: "The distance from Lake Superior to the Gulf of Mexico extends from the 47th to the 30th degree of latitude, a distance of more than 1,200 miles, as the bird flies. The frontier of the United States winds along the whole of this immense line, sometimes falling within its limits, but more frequently extending far beyond it into the waste. It has been calculated that the whites advance every year a mean distance of 17 miles along the whole of this vast boundary. Obstacles such as an unproductive district, a lake, or an Indian nation unexpectedly encountered, are sometimes met with. The advancing column then halts for a while, its two extremities fall back upon themselves, and as soon as they are reunited they proceed onwards. This gradual and continual progress of the European race towards the Rocky Mountains has the solemnity of a providential event. It is like a deluge of men rising unabatedly and daily driven onwards by the hand of God. Within this first line of conquering settlers towns are built, and vast estates founded. In 1790 there were only a few thousand pioneers sprinkled along the valleys of the Mississippi, and at the present day these valleys contain as many inhabitants as were to be found in the whole Union in 1790. Their population amounts to nearly 4 millions. The city of Washington was founded in 1800 in the very center of the Union. But such are the changes which have taken place that it now stands at one of the extremities, and the delegates of the most remote Western States are already obliged to perform a journey as long so that from Vienna to Paris. It must not, then, be imagined that the impulse of the British race in the New World can be arrested. The dismemberment of the Union and the hostilities which might ensue, the abolition of republican institutions, and the tyrannical government which might succeed it, may retard this impulse, but they cannot prevent it from ultimately fulfilling the destinies to which that race is reserved. No power on earth can close up on the emigrants that fertile wilderness which offers resources to all industry and a refuge from all want. Future events, of whatever nature they may be, will not deprive the Americans of their climate, or of their inland seas, or of their great rivers, or of their exuberant soil. Nor will bad laws, revolutions, and anarchy be able to obliterate that love of prosperity and that spirit of enterprise which seem to be the distinctive characteristics of their race, or to extinguish that knowledge which guides them on their way. Thus, in the midst of an uncertain future, one event at least is sure. At a period which may be said to be near, for we are speaking of the life of a nation, the Anglo-Americans will alone cover the immense space contained between the polar regions and the tropics, extending from the coast of the Atlantic to the shores of the Pacific Ocean. The territory which will probably be occupied by the Anglo-Americans at some future time may be computed to equal 3/4 of Europe in extent. The climate of the Union is upon the whole preferable to that of Europe, and its natural advantages are not less great. It is therefore evident that its population will at some future time be proportionate to our own. Europe, divided as it is between so many different nations, and torn as it has been by incessant wars and the barbarous manners of the Middle Ages, has notwithstanding attained a population of 410 inhabitants to the square league. What cause can prevent the United States from having as numerous a population in time? The time will therefore come when 150 millions of men will be living in North America, equal in condition, the progeny of one race, owing their origin to the same cause, and preserving the same civilization, the same language, the same religion, the same habits, the same manners, and imbued with the same opinions propagated under the same forms. The rest is uncertain, but this is certain, and it is a fact new to the world, a fact fraught with such portentous consequences as to baffle the efforts even of the imagination. Note: the original French of these passages will be found in the chapter on Quelles sont les chances des durées de l'Union Américaine, quel danger la menaçant, in the 3rd volume of the first part of De Tocqueville, and in the conclusion of the first part. They are, with others, collected and translated by Mr. Allison in his Essays, Volume 3, page 374. Let us turn from the French statesman writing in 1835 to an English statesman who is justly regarded as the highest authority on all statistical subjects, and who described the United States only 7 years ago. Macgregor's Commercial Statistics, tells us: "The states which, on the ratification of independence, formed the American Republican Union, were 13, these being Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. The foregoing 13 states, the whole inhabited territory of which, with the exception of a few small settlements, was confined to the region extending between the Alleghany Mountains and the Atlantic, were those which existed at the period when they became an acknowledged, separate, and independent federal sovereign power. The 13 stripes of the standard or flag of the United States continue to represent the original number. The stars have multiplied to 26. Fresh stars have dawned since this was written, according as the numbers of states have increased. The territory of the 13 original states of the Union, including Maine and Vermont, comprehended a superficies of 371,124 English square miles; that of the whole United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, 120,354; that of France, including Corsica, 214,910; that of the Austrian Empire, including Hungary and all the imperial states, 257,540 English square miles. The present superficies of the 26 constitutional states of the Anglo-American Union and the District of Columbia and territories of Florida include 1,029,025 square miles, to which if we add the Northwest or Wisconsin territory east of the Mississippi and bounded by Lake Superior on the north and Michigan on the east, and occupying at least 100,000 square miles, and then add the great western region, not yet well defined territories, but at the most limited calculation comprehending 700,000 square miles, the whole unbroken in its vast length and breadth by foreign nations, comprehends a portion of the earth's surface equal to 1,729,025 English, or 1,296,770 geographical square miles. We may add that the population of the states, when they declared their independence, was about 2 millions and a half. It is now 23 millions. I have quoted Macgregor not only on account of the clear and full view which he gives of the progress of America to the date when he wrote, but because his description may be contrasted with what the United States have become, even since his book appeared. Only 3 years after the time when Macgregor wrote this, the American President truly stated: "Within less than 4 years the annexation of Texas to the Union has been consummated. All conflicting title to the Oregon Territory south of the 49th degree of north latitude adjusted, and New Mexico and Upper California have been acquired by treaty. The area of these several territories contains 1,193,061 square miles, or 763,559,040 acres, while the area of the remaining 29 states and the territory not yet organized into states east of the Rocky Mountains contains 2,059,513 square miles, or 1,318,126,058 acres. These estimates show that the territories recently acquired, and over which our exclusive jurisdiction and dominion have been extended, constitute a country more than half as large as all that which was held by the United States before their acquisition. If Oregon be excluded from the estimate, there will still remain within the limits of Texas, New Mexico, and California 851,598 square miles, or 545,012,720 acres, being an addition equal to more than 1/3 of all the territory owned by the United States before their acquisition, and, including Oregon, nearly as great an extent of territory as the whole of Europe, Russia only excepted. The Mississippi, so lately the frontier of our country, is now only its center. With the addition of the late acquisitions, the United States are now estimated to be nearly as large as the whole of Europe. The extent of the sea coast of Texas on the Gulf of Mexico is upwards of 400 miles, of the coast of Upper California on the Pacific of 970 miles, and of Oregon, including the Straits of Fuca, 650 miles, making the whole extent of sea coast on the Pacific 1,620 miles, and the whole extent on both the Pacific and the Gulf of Mexico 2,020 miles. The length of the coast on the Atlantic, from the northern limits of the United States, round the Capes of Florida to the Sabine on the eastern boundary of Texas, is estimated to be 3,100 miles, so that the addition of sea coast, including Oregon, is very nearly 2/3 as great as all we possessed before, and excluding Oregon, is an addition of 1,370 miles, being nearly equal to 1/2 of the extent of coast which we possessed before these acquisitions. We have now 3 great maritime fronts, on the Atlantic, the Gulf of Mexico, and the Pacific, making in the whole an extent of seacoast exceeding 5,000 miles. This is the extent of the seacoast of the United States, not including bays, sounds, and small irregularities of the main shore, and of the sea islands. If these be included, the length of the shore line of coast, as estimated by the Superintendent of the Coast Survey in his report, would be 33,063 miles. The importance of the power of the United States being then firmly planted along the Pacific applies not only to the New World, but to the Old. Opposite to San Francisco, on the coast of that ocean, lie the wealthy but decrepit empires of China and Japan. Numerous groups of islets stud the larger part of the intervening sea and form convenient stepping stones for the progress of commerce or ambition. The intercourse of traffic between these ancient Asiatic monarchies and the young Anglo-American republic must be rapid and extensive. Any attempt of the Chinese or Japanese rulers to check it will only accelerate an armed collision. The American will either buy or force his way. Between such populations as that of China and Japan on the one side, and that of the United States on the other, the former haughty, formal, and insolent, the latter bold, intrusive, and unscrupulous, causes of quarrel must sooner or later arise. The results of such a quarrel cannot be doubted. America will scarcely imitate the forbearance shown by England at the end of our late war with the Celestial Empire, and the conquests of China and Japan by the fleets and armies of the United States are events which many now living are likely to witness. Compared with the magnitude of such changes in the dominion of the Old World, the certain ascendancy of the Anglo-Americans over Central and Southern America seems a matter of secondary importance. Well may we repeat de Tocqueville's words that the growing power of this commonwealth is un fait entièrement nouveau dans le monde, et dont l'imagination elle-même ne saurait saisir la portée. These remarks were written in 1851, and now, in May 1852, a powerful squadron of American war steamers has been sent to Japan, for the ostensible purpose of securing protection for the crews of American vessels shipwrecked on the Japanese coasts, but also evidently for important ulterior purposes. An Englishman may look, and ought to look, on the growing grandeur of the Americans with no small degree of generous sympathy and satisfaction. They, like ourselves, are members of the great Anglo-Saxon nation, whose race and language are now overrunning the world from one end of it to the other. Arnold. And whatever differences of form of government may exist between us and them, whatever reminiscences of the days when, though brethren, we strove together, may rankle in the minds of us, the defeated party, we should cherish the bonds of common nationality that still exist between us. We should remember, as the Athenians remembered of the Spartans at a season of jealousy and temptation, that our race is one, being of the same blood, speaking the same language, having an essential resemblance in our institutions and usages, and worshipping in the temples of the same God. Herodotus, Vol. 8, 144. All this may and should be borne in mind, and yet an Englishman can hardly watch the progress of America without the regretful thought that America once was English, and that, but for the folly of our rulers, she might be English still. It is true that the commerce between the two countries has largely and beneficially increased, but this is no proof that the increase would not have been still greater, had the States remained integral portions of the same great empire. By giving a fair and just participation in political rights, these, the fairest possessions of the British Crown, might have been preserved to it. This ancient and most noble monarchy, Lord Chatham, would not have been dismembered, nor should we see that which ought to be the right arm of our strength now menacing us in every political crisis, as the most formidable rival of our commercial and maritime ascendancy. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California. Chapter 13, Part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 2. The war which rent away the North American colonies of England is, of all subjects in history, the most painful for an Englishman to dwell on. It was commenced and carried on by the British ministry in iniquity and folly, and it was concluded in disaster and shame. But the contemplation of it cannot be evaded by the historian, however much it may be abhorred. Nor can any military event said to have exercised more important influence on the future fortunes of mankind than the complete defeat of Burgoyne's expedition in 1777, a defeat which rescued the revolted colonists from certain subjection, and which, by inducing the courts of France and Spain to attack England in their behalf, ensured the independence of the United States and the formation of that transatlantic power which, not only America, but both Europe and Asia, now see and feel. Still, in proceeding to describe this decisive battle of the world, a very brief recapitulation of the earlier events of the war may be sufficient, nor shall I linger unnecessarily on a painful theme. The 5 northern colonies of Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, and Vermont, usually classed together as the New England colonies, were the strongholds of the insurrection against the mother country. The feeling of resistance was less vehement and general in the central settlement of New York, and still less so in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the other colonies of the South, although everywhere it was formidably active. Virginia should, perhaps, be particularized for the zeal which its leading men displayed in the American cause; but it was among the descendants of the stern Puritans that the spirit of Cromwell and Vane breathed in all its fervor; it was from the New Englanders that the first armed opposition to the British crown had been offered, and it was by them that the most stubborn determination to fight to the last, rather than waive a single right or privilege, had been displayed. In 1775 they had succeeded in forcing the British troops to evacuate Boston, and the events of 1776 had made New York, which the Royalists captured in that year, the principal basis of operations for the armies of the mother country. A glance at the map will show that the Hudson River, which falls into the Atlantic at New York, runs down from the north at the back of the New England states, forming an angle of about 45 degrees with the line of the coast of the Atlantic, along which the New England states are situate. Northward of the Hudson we see a small chain of lakes communicating with the Canadian frontier. It is necessary to attend closely to these geographical points in order to understand the plan of the operations which the English attempted in 1777, and which the battle of Saratoga defeated. The English had a considerable force in Canada, and in 1776 had completely repulsed an attack which the Americans had made upon that province. The British ministry resolved to avail themselves in the next year of the advantage which the occupation of Canada gave them, not merely for the purpose of defense, but for the purpose of striking a vigorous and crushing blow against the revolted colonies. With this in view, the army in Canada was largely reinforced. 7,000 veteran troops were sent out from England, with a corps of artillery abundantly supplied, and led by select and experienced officers. Large quantities of military stores were also furnished for the equipment of the Canadian volunteers, who were expected to join the expedition. It was intended that the force thus collected should march southward by the line of the lakes, and thence along the banks of the Hudson River. The British army in New York, or a large detachment of it, was to make a simultaneous movement northward, up the line of the Hudson, and the two expeditions were to unite at Albany, a town on that river. By these operations all communication between the northern colonies and those of the center and south would be cut off. An irresistible force would be concentrated, so as to crush all further opposition in New England; and when this was done, it was believed that the other colonies would speedily submit. The Americans had no troops in the field that seemed able to baffle these movements. Their principal army, under Washington, was occupied in watching over Pennsylvania and the South. At any rate, it was believed that, in order to oppose the plan intended for the new campaign, the insurgent must risk a pitched battle, in which the superiority of the Royalists in numbers, in discipline, and equipment, seemed to promise to the latter a crowning victory. Without question the plan was ably formed, and had the success of the execution been equal to the ingenuity of the design, the reconquest or submission of the 13 United States must, in all human probability, have followed, and the independence which they proclaimed in 1776 would have been extinguished before it existed a second year. No European power had as yet come forward to aid America. It is true that England was generally regarded with jealousy and ill will, and was thought to have acquired, at the Treaty of Paris, a preponderance of dominion which was perilous to the balance of power; but though many were willing to wound, none had yet ventured to strike, and America, if defeated in 1777, would have been suffered to fall unaided. In Lord Albemarle's Memoirs of the Marquis of Rockingham is contained the following remarkable paper, drawn up by King George III. himself respecting the plan of Burgoyne's expedition. The original is in the King's own hand. Remarks on the conduct of the war from Canada. The outlines of the plan seem to be on a proper foundation. The rank and file of the army now in Canada, including the 11th Regiment of British, Maclean's Corps, the Brunswicks, and Hanover, amount to 10,527. Add the 11 additional companies and 400 Hanover chasseurs, the total will be 11,443. As sickness and other contingencies must be expected, I should think not above 7,000 effectives can be spared over Lake Champlain, for it would be highly imprudent to run any risk in Canada. The fixing the stations of those left in the province may not be quite right, though the plan proposed may be recommended. Indians must be employed, and this measure must be avowedly directed, and Carleton must be in the strongest manner directed that the Apollo shall be ready by that day to receive Burgoyne. The magazines must be formed with the greatest expedition at Crown Point. If possible, possession must be taken of Lake George, and nothing but an absolute impossibility of succeeding in this can be an excuse for proceeding by South Bay and Skeenborough. As Sir W. Howe does not think of acting from Rhode Island into the Massachusetts, the force from Canada must join him in Albany. The diversion of the Mohawk River ought at least to be strengthened by the addition of the 400 Hanover chasseurs. The ordnance ought to furnish a complete proportion of intrenching tools. The provisions ought to be calculated for a third more than the effective soldiery, and the general order to avoid delivering these when the army can be subsisted by the country. Burgoyne certainly greatly undervalues the German recruits. The idea of carrying the army by sea to Sir W. Howe would certainly require the leaving of a much larger part of it in Canada, as in that case the rebel army would divide that province from the immense one under Sir W. Howe. I greatly dislike this last idea. Burgoyne had gained celebrity by some bold and dashing exploits in Portugal during the last war. He was personally as brave an officer as ever headed British troops. He had considerable skill as a tactician, and his general intellectual abilities and acquirements were of a high order. He had several very able and experienced officers under him, among whom were Major General Phillips and Brigadier General Fraser. His regular troops amounted, exclusively of the corps of artillery, to about 7,200 men, rank and file. Nearly half of these were Germans. He had also an auxiliary force of from 2,000 to 3,000 Canadians. He summoned the warriors of several tribes of the Red Indians near the Western Lakes to join his army. Much eloquence was poured forth, both in America and in England, in denouncing the use of these savage auxiliaries. Yet Burgoyne seems to have done no more than Montcalm, Wolfe, and other French, American, and English generals had done before him. But in truth, the lawless ferocity of the Indians, their unskillfulness in regular action, and the utter impossibility of bringing them under any discipline, made their services of little or no value in times of difficulty; while the indignation which their outrage inspired went far to rouse the whole population of the invaded districts into active hostilities against Burgoyne's force. Burgoyne assembled his troops and confederates near the river Bouquet, on the west side of Lake Champlain. He then, on the 21st of June, 1777, gave his red allies a war feast, and harangued them on the necessity of abstaining from their usual cruel practices against unarmed people and prisoners. At the same time he published a pompous manifesto to the Americans, in which he threatened the refractory with all the honors of war, Indian as well as European. The army proceeded by water to Crown Point, a fortification which the Americans held at the northern extremity of the inlet by which the water from Lake George is conveyed to Lake Champlain. He landed here without opposition, but the reduction of Ticonderoga, a fortification about 12 miles to the south of Crown Point, was a more serious matter, and was supposed to be the critical part of the expedition. Ticonderoga commanded the passage along the lakes, and was considered to be the key to the route which Burgoyne wished to follow. The English had been repulsed in an attack on it in the war with the French in 1768, with severe loss. But Burgoyne now invested it with great skill, and the American general St. Clair, who had only an ill-equipped army of about 3,000 men, evacuated it on the 5th of July. It seems evident that a different course would have caused the destruction or capture of his whole army, which, weak as it was the chief force then in the field for the protection of the New England states. When censured by some of his countrymen for abandoning Ticonderoga, St. Clair truly replied that he had lost a post but saved a province. Burgoyne's troops pursued the retiring Americans, gained several advantages over them, and took a large part of their artillery and military stores. The loss of the British in these engagements was trifling. The army moved southward along Lake George to Skenesborough, and thence slowly and with great difficulty across a broken country full of creeks and marshes, and clogged by the enemy with felled trees and other obstacles, to Fort Edward on the Hudson River, the American troops continuing to retire before them. Burgoyne reached the left bank of the Hudson River on the 30th of July. Hitherto he had overcome every difficulty which the enemy and the nature of the country had placed in his way. His army was in excellent order and in the highest spirits, and the peril of the expedition seemed over, when they were once on the bank of the river which was to be the channel of communication between them and the British army in the south. But their feelings, and those of the English nation in general, when their successes were announced, may best be learned from a contemporary writer. Burke, in the Annual Register for 1777, described them thus: "Such was the rapid torrent of success which swept everything away before the northern army in its onset. It is not to be wondered at if both officers and private men were highly elated with their good fortune, and deemed that their prowess be irresistible. if they regarded their enemy with the greatest contempt, considered their own toils to be nearly at an end, Albany to be already in their hands, and the reduction of the northern provinces be rather a matter of some time than an arduous task full of difficulty and danger. At home the joy and exultation was extreme, not only at court, but with all those who hoped or wished the unqualified subjugation and unconditional submission of the colonies. The loss in reputation was greater to the Americans, and capable of more fatal consequences, than even that of ground, of posts, of artillery, or of men. All the contemptuous and most degrading charges which had been made by their enemies, of their wanting the resolution and abilities of men, even in their defence of whatever was dear to them, were now repeated and believed. Those who still regarded them as men, and who had not yet lost all affection to them as brethren, who also retained hopes that a happy reconciliation upon constitutional principles, without sacrificing the dignity or the just authority of government on the one side, or a dereliction of the rights of freemen on the other, was not even now impossible, notwithstanding their favorable dispositions in general, could not help feeling upon this occasion that the Americans sunk not a little in their estimation. It was not difficult to diffuse an opinion that the war in effect was over, and that any further resistance could serve only to render the terms of their submission the worse. Such were some of the immediate effects of the loss of those grand keys of North America, Ticonderoga and the Lakes. The astonishment and alarm which these events produced among the Americans were naturally great, but in the midst of their disasters none of the colonists showed any disposition to submit. The local governments of the New England states, as well as the Congress, acted with vigor and firmness in their efforts to repel the enemy. General Gates was sent to take command of the army at Saratoga, and Arnold, a favorite leader of the Americans, was dispatched by Washington to act under him, with reinforcements of troops and guns from the main American army. Burgoyne's employment of the Indians now produced the worst possible effects. Though he labored hard to check the atrocities which they were accustomed to commit, he could not prevent the occurrence of many barbarous outrages, repugnant both to the feelings of humanity and to the laws of civilized warfare. The American commanders took care that the reports of these excesses should be circulated far and wide, well knowing that they would make the stern New Englanders not droop, but rage. Such was their effect, and though, when each man looked upon his wife, his children, his sisters, or his aged parents, the thought of the merciless Indians thirsting for the blood of man, woman, and child, of the cannibal savage torturing, murdering, roasting, and eating the mangled victims of his barbarous battles, from Lord Chatham's speech on the employment of Indians in war, might raise terror in the bravest breasts, this very terror produced a directly contrary effect to causing submission to the royal army. It was seen that the few friends of the royal cause, as well as its enemies, were liable to be the victims of the indiscriminate rage of the savages. See in the Annual Register for 1777, page 117, the narrative of the murder of Miss McCrey, the daughter of an American loyalist. And thus the inhabitants of the open and frontier countries had no choice of acting. They had no means of security left but by abandoning their habitations and taking up arms. Every man saw the necessity of becoming a temporary soldier, not only for his own security, but for the protection and defense of those connections which are dearer than life itself. Thus an army was poured forth by the woods, mountains, and marshes, which in this part were thickly sown with plantations and villages. The Americans recalled their courage, and when their regular armies seemed to be entirely wasted, the spirit of the country produced a much greater and more formidable force. Burke. End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Chapter 13, Part 3 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 3. While resolute recruits, accustomed to the use of firearms, and all partially trained by service in the provincial militias, were thus flocking to the standard of Gates and Arnold at Saratoga, and while Burgoyne was engaged at Port Edward in providing the means for the further advance of his army through the intricate and hostile country that still lay before him, two events occurred, in each of which the British sustained loss, and the Americans obtained advantage, the moral effects of which were even more important than the immediate result of the encounters. When Burgoyne left Canada, General Sergeant Ledger was detached from that province with a mixed force of about 1,000 men, and some light field pieces, across Lake Ontario against Fort Stanwix, which the Americans held. After capturing this, he was to march along the Mohawk River to its confluence with the Hudson, between Saratoga and Albany, where his force and that of Burgoyne were to unite. But, after some successes, Sergeant Ledger was obliged to retreat, and to abandon his tents and large quantities of stores to the garrison. At the very time that General Burgoyne heard of this disaster, he experienced one still more severe in the defeat of Colonel Baum with a large detachment of German troops at Bennington, whither Burgoyne had sent for them the purpose of capturing some magazines of provisions, of which the British army stood greatly in need. The Americans, augmented by continual accessions of strength, succeeded, after many attacks, in breaking this corps, which fled into the woods, and left its commander mortally wounded on the field. They then marched against it a force of 500 grenadiers and light infantry, which was advancing to Colonel Baum's assistance under Lieutenant Colonel Breyman, who, after a gallant resistance, was obliged to retreat on the main army. The British loss in these two actions exceeded 600 men, and a party of American loyalists, on their way to join the army, having attached themselves to Colonel Baum's corps, were destroyed with it. Notwithstanding these reverses, which added greatly to the spirit and numbers of the American forces, Burgoyne determined to advance. It was impossible any longer to keep up his communications with Canada by way of the lakes, so as to supply his army on his southward march, but having by unremitting exertions collected provisions for 30 days, he crossed the Hudson by means of a bridge of rafts, and, marching a short distance along its western bank, he encamped on the 14th of September on the heights of Saratoga, about 16 miles from Albany. The Americans had fallen back from Saratoga, and were now strongly posted near Stillwater, about halfway between Saratoga and Albany, and showed a determination to recede no farther. Meanwhile Lord Howe, with the bulk of the British army that had lain at New York, had sailed away to the Delaware, and there commenced a campaign against Washington, in which the English general took Philadelphia, and gained other showy but unprofitable successes, but Sir Henry Clinton, a brave and skilful soldier, was left with a considerable force at New York, and he undertook the task of moving up the Hudson to cooperate with Burgoyne. Clinton was obliged for this purpose to wait for reinforcements which had been promised from England, and these did not arrive till September. As soon as he received them, Clinton embarked about 3,000 of his men on a flotilla, convoyed by some ships of war under Commander Hotham, and proceeded to force his way up the river, but it was long before he was able to open any communication with Burgoyne. The country between Burgoyne's position at Saratoga and that of the Americans at Stillwater was rugged, and seamed with creeks and watercourses, but after great labor in making bridges and temporary causeways, the British army moved forward. About 4 miles from Saratoga, on the afternoon of the 19th of September, a sharp encounter took place between part of the English right wing, under Burgoyne himself, and a strong body of the enemy, under Gates and Arnold. The conflict lasted till sunset. The British remained masters of the field, but the loss on each side was nearly equal, from 500 to 600 men, and the spirits of the Americans were greatly raised by having withstood the best regular troops of the English army. Burgoyne now halted again, and strengthened his position by fieldworks and redoubts, and the Americans also improved their defenses. The two armies remained nearly within cannon shot of each other for a considerable time, during which Burgoyne was anxiously looking for intelligence of the promised expedition from New York, which, according to the original plan, ought by this time to have been approaching Albany from the south. At last, a messenger from Clinton made his way, with great difficulty, to Burgoyne's camp, and brought the information that Clinton was on his way up the Hudson to attack the American forts which barred the passage up that river to Albany. Burgoyne, in reply, on the 30th of September, urged Clinton to attack the forts as speedily as possible, stating that the effect of such an attack, or even the semblance of it, would be to move the American army from its position before his own troops. By another messenger, who had reached Clinton on the 5th of October, Burgoyne informed his brother general that he had lost his communications with Canada, but had provisions which would last him till the 20th. Burgoyne described himself as strongly posted, and stated that though the Americans in front of him were strongly posted also, he made no doubt of being able to force them, and making his way to Albany, but that he doubted whether he could subsist there, as the country was drained of provisions. He wished Clinton to meet him there, and to keep open a communication with New York. See the letters of General Clinton to General Harvey, published by Lord Albemarle in his Memoirs of the Marquis of Rockingham, Volume 2, page 335, ET-SEQ. Burgoyne had overestimated his resources, and in the very beginning of October found difficulty and distress pressing him hard. The Indians and Canadians began to desert him, while, on the other hand, Gates's army was continually reinforced by fresh bodies of the militia. An expeditionary force was detached by the Americans, which made a bold, though unsuccessful, attempt to retake Ticonderoga. And finding the number and spirit of the enemy to increase daily, and his own stores of provision to diminish, Burgoyne determined on attacking the Americans in front of him, and by dislodging them from their position, to gain the means of moving upon Albany, or at least of relieving his troops from the straitened position in which they were cooped up. Burgoyne's force was now reduced to less than 6,000 men. The right of his camp was on some high ground a little west of the river. Thence his entrenchments extended along the lower ground to the bank of the Hudson, the line of their fort being nearly at a right angle with the course of the stream. The lines were fortified with redoubts and fieldworks, and on a height on the bank of the extreme right a strong redoubt was reared, and entrenchments, in a horseshoe form, thrown up. The Hessians, under Colonel Breyman, were stationed here, forming a flank defence to Burgoyne's main army. The numerical force of the Americans was now greater than the British even in regular troops, and the numbers of the militia and volunteers which had joined Gates and Arnold were greater still. General Lincoln with 2,000 New England troops had reached the American camp on the 29th of September. Gates gave him the command of the right wing, and took in person the command of the left wing, which was composed of 2 brigades under Generals Poor and Leonard, of Colonel Morgan's rifle corps, and part of the fresh New England militia. The whole of the American lines had been ably fortified under the direction of the celebrated Polish general, Kosciuszko, who was now serving as a volunteer in Gates's army. The right of the American position, that is to say, the part of it nearest to the river, was too strong to be assailed with any prospect of success, and Burgoyne therefore determined to endeavour to force their left. For this purpose he formed a column of 1,500 regular troops, with 2 12-pounders, 2 howitzers, and 6 6-pounders. He headed in this position, having Generals Phillips, Reidesel, and Fraser under him. The enemy's force immediately in front of his lines was so strong that he dared not weaken the troops who guarded them by detaching any more to strengthen his column of attack. It was on the 7th of October that Burgoyne led his column forward, and on the preceding day, the 6th, Clinton had successfully executed a brilliant enterprise against the 2 American forts which barred his progress up the Hudson. He had captured them both, with severe loss to the American forces opposed to him. He had destroyed the fleet which the Americans had been forming on the Hudson, under the protection of their forts, and the upward river was laid open to his squadron. He had also, with admirable skill and industry, collected in small vessels, such as could float within a few miles of Albany, provisions sufficient to supply Burgoyne's army for 6 months. See Clinton's letters in Lord Albemarle, page 337. He was now only 156 miles distant from Burgoyne, and a detachment of 1,700 men actually advanced within 40 miles of Albany. Unfortunately, Burgoyne and Clinton were each ignorant of the other's movements, but if Burgoyne had won his battle on the 7th, he must on advancing have soon learned the tidings of Clinton's success, and Clinton would have heard of his. A junction would soon have been made of the 2 victorious armies, and the great objects of the campaign might yet have been accomplished. All depended on the fortune of the column with which Burgoyne, on the eventful 7th of October, 1777, advanced against the American position. There were brave men, both English and German, in its ranks, and in particular it comprised one of the best bodies of grenadiers in the British service. I am indebted for many of the details of the battle to Mr. Lossing's Field Book of the Revolution. Burgoyne pushed forward some bodies of irregular troops to distract the enemy's attention, and led his column to within 3/4 of a mile from the left of Gates's camp, and then deployed his men into line. The grenadiers under Major Ackland and the artillery under Major Williams were drawn up on the left. A corps of Germans under General Reidesel and some British troops under General Phillips were in the centre, and the English light infantry and the 24th Regiment under Lord Balcarres and General Fraser were on the right. But Gates did not wait to be attacked, and directly the British line was formed and began to advance, the American general, with admirable skill, caused General Poor's brigade of New York and New Hampshire troops, and part of General Leonard's brigade, to make a sudden and vehement rush against its left, and at the same time sent Colonel Morgan, with his rifle corps and other troops, amounting to 1,500, to turn the right of the English. The grenadiers under Ackland sustained the charge of superior numbers nobly, but Gates sent more Americans forward, and in a few minutes the action became general along the centre, so as to prevent the Germans from detaching any help to the grenadiers. Morgan, with his riflemen, was now pressing Lord Balcarres and General Fraser hard, and fresh masses of the enemy were observed advancing from their extreme left, with the evident intention of forcing the British right and cutting off its retreat. The English light infantry and the 24th now fell back, and formed an oblique second line, which enabled them to baffle this maneuver, and also to succor their comrades in the left wing, the gallant grenadiers, who were overpowered by superior numbers and, but for this aid, must have been cut to pieces. The contest now was fiercely maintained on both sides. The English cannon were repeatedly taken and retaken, but when the grenadiers near them were forced back by the weight of superior numbers, one of the guns was permanently captured by the Americans, and turned upon the English. Major Williams and Major Ackland were both made prisoners, and in this part of the field the advantage of the Americans was declared. The British centre still held its ground, but now it was that the American General Arnold appeared on the scene, and did more for his countrymen than whole battalions could have effected. Arnold, when the decisive engagement of the 7th of October commenced, had been deprived of his command by Gates, in consequence of a quarrel between them about the action of the 19th of September. He had listened for a short time in the American camp to the thunder of the battle, in which he had no military right to take part, either as commander or as combatant. But his excited spirit could not long endure such a state of inaction. He called for his horse, a powerful brown charger, and springing upon it, galloped furiously to where the fight seemed to be the thickest. Gates saw him, and sent an aide-de-camp to recall him, but Arnold spurred far in advance, and placed himself at the head of the 3 regiments which had formerly been under him, and which welcomed their old commander with joyous cheers. He led them instantly upon the British centre, and then galloping along the American line, he issued orders for a renewed and a closer attack, which were obeyed with alacrity, Arnold himself setting the example of the most daring personal bravery, and charging more than once, sword in hand, into the English ranks. On the British side the officers did their duty nobly, but General Fraser was the most eminent of them all, restoring order wherever the line began to waver, and infusing fresh courage into his men by voice and example. Mounted on an iron grey charger, and dressed in the full uniform of a general officer, he was conspicuous to foes as well as to friends. The American Colonel Morgan thought that the fate of the battle rested on this gallant man's life, and calling several of his best marksmen round him, pointed Fraser out, and said, "That officer is General Fraser. I admire him, but he must die. Our victory depends on it. Take your stations in that clump of bushes, and do your duty." Within 5 minutes Fraser fell mortally wounded, and was carried to the British camp by 2 grenadiers. Just previously to his being struck by the fatal bullet, one rifle ball had cut the crupper of his saddle, and smother had passed through his horse's mane close behind the ears. His aide-de-camp had noticed this, and said, "It is evident that you are marked out for particular aim. Would it not be prudent for you to retire from this place?" Fraser replied, "My duty forbids me to fly from danger," and the next moment he fell. Lossing. End of chapter 13, part 3.
Chapter 13, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 13, Part 4. Burgoyne's whole force was now compelled to retreat towards their camp. The left and center were in complete disorder, but the light infantry and the 24th checked the fury of the assailants, and the remains of the column with great difficulty effected their return to their camp, leaving 6 of their cannons in the possession of the enemy, and great numbers of killed and wounded on the field, and especially a large proportion of the artillerymen, who had stood to their guns until shot down or bayoneted beside them by the advancing Americans. Burgoyne's column had been defeated, but the action was not yet over. The English had scarcely entered the camp when the Americans, pursuing their success, assaulted it in several places with remarkable impetuosity, rushing in upon the entrenchments and redoubts through a severe fire of grape shot and musketry. Arnold especially, who on this day appeared maddened with the thirst of combat and carnage, urged on the attack against a part of the entrenchment which was occupied by the light infantry under Lord Balcarres. Botta's American War, Book 8. But the English received him with vigor and spirit. The struggle here was obstinate and sanguinary. At length, as it grew towards evening, Arnold, having forced all obstacles, entered the works with some of the most fearless of his followers. But in this critical moment of glory and danger, he received a painful wound in the same leg which had already been injured at the assault on Quebec. To his bitter regret, he was obliged to be carried back. His party still continued the attack, but the English also continued their obstinate resistance, and at last night fell, and the assailants withdrew from this quarter of the British intrenchments. But in another part the attack had been more successful. A body of the Americans, under Colonel Brooke, forced their way in through a part of the horseshoe intrenchments on the extreme right, which was defended by the Hessian reserve under Colonel Breyman. The Germans resisted well, and Breyman died in defense of his post, but the Americans made good the ground which they had won, and captured baggage, tents, artillery, and a store of ammunition which they were greatly in need of. They had, by establishing themselves on this point, acquired the means of completely turning the right flank of the British and gaining their rear. To prevent this calamity, Burgoyne effected during the night an entire change of position. With great skill he removed his whole army to some heights near the river, a little northward of the former camp, and he there drew up his men, expecting to be attacked on the following day. But Gates was resolved not to risk the certain triumph which his success had already secured for him. He harassed the English with skirmishes, but attempted no regular attack. Meanwhile he detached bodies of troops on both sides of the Hudson to prevent the British from recrossing that river, and to bar their retreat. When night fell, it became absolutely necessary for Burgoyne to retire again, and accordingly the troops were marched through a stormy and rainy night towards Saratoga, abandoning their sick and wounded, and the greater part of their baggage, to the enemy. Before the rear guard quitted the camp, the last sad honors were paid to the brave General Fraser, who expired on the day after the action. He had, almost with his last breath, expressed a wish to be buried in the redoubt which had formed the part of the British lines where he had been stationed, but which had now been abandoned by the English, and was within full range of the cannon which the advancing Americans were rapidly placing in position to bear upon Burgoyne's force. Burgoyne resolved, nevertheless, to comply with the dying wish of his comrade, and the interment took place under circumstances the most affecting that have ever marked a soldier's funeral. Still more interesting is the narrative of Lady Ackland's passage from the British to the American camp, after the battle, to share the captivity and alleviate the sufferings of her husband, who had been severely wounded and left in the enemy's power. The American historian Lossing has described both these touching episodes of the campaign in a spirit that does honor to the writer as well as to his subject. After narrating the death of General Fraser on the 8th of October, he says that, "It was just at sunset on that calm October evening that the corpse of General Fraser was carried up the hill to the place of burial within the great redoubt. It was attended only by the military members of his family and Mr. Brudenell, the chaplain, yet the eyes of hundreds of both armies followed the solemn procession, while the Americans, ignorant of its true character, kept up a constant cannonade upon the redoubt. The chaplain, unawed by the danger to which he was exposed, as the cannon balls that struck the hill threw the loose soil over him, pronounced the impressive funeral service of the Church of England with an unfaltering voice. The growing darkness added solemnity to the scene. Suddenly the irregular firing ceased, and the solemn voice of a single cannon, at measured intervals, boomed along the valley, and awakened the responses of the hills. It was a minute gun fired by the Americans in honor of the gallant dead. The moment the information was given that the gathering at the redoubt was a funeral company, fulfilling at imminent peril the last breath wishes of the noble Fraser, orders were issued to withhold the cannonade with balls, and to render military homage to the fallen brave. The case of Major Ackland and his heroic wife presents kindred features. He belonged to the Grenadiers, and was an accomplished soldier. His wife accompanied him to Canada in 1776, and during the whole campaign of that year, and until his return to England after the surrender of Burgoyne in the autumn of 1777, endured all the hardships, dangers, and privations of an active campaign in an enemy's country. At Chambly, on the Sorel, she attended him in illness, in a miserable hut, and when he was wounded in the battle of Hubbardton, Vermont, she hastened to him at Hennesboro from Montreal, where she had been persuaded to remain, and resolved to follow the army hereafter. Just before crossing the Hudson, she and her husband had had a narrow escape from losing their lives in consequence of their tent accidentally taking fire. During the terrible engagement of the 7th October, she heard all the tumult and dreadful thunder of the battle in which her husband was engaged, and when, on the morning of the 8th, the British fell back in confusion to their new position, she, with the other women, was obliged to take refuge among the dead and dying, for the tents were all struck, and hardly a shed was left standing. Her husband was wounded, and a prisoner in the American camp. That gallant officer was shot through both legs. When Poor and Learned's troops assaulted the grenadiers and artillery on the British left, on the afternoon of the 7th, Wilkinson, Gates's adjutant general, while pursuing the flying enemy when they abandoned their battery, heard a feeble voice exclaim, "Protect me, sir, against that boy!" He turned and saw a lad with a musket taking a deliberate aim at a wounded British officer, lying in a corner of a low fence. Wilkinson ordered the boy to desist, and discovered the wounded man to be Major Ackland. He had him conveyed to the quarters of General Poor, now the residence of Mr. Neilson, on the heights, where every attention was paid to his wants. When the intelligence that he was wounded and a prisoner reached his wife, she was greatly distressed, and, by the advice of her friend Baron Riedesel, resolved to visit the American camp and implore the favor of a personal attendance upon her husband. On the 9th she sent a message to Burgoyne, by Lord Petersham, his aide-de-camp, asking permission to depart. "Though I was ready to believe," says Burgoyne, "that patience and fortitude in a supreme degree were to be found, as well as every other virtue, under the most tender forms, I was astonished at this proposal, after so long an agitation of spirits, exhausted not only for want of rest, but absolutely want of food, drenched in rain for 12 hours together, that a woman should be capable of such an undertaking as delivering herself to an enemy, probably in the night, and uncertain of what hands she might fall into, appeared an effort above human nature. The assistance I was able to give was small indeed. I had not even a cup of wine to offer her. All I could furnish her with was an open boat, and a few lines, written upon dirty wet paper, to General Gates, recommending her to his protection." The following is a copy of the note sent by Burgoyne to General Gates. Sir, Lady Harriet Ackland, a lady of the first distinction of family, rank, and personal virtues, is under such concern on account of Major Ackland, her husband, wounded and a prisoner in your hands, that I cannot refuse her request to commit her to your protection. Whatever general impropriety there may be in persons of my situation and yours to solicit favors, I cannot see the uncommon perseverance in every female grace, and the exaltation of character of this lady, and her very hard fortune, without testifying that your attentions to her will lay me under obligations. I am, sir, your obedient servant, J. Burgoyne. She set out in an open boat upon the Hudson, accompanied by Mr. Brudnell, the chaplain, Sarah Pollard, her waiting maid, and her husband's valet, who had been severely wounded while searching for his master upon the battlefield. It was about sunset when they started, and a violent storm of rain and wind, which had been increasing since the morning, rendered the voyage tedious and perilous in the extreme. It was long after dark when they reached the American outposts. The sentinel heard their oars and hailed them. Lady Harriet returned the answer herself. The clear, silvery tones of a woman's voice amid the darkness filled the soldier on duty with superstitious fear, and he called a comrade to accompany him to the river bank. The errand of the voyagers was made known, but the faithful guard, apprehensive of treachery, would not allow them to land until they sent for Major Dearborn. They were invited by that officer to his quarters, where every attention was paid to them, and Lady Harriet was comforted by the joyful tidings that her husband was safe. In the morning she experienced parental tenderness from General Gates, who sent her to her husband at Poor's quarters under a suitable escort. There she remained until he was removed to Albany. Burgoyne now took up his last position on the heights near Saratoga, and hemmed in by the enemy, who refused any encounter, and baffled in all his attempts at finding a path of escape, he there lingered until famine compelled him to capitulate. The fortitude of the British army during this melancholy period has been justly eulogized by many native historians, but I prefer quoting the testimony of a foreign writer, as free from all possible partiality. Botta says, Botta, Book 8, "It exceeds the power of words to describe the pitiable condition to which the British army was now reduced. The troops were worn down by a series of toil, privation, sickness, and desperate fighting. They were abandoned by the Indians and the Canadians, and the effective force of the whole army was now diminished by repeated and heavy losses, which had principally fallen on the best soldiers and the most distinguished officers, from 10,000 combatants to less than one half that number. Of this remnant, little more than 3,000 were English. In these circumstances, and thus weakened, they were invested by an army of 4 times their own number, whose position extended 3 parts of a circle round them, who refused to fight them, as knowing their weakness, and who, from the nature of the ground, could not be attacked in any part. In this helpless condition, obliged to be constantly under arms, while the enemy's cannon played on every part of their camp, and even the American rifle balls whistled in many parts of the lines, the troops of Burgoyne retained their customary firmness, and, while sinking under a hard necessity, they showed themselves worthy of a better fate. They could not be reproached with an action or a word which betrayed a want of temper or of fortitude." At length the 13th of October arrived, and as no prospect of assistance appeared, and the provisions were nearly exhausted, Burgoyne, by the unanimous advice of a council of war, sent a messenger to the American camp to treat of a convention. General Gates, in the first instance, demanded that the royal army should surrender prisoners of war. He also proposed that the British should ground their arms. Burgoyne replied, quote, "This article is inadmissible in every extremity. Sooner than this army will consent to ground their arms in their encampment, they will rush on the enemy, determined to take no quarter." End quote. After various messages, a convention for the surrender of the army was settled, which provided that, quote, "the troops under General Burgoyne were to march out of their camp with the honors of war, and the artillery of the entrenchments to the verge of the river, where the arms and artillery were to be left, the arms to be piled by word of command from their own officers. A free passage was to be granted to the army under Lieutenant General Burgoyne to Great Britain, upon condition of not serving again in North America during the present contest." End quote. The articles of capitulation were settled on the 15th of October, and on that very evening a messenger arrived from Clinton with an account of his successes, and with the tidings that part of his force had penetrated as far as Esopus, within 50 miles of Burgoyne's camp. But it was too late. The public faith was pledged, and the army was indeed too debilitated by fatigue and hunger to resist an attack if made, and Gates certainly would have made it if the convention had been broken off. Accordingly, on the 17th, the Convention of Saratoga was carried into effect. By this convention, 5,790 men surrendered themselves as prisoners. The sick and wounded left in the camp when the British retreated to Saratoga, together with the numbers of the British, German, and Canadian troops who were killed, wounded, or taken, and who had deserted in the preceding part of the expedition, were reckoned to be 4,689. The British sick and wounded who had fallen into the hands of the Americans after the Battle of the 7th were treated with exemplary humanity, and when the convention was executed, General Gates showed a noble delicacy of feeling which deserves the highest degree of honor. Every circumstance was avoided which would give the appearance of triumph. The American troops remained within their lines until the British had piled their arms, and when this was done, the vanquished officers and soldiers were received with friendly kindness by their victors, and their immediate wants were promptly and liberally supplied. Discussions and disputes afterwards arose as to some of the terms of the convention, and the American Congress refused for a long time to carry into effect the article which provided for the return of Burgoyne's men to Europe. But no blame was imputable to General Gates or his army, who showed themselves to be generous as they had proved themselves to be brave. Gates, after the victory, immediately dispatched Colonel Wilkinson to carry the happy tidings to Congress. On being introduced into the hall, he said, quote, "The whole British army has laid down its arms at Saratoga. Our own, full of vigor and courage, expect your order. It is for your wisdom to decide where the country may still have need for their service." End quote. Honors and rewards were liberally voted by the Congress to their conquering general and his men, and it would be difficult, says the Italian historian, quote, "to describe the transports of joy which the news of this event excited among the Americans. They began to flatter themselves with a still more happy future. No one any longer felt any doubt about their achieving their independence. All hoped, and with good reason, that a success of this importance would at length determine France and the other European powers that waited for her example to declare themselves in favor of America. There could no longer be any question respecting the future, since there was no longer the risk of espousing the cause of a people too feeble to defend themselves." End quote. The truth of this was soon displayed in the conduct of France. When the news arrived at Paris of the capture of Ticonderoga, and of the victorious march of Burgoyne towards Albany, events which seemed decisive in favor of the English, instructions had been immediately dispatched to Nantes and the other ports of the kingdom that no American privateers should be suffered to enter them, except from indispensable necessity, as to repair their vessels, to obtain provisions, or to escape the perils of the sea. The American commissioners at Paris, in their disgust and despair, had almost broken off all negotiations with the French government, and they even endeavored to open communications with the British ministry. But the British government, elated with the first successes of Burgoyne, refused to listen to any overtures for accommodation. But when the news of Saratoga reached Paris, the whole scene was changed. Franklin and his brother commissioners found all their difficulties with the French government vanish. The time seemed to have arrived for the House of Bourbon to take a full revenge for all its humiliations and losses in previous wars. In December, a treaty was arranged and formally signed in the February following, by which France acknowledged the independent United States of America. This was, of course, tantamount to a declaration of war with England. Spain soon followed France, and before long Holland took the same course. Largely aided by French fleets and troops, the Americans vigorously maintained the war against the armies which England, in spite of her European foes, continued to send across the Atlantic. But the struggle was too unequal to be maintained by this country for many years, and when the treaties of 1783 restored peace to the world, the independence of the United States was reluctantly recognized by their ancient parent and recent enemy, England. Synopsis of events between the defeat of Burgoyne at Saratoga, 1777, and the Battle of Valmy, 1792. A.D. 1781. Surrender of Lord Cornwallis and the British army to Washington. 1782. Rodney's victory over the Spanish fleet. Unsuccessful siege of Gibraltar by the Spaniards and French. 1783. End of the American War. 1788. The States General are convened in France. Beginning of the Revolution. End of chapter 13, part 4. Recording by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 14, Part 1. The Battle of Valmy. Purpure mittunt tyranni, injurioso ne pede proros, stantem columnum, noe populus frequens, ad arma gescentis ad arma, concedet, imperium que frangat. Hora. O.D. I. 35. A little fire is quickly trodden out, which, being suffered, rivers cannot quench. Shakespeare. A few miles distant from the little town of Saint Menold, in the northeast of France, are the village and hill of Valmy, and near the crest of that hill a simple monument points out the burial place of the heart of a general of the French Republic and a marshal of the French Empire. The elder Kellerman, father of the distinguished officer of that name, whose cavalry charge decided the battle of Marengo, held high commands in the French armies throughout the wars of the Convention, the Directory, the Consulate, and the Empire. He survived those wars and the Empire itself, dying in extreme old age in 1820. The last wish of the veteran on his deathbed was that his heart should be deposited in the battlefield of Valmy, there to repose among the remains of his old companions in arms who had fallen at his side on that spot 28 years before, on the memorable day when they won the primal victory of revolutionary France, and prevented the armies of Brunswick and the emigrant bands of Conde from marching on defenceless Paris and destroying the immature democracy in its cradle. The Duke of Valmy, for Kellerman, when made one of Napoleon's military peers in 1802, took his title for the same battlefield, had participated, during his long and active career, in the gaining of many a victory far more immediately dazzling than the one, the remembrance of which he thus cherished. He had been present at many a scene of carnage where blood flowed in deluges, compared with which the libations of slaughter poured out at Valmy would have seemed scant and insignificant. But he rightly estimated the paramount importance of the battle with which he thus wished his appellation while living, and his memory after his death, to be identified. The successful resistance which the new Carmagnole levies, and the disorganized relics of the old monarchy's army, then opposed to the combined hosts and chosen leaders of Prussia, Austria, and the French refugee noblesse, determined at once and for ever the belligerent character of the revolution. The raw artisans and tradesmen, the clumsy burghers, the base mechanics, and the low peasant churls, as it had been the fashion to term the middle and lower classes in France, found that they could face cannon balls, pull triggers, and cross bayonets, without having been drilled into military machines, and without being officered by scions of noble houses. They awoke to the consciousness of their own instinctive soldiership. They at once acquired confidence in themselves and in each other, and that confidence soon grew into a spirit of unbounded audacity and ambition. From the cannonade of Valmy may be dated the commencement of that career of victory which carried their armies to Vienna and the Kremlin. Alison. One of the gravest reflections that arises from the contemplation of civil restlessness and the military enthusiasm which the close of the last century saw nationalized in France, is the consideration that these disturbing influences may become perpetual. No settled system of government, that shall endure from generation to generation, that shall be proof against corruption and popular violence, seems capable of taking root among the French; and every revolutionary movement in Paris thrills throughout the rest of the world. Even the successes which the powers allied against France gained in 1814 and 1815, important as they were, could not annul the effects of the preceding 23 years of general convulsion and war. In 1830, the dynasty which foreign bayonets had imposed on France was shaken off, and men trembled at the expected outbreak of French anarchy and the dreaded inroads of French ambition. They looked forward with harassing anxiety to a period of destruction similar to that which the Roman world experienced about the middle of the third century of our era. [Footnote: See Niebuhr's preface of the second volume of History of Rome, written in October 1830.] End of footnote. Louis Philippe cajoled revolution, and then strove with seeming success to stifle it; but in spite of Fieschi laws in spite of the dazzle of Algerian razzias and Pyrenees-effacing marriages, in spite of hundreds of armed forts and hundreds of thousands of coercing troops, revolution lived and struggled to get free. The old Titan spirit heaved restlessly beneath the monarchy based on republican institutions. At last, 4 years ago, the whole fabric of kingcraft was at once rent and scattered to the winds by the uprising of the Parisian democracy, and the insurrections, barricades, and dethronements, the downfall of coronets and crowns, the armed collision of parties, systems, and populations, became the commonplaces of recent European history. France now calls herself a republic. She first assumed that title on the 20th of September 1792, on the very day on which the battle of Valmy was fought and won. To that battle the democratic spirit which in 1848, as well as in 1792, proclaimed the Republic in Paris, owed its preservation, and it is thence that the imperishable activity of its principles may be dated. Far different seemed the prospects of democracy in Europe on the eve of that battle, and far different would have been the present position and influence of the French nation, if Brunswick's columns had charged with more boldness, or the lines of Dumouriez resisted with less firmness. When France, in 1792, declared war with the great powers of Europe, she was far from possessing that splendid military organization which the experience of few revolutionary campaigns taught her to assume, and which she has never abandoned. The army of the old monarchy had, during the latter part of the reign of Louis XV., sank into gradual decay, both in numerical force and in efficiency of equipment and spirit. The laurels gained by the auxiliary regiments, which Louis XVI. Sent to the American war, did but little to restore the general tone of the army. The insubordination and license which the revolt of the French guards, and the participation of other troops in many of the first excesses of the revolution, introduced among the soldiery, were soon rapidly disseminated through all the ranks. Under the Legislative Assembly, every complaint of the soldier against his officer, however frivolous or ill founded, was listened to with eagerness, and investigated with partiality. Of the principles of liberty and equality, discipline accordingly became more and more relaxed, and the dissolution of several of the old corps, under the pretext of their being tainted with an aristocratic feeling, aggravated the confusion and inefficiency of the war department. Many of the most effective regiments during the last period of the monarchy had consisted of foreigners. These had either been slaughtered in defense of the throne against insurrections, like the Swiss, or had been disbanded and had crossed the frontier to recruit the forces which were assembling for the invasion of France. Above all, the emigration of the noblesse had stripped the French army of nearly all its officers of high rank, and of greatest portion of its subalterns. More than 12,000 of high born youth of France had been trained to regard military command as their exclusive patrimony, and to whom the nation had been accustomed to look up as its natural guides and champions in the storm of war, were now marshalled beneath the banner of Conde and other emigrant princes for the overthrow of the French armies and the reduction of the French capital. Their successors in the French regiments and brigades had as yet acquired neither skill nor experience. They possessed neither self reliance nor the respect of the men who were under them. Such was the state of the wrecks of the old army. But the bulk of the forces with which France began the war consisted of raw insurrectionary levies, which were even less to be depended on. The Carmagnoles, as the revolutionary volunteers were called, flocked indeed readily to the frontier from every department when the war was proclaimed, and the fierce leaders of the Jacobins shouted that the country was in danger. They were full of zeal and courage, heated and excited by the scenes of the Revolution, and inflamed by the florid eloquence, the songs, dances, and signal words with which it had been celebrated. Footnote: Scott, Life of Napoleon, Volume 1, Chapter 8. End of footnote. But they were utterly undisciplined and turbulently impatient of superior authority or systematical control. Many ruffians, also, who were suited with participation in the most sanguinary horrors of Paris, joined the camps, and were pre eminent alike for misconduct before the enemy and for savage insubordination against their own officers. On one occasion, during the campaign of Valmy, 8 battalions of federates, intoxicated with massacre and sedition, joined the forces under Dumouriez, and soon threatened to uproot all discipline, saying openly that the ancient officers were traitors, and it was necessary to purge the army, as they had Paris, of its aristocrats. Dumouriez posted these battalions apart from the others, placed a strong force of cavalry behind them, and 2 pieces of cannon on their flank. Then, affecting to review them, he halted at the head of the line, surrounded by all his staff and an escort of 100 hussars. "Fellows," said he, "for I will not call you either citizens or soldiers, you see before you this artillery, behind you this cavalry. You are stained with crimes, and I do not tolerate here assassins or executioners. I know that there are scoundrels amongst you, charged to excite you to crime. Drive them from amongst you, or denounce them to me, for I shall hold you responsible for their conduct." Footnote: Lamartine. End of footnote. One of our recent historians of the Revolution, who narrates this incident, Carlyle, thus apostrophizes the French general: "Patience, O Dumouriez! This uncertain leap of shriekers, mutineers, where they once drilled or inured, will become a phalanxed mass of fighters, and wheel and will to order swiftly, like the wind of the whirlwind. Tanned mustachio figures, often barefoot, even barebacked, with sinews of iron, who require only bread and gunpowder, very sons of fire, the adroitest, hastiest, hottest, ever seen perhaps since Attila's time." Such phalanxed masses of fighters did the Carmagnoles ultimately become, but France ran a fearful risk in being obliged to rely on them when the process of their transmutation had barely commenced. The first events, indeed, of the war were disastrous and disgraceful to France, even beyond what might have been expected from the chaotic state in which it found her armies as well as her government. In the hopes of profiting by the unprepared state of Austria, then the mistress of the Netherlands, the French opened the campaign of 1792 by an invasion of Flanders, with forces whose muster rolls showed a numerical overwhelming superiority to the enemy, and seemed to promise a speedy conquest of that old battlefield of Europe. But the first flash of an Austrian sabre, or the first sound of an Austrian gun, was enough to discomfit the French. Their first corps, 4,000 strong, that advanced from Lille across the frontier, came suddenly upon a far inferior detachment of the Austrian garrison of Tournay. Not a shot was fired, not a bayonet levelled. With one simultaneous cry of panic, the French broke and ran headlong back to Lille, where they completed the specimen of insubordination which they had given in the field, by murdering their general and several of their chief officers. On the same day, another division under Biron, mustering 10,000 sabres and bayonets, saw a few Austrian skirmishers reconnoitring their position. The French advanced posts had scarcely given and received a volley, and only a few balls from the enemy's field pieces had fallen among their lines, when 2 regiments of French dragoons raised the cry, "We are betrayed!" galloped off, and were followed in disgraceful rout by the rest of the whole army. Similar panics, or repulses almost equally discreditable, occurred whenever Rochambeau, or Luckner, or Lafayette, the earliest French generals in the war, brought their troops into the presence of the enemy. Meanwhile, the allied souvenirs had gradually collected on the Rhine a veteran and finely disciplined army for the invasion of France, which for numbers, equipment, and martial renown, both of generals and men, was equal to any that Germany had ever sent forth to conquer. Their design was to strike boldly and decisively at the heart of France, and penetrating the country through the Ardennes, to proceed by Chalons upon Paris. The obstacles that lay in their way seemed insignificant. The disorder and imbecility of the French armies had been even augmented by the forced flight of Lafayette and a sudden change of generals. The only troops posted on or near the track by which the Allies were about to advance were the 23,000 men at Sedan, whom Lafayette had commanded, and a corps of 20,000 near Metz, the command of which had just been transferred from Luckner to Kellerman. There were only three fortresses which it was necessary for the Allies to capture or mask: Sedan, Longwy, and Verdun. The defences and stores of these three were known to be wretchedly dismantled and insufficient, and when once these feeble barriers were overcome and Chalons reached, a fertile and unprotected country seemed to invite the invaders to that military promenade to Paris, which they gaily talked of accomplishing. At the end of July, the allied army, having completed all preparations for the campaign, broke up its cantonments, and marching from Luxembourg upon Longwy, crossed the French frontier. 80,000 Prussians, trained in school, and many of them under the eye of great Frederick, heirs of the glories of the 7 Years' War, and universally esteemed the best troops in Europe, marched in one column against the central point of attack. 45,000 Austrians, the greater part of whom were picked troops, and had served in the recent Turkish war, supplied two formidable corps that supported the flanks of the Prussians. There was also a powerful body of Hessians, and leagued with Germans against the Parisian democracy, came 15,000 of the noblest and bravest among the sons of France. In these corps of emigrants, many of the highest born of the French nobility, scions of houses whose chivalric trophies had for centuries filled Europe with renown, served as rank and file. They looked on the road to Paris as the path which they were to carve out of their swords to victory, to honour, to the rescue of their king, to reunion with their families, to the recovery of their patrimony, and to the restoration of their order. [Footnote: See Scott, Life of Napoleon, Volume 1, Chapter 11.] End of footnote. Over this imposing army the allied sovereigns placed as the generalissimo the Duke of Brunswick, one of the minor reigning princes of Germany, a statesman of no mean capacity, and had acquired in the 7 Years' War a military reputation second only to that of great Frederick himself. He had been deputed a few years before to quell the popular movements which then took place in Holland, and he had put down the attempted revolution in that country with a promptitude and completeness which appeared to augur equal success to the army that now marched under his order on a similar mission into France. Moving majestically forward with leisurely deliberation that seemed to show the consciousness of superior strength and a steady purpose of doing their work thoroughly, the Allies appeared before Longwy on the 20th of August, and the dispirited and dependent garrison opened the gates of that fortress to them after the first shower of bombs. On 2nd of September, the still more important stronghold of Verdun capitulated after scarcely the shadow of resistance. Brunswick's superior force was now interposed between Kellerman's troops on the left and the other French army near Sedan, which Lafayette's flight had, for the time, left destitute of a commander. It was in the power of the German general, by striking with an overwhelming mass to the right and left, to crush in succession each of these weak armies, and the Allies might have marched irresistible and unresisted upon Paris. But at this crisis Dumouriez, the new commander in chief of the French, arrived at the camp near Sedan, and commenced a series of movements by which he reunited the dispersed and disorganized forces of his country, checked the Prussian columns at the very moment when the last obstacles of their triumph seemed to have given way, and finally rolled back the tide of invasion far across the enemy's frontier. The French fortresses had fallen, but nature herself still offered to brave and vigorous defenders of the land the means of opposing a barrier to the progress of the Allies. A ridge of broken ground, called the Argonne, extends from the vicinity of Sedan towards the southwest for about 15 or 16 leagues. The country of L'argonne has now been cleared and drained, but in 1792 it was thickly wooded, and lower portions of its unequal surface were filled with rivulets and marshes. It thus presented a natural barrier of from 4 to 5 leagues broad, which was absolutely impenetrable to an army, except by a few defiles, such as an inferior force might easily fortify and defend. Dumouriez succeeded in marching his army down from Sedan behind the Argonne, and in occupying its passes, while Prussians still lingered on the northeastern side of the forest line. Ordering Kellerman to wheel round from Metz to Saint Menehould, and the reinforcements from the interior and extreme north also to concentrate at that spot, Dumouriez trusted to assemble a powerful force in the rear of the southwest extremity of the Argonne, while, with the 25,000 men under his immediate command, he held the enemy at bay before the passes, and forced him to a long circumvolution round one extremity of forest ridge, during which favourable opportunities of assailing his flank were almost certain to occur. Dumouriez fortified the principal defiles, and boasted of the Thermopylae which he had found for the invaders, but the simile was nearly rendered fatally complete for the defending force. A pass, which was thought of inferior importance, had been but slightly manned, and an Austrian corps under Clarfeld forced it after some sharp fighting. Dumouriez with great difficulty saved himself from being enveloped and destroyed by the hostile columns that now pushed through the forest. But instead of despairing at the failure of his plans, and falling back into the interior, to be completely severed from Kellerman's army, to be hunted as a fugitive under the walls of Paris by the victorious Germans, and to lose all chance of ever rallying his dispirited troops, he resolved to cling to the difficult country in which the armies were still grouped, to force a junction with Kellerman, and to place himself at the head of a force which the invaders would not dare to disregard, and by which he might drag them back from the advance on Paris, which he had not been able to bar. Accordingly, by a rapid movement to the south, during which, in his own words, France was within a hair's breadth of destruction, and after, with difficulty, checking several panics of his troops, in which they ran by thousands at the sight of a few Prussian hussars, Dumouriez succeeded in establishing his headquarters in a strong position at Saint Menehould, protected by the marshes and shallows of the river Aisne and Aube, beyond which, to the northwest, rose a firm and elevated plateau called Dampier's Camp, admirably suited for commanding the road by Chalons to Paris, and where he intended to post Kellerman's army as soon as it came up. [Footnote: Some late writers represent that Brunswick did not wish to check Dumouriez. There is no sufficient authority for this insinuation, which seems to have been prompted by a desire to soothe the wounded military pride of the Prussians. End of chapter 14, part 1. Read by Lambda. Chapter 14, part 2 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 14, Part 2. The Battle of Valmy. The news of the retreat of Dumouriez from the Argonne passes, and of the panic flight of some division of his troops, spread rapidly throughout the country, and Kellerman, who believed that his comrade's army had been annihilated, and feared to fall among the victorious masses of the Prussians, had halted on his march from Metz when almost close to Semmenhold. He had actually commenced a retrograde movement when couriers from his commander in chief checked him from that fatal course, and then continuing to wheel around the rear and left flank of the troops at Semmenhold, Kellerman, with 20,000 of the army of Metz and some thousands of volunteers who had joined him in the march, made his appearance to the west of Dumouriez on the very evening when Westermann and Thévenoud, two of the staff officers of Dumouriez, galloped in with the findings that Brunswick's army had come through the upper passes of the Argonne in full force, and was deploying on the heights of La Lune, a chain of eminences that stretched obliquely from southwest to northeast opposite the high ground which Dumouriez held, and also opposite, but at a short distance from, the position which Kellerman was designed to occupy. The Allies were now, in fact, nearer to Paris than were the French troops themselves; but, as Dumouriez had foreseen, Brunswick deemed it unsafe to march upon the capital with so large a hostile force left in his rear between his advancing columns and his base of operations. The young King of Prussia, who was killed in the Allied camp, and the emigrant princes eagerly advocated an instant attack upon the nearest French general. Kellerman has laid himself unnecessarily open by advancing beyond Dampier's camp, which Dumouriez had designed for him, and moving forward across the Aube to the plateau of Valmy, a post inferior in strength and space to that which he had left, and which brought him close to the Prussian lines, leaving him separated by a dangerous interval from the troops under Dumouriez himself. It seemed easy for the Prussian army to overwhelm him while thus isolated, and then they might surround and crush Dumouriez at their leisure. Accordingly, the right wing of the Allied army moved forward, in the grey of the morning of the 20th of September, to gain Kellerman's left flank and rear, and cut him off from retreat upon Chalons, while the rest of the army, moving from the heights of La Lune, which here converged semicircularly round the plateau of Valmy, were to assail his position in front, and interpose between him and Dumouriez. An unexpected collision between some of the advanced cavalry on each side in the low ground warned Kellerman of the enemy's approach. Dumouriez had been unobservant of the danger of his comrade, thus isolated and involved, and he had ordered up troops to support Kellerman on either flank in the event of his being attacked. These troops, however, moved forward slowly, and Kellerman's army, ranged on the plateau of Valmy, projected like a cape into the midst of the lines of the Prussian bayonets. [Footnote: See Lamartine, History, Gironde, Livre 17. I have drawn much of the ensuing description from him.] End of footnote. A thick autumnal mist floated in waves of vapour over the plains of ravines that lay between the two armies, leaving only the crests and peaks of the hills glittering in the early light. About 10 o'clock the fog began to clear off, and then the French, from their promontory, saw emerging from the white wreaths of mist, and glittering in the sunshine, the countless Prussian cavalry, which were to envelop them as in a net, if once driven from their position. The solid columns of the infantry that moved forward as if animated by a single will, the bristling batteries of the artillery, and the glancing clouds of the Austrian light troops, fresh from their contests with the Spahis of the East. The best and bravest of the French must have beheld this spectacle with secret apprehension and awe. However bold and resolute a man may be in the discharge of duty, it is an anxious and fearful thing to be called to encounter danger among comrades of whose steadiness you can feel no certainty. Each soldier of Kellerman's army must have remembered the series of panic routs which had hitherto invariably taken on the French side during the war, and must have cast restless glances to the right and left to see if any symptoms of wavering began to show themselves, and to calculate how long it was likely to be before a general rush of his comrades to the rear would either harry him off with involuntary disgrace, or leave him alone and helpless, to be cut down by assailing multitudes. On that very morning, and at the self-same hour in which the allied forces and the emigrants began to descend from La Lune to the attack of Valmy, and while the cannonade was opening between the Prussian and the revolutionary batteries, the debate in the National Convention at Paris commenced on the proposal to proclaim France a republic. The old monarchy had little chance of support in the hall of the Convention, but if its more effective advocates at Valmy had triumphed, there were yet the elements existing in France for a permanent revival of better part of the ancient institutions, and for substituting reform for revolution. Only a few weeks before, numerously signed addresses from the middle classes in Paris, Rouen, and other large cities, had been presented to the king, expressive of their horror of the anarchists, and their readiness to uphold the rights of the crown, together with the liberties of the subject, and an armed resistance to the authority of the Convention, and in favour of the king, was in reality at this time being actively organized in La Vendée and Brittany, the importance of which may be estimated from the formidable opposition which the royalists of these provinces made to the republican party at a later period, and under much more disadvantageous circumstances. It is a fact peculiarly illustrative of the importance of the battle of Valmy, that, during the summer of 1792, the gentlemen of Brittany entered into an extensive association for the purpose of rescuing the country from the oppressive yoke which had been imposed by the Parisian demagogues. At the head of the whole was Marquis de la Rouerie, one of those remarkable men who rise into pre eminence during the stormy days of a revolution from conscious ability to direct its current. Ardent, impetuous, and enthusiastic, he was first distinguished in the American war, when the intrepidity of his conduct attracted the admiration of the republican troops, and the same qualities rendered him at first an ardent supporter of revolution in France. But when atrocities of people began, he espoused with equal warmth the opposite side, and used the utmost efforts to rouse the noblesse of Brittany against the plebeian yoke which had been imposed upon them by the National Assembly. He submitted his plan to the Count d'Artois, and had organized one so extensive as would have proved extremely formidable to the Convention, if the retreat of Duke of Brunswick, in September 1792, had not damped the ardour of the whole of the west of France, then ready to break out into insurrection. [Footnote: Addison, Volume 3, page 323.] End of footnote. And it was not only among the zealots of the old monarchy that the cause of king would then have found friends. The ineffable atrocities of the September massacres had just occurred, and the reaction produced by them among thousands who had previously been active on the ultra democratic side was fresh and powerful. The nobility had not yet been made utter aliens in the eyes of the nation by long expatriation and civil war. There was not yet a generation of youth educated in revolutionary principles, and knowing no worship save that of military glory. Louis XVI. Was just and humane, and deeply sensible of necessity of gradual extension of political rights among all classes of his subjects. The Bourbon throne, if rescued in 1792, would have had chances of stability, such as did not exist for it in 1814, and seem never likely to be found again in France. Serving under Kellerman on that day was one who experienced, perhaps the most deeply of all men, the changes for good and for evil which the French Revolution has produced. He who, in his second exile, bore the name of Count de Noailly in this country, and who lately for Louis Philippe, King of the French, figured in the French lines at Valmy as a young and gallant officer, cool and sagacious beyond his years, and trusted accordingly by Kellerman and Dumouriez with an important station in the national army. The Duc de Chartres, the title he then bore, commanded the French right, General Valence was on the left, and Kellerman himself took his post in the centre, which was the strength and key of his position. Besides these celebrated men who were in the French army, and besides the King of Prussia, the Duke of Brunswick, and other men of rank and power, who were in the lines of the Allies, there was an individual present at the battle of Valmy of little political note, but who has exercised and exercises a greater influence over the human mind, and whose fame is more than widely spread than that of either duke or general or king. This was the German poet Goethe, who had, out of curiosity, accompanied the allied army on its march into France as a mere spectator. He has given us a curious record of the sensations which he experienced during the cannonade. It must be remembered that many thousands in the French ranks then, like Goethe, felt the cannon fever for the first time. The German poet says, footnote Goethe's campaign in France, in 1792, Farey's translation, page 77. End of footnote. I had heard so much of the cannon fever that I wanted to know what kind of a thing it was. Ennui, and a spirit which every kind of danger excites to a daring, nay, even to rashness, induced me to ride up quite coolly to the outwork of La Lune. This was again occupied by our people, but it presented the wildest aspect. The roofs were shot to pieces, the corn shocks scattered about, the bodies of men mortally wounded stretched upon them here and there, and occasionally a spent cannon ball fell and rattled among the ruins of the roofs. Quite alone, and left to myself, I rode away on the heights to the left, and could plainly survey the favourable position of the French. They were standing in the form of a semicircle, in the greatest quiet and security, Kellerman, then on the left wing, being the easiest to reach. I fell in with good company on the way, officers of my acquaintance, belonging to the general staff and the regiment, greatly surprised to find me here. They wanted to take me back again with them, but I spoke to them of particular objects I had in view, and they left me without further dissuasion to my well known singular caprice. I had now arrived quite in the region where the balls were playing across me. The sound of them is curious enough, as if it were composed of the humming of tops, the gurgling of water, and the whistling of birds. They were less dangerous, by reason of the wetness of the ground. Wherever one fell, it stuck fast, and thus my foolish experimental ride was secured against danger, at least of the balls of rebounding. In the midst of these circumstances, I was soon able to remark that something unusual was taking place within me. I paid close attention to it, and still the sensation can be described only by a similitude. It appeared as if you were in some extremely hot place, and, at the same time, quite penetrated by the heat of it, so that you feel yourself, as it were, quite one with the element in which you are. The eyes lose nothing of their strength or clearness, but it is as if the world had a kind of brown red tint which makes the situation, as well as the surrounding objects, more impressive. I was unable to perceive any agitation of the blood, but everything seemed rather to be swallowed up in the glow of which I speak. From this, then, it is clear in what sense this condition can be called a fever. It is remarkable, however, that a horrible uneasy feeling arising from it is produced in us solely through the ears; for the cannon thunder, the howling and crashing of the balls through the air, is the real cause of these sensations. After I had ridden back and was in perfect security, I remarked with surprise that the glow was completely extinguished, and not the slightest feverish agitation was left behind. On the whole, this condition is one of the least desirable, as, indeed, among my dear and noble comrades, I found scarcely one who expressed a real passionate desire to try it. Contrary to the expectations of both friends and foes, the French infantry held their ground steadily under the fire of the Prussian guns which thundered on them from La Lune, and their own artillery replied with equal spirit and greater effect on the denser masses of the allied army. Thinking that the Prussians were slackening in their fire, Kellerman formed a column in charging order, and dashed down into the valley in the hopes of capturing some of the nearest guns of the enemy. A masked battery opened its fire on the French column, and drove it back in disorder. Kellerman having his horse shot under him, and being with difficulty carried off by his men. The Prussian columns now advanced in turn. The French artillerymen began to waver and desert their posts, but were rallied by the efforts and the example of their officers; and Kellerman, reorganizing the line of his infantry, took his station in the ranks on foot, and called out to his men to let the enemy come close up, and then to charge them with the bayonet. The troops caught the enthusiasm of their general, and a cheerful shout of "Vive la nation!" taken by one battalion from another, pealed across the valley to the assailants. The Prussians flinched from a charge uphill against a force that seemed so resolute and formidable. They halted for a while in the hollow, and then slowly retreated up their own side of the valley. Indignant at being thus repulsed by such a foe, the King of Prussia formed the flower of his men in person, and, riding along the column, bitterly reproached them with letting their standard be thus humiliated. Then he led them on again to the attack, marching in the front line, and seeing his staff mowed down around him by the deadly fire which the French artillery reopened. But the troops sent by Dumouriez were now cooperating effectually with Kellerman, and the general's own men, flushed by success, presented a firmer front than ever. Again the Prussians retreated, leaving 800 dead behind, and at nightfall the French remained victors on the heights of Valmy. All the hopes of crushing the revolutionary armies, and of the promenade to Paris, had now vanished. Though Brunswick lingered long in the Argonne, till distress and sickness wasted away his once splendid force, and finally but a mere wreck of it recrossed the frontier, France, meanwhile, felt that she possessed a giant strength, and like a giant did she use it. Before the close of that year, all Belgium obeyed the National Convention at Paris, and the kings of Europe, after the lapse of 18 centuries, trembled once more before a conquering military republic. Goethe's description of the cannonade has been quoted. His observation to his comrades in the camp of the Allies, at the end of the battle, deserves citation also. It shows that the poet felt, and probably he alone of the thousands there assembled felt, the importance of that day. He describes the consternation and the change of demeanour which he observed among the Prussian friends that evening. He tells us that most of them were silent, and in fact the power of reflection and judgment was wanting to all. At last I was called upon to say what I thought of the engagement, for I had been in the habit of enlivening and amusing the troop with short sayings. This time I said, "From this place, and from this day forth, commences a new era in the world's history, and you can all say that you were present at its birth." Synopsis of events between the Battle of Valmy 1792 and the Battle of Waterloo 1815. Anno Domini 1793. Trial and execution of Louis XVI. At Paris. England and Spain declare war against France. Royalist war in La Vendée. Second invasion of France by the Allies. 1794. Lord Howe's victory over the French fleet. Final partition of Poland by Russia, Prussia, and Austria. 1795. The French armies under Picarot conquer Holland. Cessation of war in La Vendée. 1796. Bonaparte commands the French army of Italy, and gains repeated victories over the Austrians. 1797. Victory of Jervis off Cape St. Vincent. Peace of Campo Formio between France and Austria. Defeat of the Dutch of Camperdown by Admiral Duncan. 1798. Rebellion in Ireland. Expedition of the French under Bonaparte to Egypt. Lord Nelson destroys the French fleet at the Battle of Nile. 1799. Renewal of the war between Austria and France. The Russian Emperor sends an army in aid of Austria under Suwarrow. The French are repeatedly defeated in Italy. Bonaparte returns from Egypt and makes himself First Consul of France. Massena wins the Battle of Zurich. The Russian Emperor makes peace with France. 1800. Bonaparte passes the Alps and defeats the Austrians at Marengo. Moreau wins the Battle of Hohenlinden. 1801. Treaty of Luneville between France and Austria. The Battle of Copenhagen. 1802. Peace of Amiens. 1803. War between England and France renewed. 1804. Napoleon Bonaparte is made Emperor of France. 1805. Great preparations of Napoleon to invade England. Austria, supported by Russia, renews war with France. Napoleon marches into Germany, takes Vienna, and gains the Battle of Austerlitz. Lord Nelson destroys the combined French and Spanish fleets, and is killed at the Battle of Trafalgar. 1806. War between Prussia and France. Napoleon conquers Prussia in the Second Battle of Jena. 1807. Obstinate warfare between the French and Russian armies in the East Prussia and Poland. Peace of Tilsit. 1808. Napoleon endeavours to make his brother King of Spain. Rising of the Spanish nation against him. England sends troops to aid the Spaniards. Battles of Vimeria and Corunna. 1809. War renewed between France and Austria. Battles of Aspernay and Wagram. Peace granted to Austria. Lord Wellington's victory of Talavera in Spain. 1810. Marriage of Napoleon and Archduchess Maria Luisa, Holland annexed to France. 1812. War between England and the United States. Napoleon invades Russia. Battle of Borodino. The French occupy Moscow, which is burned. Disastrous retreat and almost total destruction of the great army of France. 1813. Prussia and Austria take up arms against France. Battles of Lutzen, Bautzen, Dresden, Kulm, and Leipzig. The French are driven out of Germany. Lord Wellington gains the great battle of Vittoria, which completes the rescue of Spain from France. 1814. The Allies invade France on the eastern, and Lord Wellington invades it in the southern frontier. Battles of Laon, Montmirail, Arcis-sur-Aube, and others in the northeast of France, and of Toulouse in south. Paris surrenders to the Allies, and Napoleon abdicates. First restoration of the Bourbons. Napoleon goes to the Isle of Elba, which is assigned to him by the Allies. Treaty of Ghent between the United States and England. 1815. Napoleon suddenly escapes from Elba and lands in France. The French soldiery join him, and Louis XVIII is obliged to fly from the throne. End of chapter 14, part 2. Read by Lambda.
Chapter 15, Part 1 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part number 1. Thou first and last of fields, king making victory. Byron. England has now been blessed with 37 years of peace. At no other period in her history can a similarly long cessation from a state of warfare be found. It is true that our troops have had battles to fight during this interval for the protection and extension of our Indian possessions and our colonies, but these have been with distant and unimportant enemies. The danger has never been brought near our own shores, and no matter of vital importance to our empire has ever been at stake. we have not had hostilities with either France, America, or Russia, and when not at war with any of our peers, we feel ourselves to be substantially at peace. There has, indeed, throughout this long period, been no great war like those with which the previous history of modern Europe abounds. There have been formidable collisions between particular states, and there have been still more formidable collisions between the armed champions of the conflicting principles of absolutism and democracy. But there has been no general war like those of the French Revolution, like the American, or the 7 Years' War, or like the War of the Spanish Succession. It would be far too much to augur from this that no familiar wars will ever again convulse the world, but the value of the period of peace which Europe has gained is incalculable, even if we look on it as only a truce, and expect again to see the nations of the earth recur to what some philosophers have termed man's natural state of warfare. No equal number of years can be found during which science, commerce, and civilization have advanced so rapidly and so extensively as has been the case since 1815. When we trace their progress, especially in this country, it is impossible not to feel that their wondrous development has been mainly due to the land having been at peace. See the excellent introduction to Mr. Charles Knight's History of the 30 Years' Peace. Their good effects cannot be obliterated, even if a series of wars were to recommence. When we reflect on this, and contrast these 37 years with the period that preceded them, a period of violence, of tumult, of unrestingly destructive energy, a period throughout which the wealth of nations was scattered like sand and the blood of nations lavished like water, it is impossible not to look with deep interest on the final crisis of that dark and dreadful epoch, the crisis out of which our own happier cycle of years has been evolved. The great battle which ended the 23 years' war of the first French Revolution, and which quelled the man whose genius and ambition had so long disturbed and desolated the world, deserved to be regarded by us, not only with peculiar pride, as one of our greatest national victories, but with peculiar gratitude for the repose which it secured for us, and for the greater part of the human race. One good test for determining the importance of Waterloo is to ascertain what was felt by wise and prudent statesmen before that battle, respecting the return of Napoleon from Elba to the imperial throne of France, and the probable effects of his success. For this purpose, I will quote the words, not of any of our vehement anti-Galician politicians of the school of Pitt, but of a leader of our Liberal party, of a man whose reputation as a jurist, a historian, and a far-sighted and candid statesman was, and is, deservedly high, not only in this country, but throughout Europe. Sir James Mackintosh, in the debate in the British House of Commons on the 20th of April 1815, spoke thus of the return from Elba. Was it in the power of language to describe the evil? Wars which had raged for more than 20 years throughout Europe, which had spread blood and desolation from Cadiz to Moscow, and from Naples to Copenhagen, which had wasted the means of human enjoyment and destroyed the instruments of social improvement, which threatened to diffuse amongst the European nations the dissolute and ferocious habits of predatory soldiery, at length, by one of those vicissitudes which bid defiance to the foresight of man, had been brought to a close, upon the whole, happy beyond all reasonable expectation, with no violent shock to national independence, with some tolerable compromise between the opinions of the age and the reverence due to ancient institutions, with no too signal or mortifying triumph over the legitimate interests or avowable feelings of any numerous body of men, and, above all, without those retaliations against nations or parties which beget new convulsions, often as horrible as those with which they close, and perpetuate revenge and hatred and bloodshed from age to age. Europe seemed to breathe after her sufferings. In the midst of this fair prospect, and of those consolatory hopes, Napoleon Bonaparte escaped from Elba, 3 small vessels reach the coast of Provence, our hopes are instantly dispelled. The work of our toil and fortitude is undone. The blood of Europe is spilt in vain. Ibi omnis effusus labor. The Congress of emperors, kings, princes, generals, and statesmen, who had assembled at Vienna to remodel the world after the overthrow of the mighty conqueror, and who thought that Napoleon had passed away forever from the great drama of European politics, had not yet completed their triumphant festivities and their diplomatic toils, when Talleyrand, on the 11th of March, 1815, rose up among them and announced that the ex-emperor had escaped from Elba, and was Emperor of France once more. It is recorded by Sir Walter Scott as a curious physiological fact that the first effect of the news of an event which threatened to neutralize all their labours was to excite a loud burst of laughter from nearly every member of Congress. Life of Napoleon, Volume 8, Chapter 1. But the jest was a bitter one, and they soon were deeply busied in anxious deliberations respecting the role in which they should encounter their arch-enemy, who had thus started from torpor and obscurity into renovated splendour and strength. Quale subi in lucium coluba mala gramania pastus, frigidia sub terra tumidum grem bruma teglibat, nunc positis novus ex vis nitidusque juventa, lubrica convolvit sub lato pectori terga, ardus ad solum, at linguius micat or trissucliis, verg aen. Napoleon sought to disunite the formidable confederacy, which he knew would be arrayed against him, by endeavouring to negotiate separately with each of the allied sovereigns. It is said that Austria and Russia were at first not unwilling to treat with him. Disputes and jealousies had been rife among several of the allies on the subject of the division of the conquered countries, and the cordial unanimity with which they had acted during 1813 and the first months of 1814 had grown chill during some weeks of the discussions. But the active exertions of Talleyrand, who represented Louis XVIII at the Congress, and who both hated and feared Napoleon with all the intensity of which his powerful spirit was capable, prevented the secession of any member of the Congress from the new great league against their ancient enemy. Still, it is highly probable that, if Napoleon had triumphed in Belgium over the Prussians and the English, he would have succeeded in opening negotiations with the Austrians and Russians, and he might have thus gained advantages similar to those which had been obtained on his return from Egypt, when he had induced the Tsar Paul to withdraw the Russian armies from cooperating with other enemies of France in the extremity of peril to which she seemed reduced in 1799. But fortune now had deserted him both in diplomacy and in war. On the 13th of March, 1815, the ministers of the seven powers, Austria, Spain, England, Portugal, Prussia, Russia, and Sweden, signed a manifesto by which they declared Napoleon an outlaw, and this denunciation was instantly followed up by a treaty between England, Austria, Prussia, and Russia, to which other powers soon acceded, by which the rulers of these countries bound themselves to enforce that decree, and to prosecute the war until Napoleon should be driven from the throne of France, and rendered incapable of disturbing the peace of Europe. The Duke of Wellington was the representative of England at the Congress of Vienna, and he was immediately applied to for his advice on the plan of military operations against France. It was obvious that Belgium would be the first battlefield, and by the general wish of the Allies, the English Duke proceeded thither to assemble an army from the contingents of Dutch, Belgian, and Hanoverian troops that were most speedily available, and from the English regiments which his own government was hastening to send over from this country. A strong Prussian corps was near Aix-la-Chapelle, having remained there since the campaign of the preceding year. This was largely reinforced by other troops of the same nation. And Marshal Blucher, the favourite hero of the Prussian soldiery, and the deadliest foe of France, assumed the command of this army, which was termed the Army of the Lower Rhine, and which, in conjunction with Wellington's forces, was to make the van of the armament of the Allied powers. Meanwhile, Prince Schwarzenberg was to collect 130,000 Austrians and 124,000 troops of other Germanic states as the army of the Upper Rhine, and 168,000 Russians under the command of Barclay de Tolly were to form the army of the Middle Rhine and to repeat the march from Muscovy to that river's banks. The exertions which the Allied powers thus made at this crisis to grapple promptly with the French Emperor have truly been termed gigantic, and never were Napoleon's genius and activity more signally displayed than in the celerity and the skill by which he brought forward all the military resources of France, which the reverses of the 3 preceding years, and the pacific policy of the Bourbons during the months of their first restoration, had greatly diminished and disorganized. He re-entered Paris on the 20th of March, and by the end of May, besides sending a force into La Vendée to put down the armed rising of the royalists in that province, and besides providing troops under Massena and Suchet for the defence of the southern frontiers of France, Napoleon had an army assembled in the northeast for active operations under his own command, which amounted to between 120 and 130,000 men, with a superb park of artillery, and in the highest possible state of equipment, discipline, and efficiency. See for these numbers Seaborne's History of the Campaign of Waterloo, Volume 1, page 41. The approach of the multitudinous Russian, Austrian, Bavarian, and other foes of the French Empire to the Rhine was necessarily slow, but the 2 most active of the Allied powers had occupied Belgium with their troops, while Napoleon was organizing his forces. Marshal Blucher was there with 116,000 Prussians, and, before the end of May, the Duke of Wellington was there also with about 106,000 troops, either British or in British pay. Ibid, Volume 1, Chapter 3. Wellington had put a small part of his old Peninsular army in Belgium. The flower of it had been sent on expeditions against America. His troops, in 1815, were chiefly 2nd battalions or regiments lately filled up with new recruits. See Scott, Volume 8, page 474. Napoleon determined to attack these enemies in Belgium. The disparity of numbers was indeed great, but delay was sure to increase the proportionate numerical superiority of his enemies over his own ranks. The French Emperor considered also that the enemy's troops were now cantoned under the command of 2 generals, and composed of nations differing both in interest and in feelings. See Montholon's Memoirs, page 45. His own army was under his own sole command. It was composed exclusively of French soldiers, mostly of veterans, well acquainted with their officers and with each other, and full of enthusiastic confidence in their commander. If he could separate the Prussians from the British, so as to attack each singularly, he felt sanguine of success, not only against these the most resolute of his many adversaries, but also against the other masses that were slowly labouring up against his eastern dominions. The triple chain of strong fortresses which the French possessed on the Belgian frontier formed a curtain behind which Napoleon was able to concentrate his army, and to conceal, till the very last moment, the precise line of attack which he intended to take. On the other hand, Blucher and Wellington were obliged to canton their troops along a line of open country of considerable length, so as to watch for the outbreak of Napoleon from whichever point of his chain of strongholds he should please to make it. Blucher, with his army, occupied the banks of the Sambre and the Meuse, from Liège on his left to Charleroi on his right, and the Duke of Wellington covered Brussels, his cantonments being partly in front of that city and between it and the French frontier, and partly on its west to their extreme right, reaching to Courtrai and to Tournai, while the left approached Charleroi and communicated with the Prussian right. It was upon Charleroi that Napoleon resolved to level his attack, in hopes of severing the two allied armies from each other, and then pursuing his favourite tactic of assailing each separately with the superior force on the battlefield, for the aggregate of their numbers considerably exceeded his own. The first French corps d'armée, commanded by Comte d'Erlon, was stationed in the beginning of June in and around the city of Lille, near to the north-eastern frontier of France. The second corps, under Count Crey, was at Valenciennes, to the right of the first one. The third corps, under Count Vandamme, was at Merzières. The fourth, under Count Gérard, had its headquarters at Metz, and the sixth, under Count Lobau, was at Léon. The fifth corps was under Count Rapp at Strasbourg. 4 corps of reserve cavalry, under Marshal Grouchy, were also near the frontier, between the rivers Aisne and Sambre. The Imperial Guard remained in Paris until the 8th of June, when it marched towards Belgium and reached Avesnes on the 13th. And in the course of the same and the following day, the 5 corps d'armée, with the cavalry reserves which have been mentioned, were in pursuance of skilfully combined orders, rapidly drawn together, and concentrated in and around the same place, on the right bank of the river Sambre. On the 14th, Napoleon arrived among his troops, who were exulting at the display of their commander's skill in the celerity and the precision with which they had been drawn together, and in the consciousness of their collective strength. Although Napoleon too often permitted himself to use language unworthy of his own character respecting his great English adversary, his real feelings in commencing this campaign may be judged from the last words which he spoke, as he threw himself into his travelling carriage to leave Paris for the army. "I go," he said, "to measure myself with Wellington." The enthusiasm of the French soldiers at seeing their emperor among them was still more excited by the order of the day, in which he thus appealed to them: "Napoleon, by the grace of God and the constitution of the empire, Emperor of the French, to the Grande Armée. At the Imperial headquarters, Avesnes, June the 14th, 1815. Soldiers, this day is the anniversary of Marengo and of Friedland, which twice decided the destiny of Europe. Then, as after Austerlitz, as after Wagram, we were too generous. We believed in the protestations and in the oaths of princes whom we left on their thrones. Now, however, leagued together, they aim at the independence and the most sacred rights of France. They have commenced the most unjust of aggressions. Let us, then, march to meet them. Are they and we no longer the same men? Soldiers, at Jena, against these same Prussians, now so arrogant, you were 1-3, and at Montmirail 1-6. Let those among you who have been captives to the English describe the nature of their prison ships, and the frightful miseries they endured. The Saxons, the Belgians, the Hanoverians, the soldiers of the Confederation of the Rhine, lament that they are compelled to use their arms in the causes of prince, the enemies of justice, and of the rights of all nations. They know that this coalition is insatiable. After having devoured 12 millions of Poles, 12 millions of Italians, 1 million of Saxons, and 6 millions of Belgians, it now wishes to devour the states of the second rank in Germany. Madmen! One moment of prosperity has bewildered them. The oppression and the humiliation of the French people are beyond their power. If they enter France, they will there find their grave. Soldiers, we have forced marches to make, battles to fight, dangers to encounter, but with a firmness victory will be ours. The rights, the honour, and the happiness of the country will be recovered. To every Frenchman who has a heart, the moment is now arrived to conquer or to die. Napoleon, the Marshal Duke of Dalmatia, Major General. The 15th of June had scarcely dawned before the French army was in motion for the decisive campaign, and crossed the frontier in 3 columns, which were pointed upon Charleroi and its vicinity. The French line of advance upon Brussels, which city Napoleon resolved to occupy, thus lay right through the centre of the cantonments of the Allies. Much criticism has been expended on the supposed surprise of Wellington's army in its cantonments by Napoleon's rapid advance. These comments would hardly have been made if sufficient attention had been paid to the geography of the Waterloo campaign, and if it had been remembered that the protection of Brussels was justly considered by the Allied generals a matter of primary importance. If Napoleon could, either by manoeuvring or fighting, have succeeded in occupying that city, the greater part of Belgium would unquestionably have declared in his favour, and the results of such a success, gained by the Emperor at the commencement of his campaign, might have decisively influenced the whole after current of events. A glance at the map will show the numerous roads that lead from the different fortresses on the French north-eastern frontier and converge upon Brussels, any one of which Napoleon might have chosen for the advance of a strong force upon that city. The Duke's army was judiciously arranged so as to enable him to concentrate troops on any one of these roads sufficiently in advance of Brussels to check an assailing enemy. The army was kept thus available for movement in any necessary direction, till certain intelligence arrived on the 15th of June that the French had crossed the frontier in large force near Thun, and that they had driven back the Prussian advanced troops under General Ziethen, and were also moving across the Sambre upon Charleroi. Marshal Blucher now rapidly concentrated his forces, calling them in from the left upon Ligny, which is to the northeast of Charleroi. Wellington also drew his troops together, calling them in from the right. But even now, although it was certain that the French were in large force at Charleroi, it was unsafe for the English general to place his army directly between that place and Brussels, until it was certain that no corps of the enemy was marching upon Brussels by the western road through Mons and Halle. The Duke, therefore, collected his troops in Brussels and its immediate vicinity, ready to move due southward upon Quatre Bras, and to cooperate with Blucher, who was taking his station at Ligny, but also ready to meet and defeat any manoeuvre that the enemy might make to turn to the right of the Allies, and occupy Brussels by a flanking movement. The testimony of the Prussian general, Baron Muffling, who was attached to the Duke's staff during his campaign, and who expressly states the reasons on which the English general acted, ought forever to have silenced the weak inventions of the enemy about the Duke of Wellington having been deceived and surprised by his assailant, which some writers of our own nation, as well as foreigners, have incautiously repeated. See passages from my Life and Writings, by Baron Muffling, page 224 of the English translation, edited by Colonel York. See also the 178th number of the Quarterly. It is strange that Lamartine should, after the appearance of Muffling's work, have repeated in his History of the Restoration the myth of Wellington having been surprised in the Brussels ballroom. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Recording by Richard Beck, Montreal, Quebec. Chapter 15, Part 2 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 2. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the 15th that a Prussian officer reached Brussels, whom General Ziethen had sent to Muffling to inform him of the advance of the main French army upon Charleroi. Muffling immediately communicated this to the Duke of Wellington, and asked him whether he would now concentrate his army, and what would be his point of concentration, observing that Marshal Blucher, in consequence of this intelligence, would certainly concentrate the Prussians at Ligny. The Duke replied, "If all is as General Ziethen supposes, I will concentrate on my left wing, and so be in readiness to fight in conjunction with the Prussian army. Should, however, a portion of the enemy's force come by Mons, I must concentrate more towards my centre. This is the reason why I must wait for positive news from Mons before I fix the rendezvous. Since, however, it is certain that the troops must march, though it is uncertain upon what precise spot they must march, I will order all to be in readiness, and will direct a brigade to move at once towards Quatre Bras. Muffling, page 231. Later in the same day a message from Blucher himself was delivered to Muffling, in which the Prussian field marshal informed the Baron that he was concentrating his men at Sombref and Ligny, and charged Muffling to give him speedy intelligence respecting the concentration of Wellington. Muffling immediately communicated this to the Duke, who expressed his satisfaction with Blucher's arrangements, but added that he could not even then resolve upon his own point of concentration before he obtained the desired intelligence from Mons. About midnight this information arrived. The Duke went to the quarters of General Muffling, and told him that he now had received his reports from Mons, and was sure that no French troops were advancing by that route, but that the mass of the enemy's force was decidedly directed on Charleroi. He informed the Prussian general that he had ordered the British troops to move forward upon Quatre Bras, but with characteristic coolness and sagacity resolved not to give the appearance of alarm by hurrying on with them himself. A ball was to be given by the Duchess of Richmond at Brussels that night, and the Duke proposed to General Muffling that they should go to the ball for a few hours, and ride forward in the morning to overtake the troops at Quatre Bras. To hundreds who were assembled at that memorial ball, the news that the enemy was advancing, and that the time for battle had come, must have been a fearfully exciting surprise, and the magnificent stanzas of Byron are as true as they are beautiful. But the Duke and his principal officers knew well the stern termination to that festive scene which was approaching. One by one, and in such a way as to attract as little observation as possible, the leaders of the various corps left the ballroom, and took their stations at the head of their men, who were pressing forward through the last hours of the short summer night to the arena of anticipated slaughter. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then, her beauty and her chivalry, and bright, the lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush! Hark! A deep sound strikes like a raising knell. Did thee not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance! Let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark! That heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm! Arm! It is the cannon's opening roar! Within a windowed niche of that high hall, St. Brunswick's fated chieftain, he did hear that sound the first amidst the festival, and caught its tone with death's prophetic ear. And when they smiled because he deemed it near, his heart more truly knew that peal too well, which stretched his father on a bloody bier, and roused the vengeance blood alone could quell. He rushed into the field, and, foremost fighting, fell. Ah, then and there was hurrying to and fro, and gathering tears, and tremblings of distress, and cheeks so pale, which but an hour ago blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs, which ne'er might be repeated. Who could guess, if ever more should meet those mutual eyes, since upon nights so sweet such awful morn could rise? And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron, and the clattering car went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war, and the deep thunder peal on peal afar. And near the beat of the alarming drum roused up the soldier ere the morning star, while thronged the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips the foe. They come, they come! And Ardennes waves above them her green leaves, dewy with nature's teardrops as they pass, grieving if aught inanimate o'er grieves over the unreturning brave. Alas! ere evening to be trodden like the grass, which now beneath them but above shall grow, in its next verdure, when this fiery mass of living valour, rolling on the foe, and burning with high hope, shall moulder cold and low. Last noon beheld them full of lusty life, last eve in beauty's circle proudly gay. The midnight brought the signal sound of strife, the morn the marshalling in arms, the day battle's magnificently stern array. The thunder clouds close over it, which when rent, the earth is covered thick with other clay, which her own clay shall cover, heaped and pent, rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. Napoleon's operations on the 16th had been conducted with signal skill and vigour, and the results had been very advantageous for his plan of the campaign. With his army formed in 3 vast columns, Victoire et Conquête des Français, volume 25, page 177. He had struck at the centre of the line of cantonments of his allied foes, and he had so far made good his blow, that he had effected the passage of the Sambre. He had beaten with his left wing the Prussian corps of General Seyton at Thun, and with his centre he had in person advanced right through Charleroi upon Fleurus, inflicting considerable loss upon the Prussians that fell back before him. His right column had, with little opposition, moved forward as far as the bridge of Châtelet. Napoleon had thus a powerful force immediately in front of the point which Blucher had fixed for the concentration of the Prussian army, and that concentration was still incomplete. The French Emperor designed to attack the Prussians on the morrow in person, with the troops of his centre and right columns, and to employ his left wing in beating back such English troops as might advance to the help of their allies, and also in aiding his own attack upon Blucher. He gave the command of this left wing to Marshal Ney. Napoleon seems not to have originally intended to employ this celebrated general in the campaign. It was only on the night of the 11th of June that Marshal Ney received at Paris an order to join the army. Hurrying forward to the Belgian frontier, he met the Emperor near Charleroi. Napoleon immediately directed him to take command of the left wing, and to press forward with it upon Quatre Bras by the line of the road which leads from Charleroi to Brussels, through Gazaille, Frasne, Quatre Bras, Genappe, and Waterloo. Ney immediately proceeded to the post assigned him, and before 10 on the night of the 15th he had occupied Gosselies and Frasne, driving out without much difficulty some weak Belgian detachments which had been stationed in those villages. The lateness of the hour, and the exhausted state of the French troops, who had been marching and fighting since 10 in the morning, made him pause from advancing further to attack the much more important position of Quatre Bras. In truth, the advantages which the French gained by their most superhuman energy and activity throughout the long day of the 15th of June were necessarily bought at the price of more delay and inertness during the following night and morrow than would have been observable if they had not been thus overtasked. Ney has been blamed for want of promptness in his attack upon Quatre Bras, and Napoleon has been criticised for not having fought at Ligny before the afternoon of the 16th. But their censors should remember that soldiers are but men, and that there must be necessarily some interval of time before troops that have been worn and weakened by 20 hours of incessant fatigue and strife can be fed, rested, reorganized, and brought again into action with any hope of success. Having on the night of the 15th placed the most advanced of the French under his command in position in front of Frasne, Ney rode back to Charleroi, when Napoleon also arrived about midnight, having returned from directing the operations of the centre and right column of the French. The Emperor and the Marshal supped together, and remained in earnest conversation till 2 in the morning. An hour or two afterwards Ney rode back to Frasne, where he endeavoured to collect tidings of the numbers and movements of the enemy in front of him, and also busied himself in the necessary duty of learning the amount and composition of the troops which he himself was commanding. He had been so suddenly appointed to his high station that he did not know the strength of the several regiments under him, or even the names of their commanding officers. He now caused his aides de camp to prepare the requisite returns, and drew together the troops, whom he was thus learning before he used them. Wellington remained at the Duchess of Richmond's ball in Brussels until about 3 o'clock in the morning of the 16th, showing himself very cheerful, as Baron Muffling, who accompanied him, observes. Muffling, page 233. At 5 o'clock the Duke and the Baron were on horseback, and reached the position at Quatre Bras about 11. As the French, who were in front of Frasne, were perfectly quiet, and the Duke was informed that a very large force under Napoleon in person was menacing Blucher, it was thought possible that only a slight detachment of the French was posted at Frasne in order to mask the English army. In that event, Wellington, as he told Baron Muffling, would be able to employ his whole strength in supporting the Prussians, and he proposed to ride across from Quatre Bras to Blucher's position, in order to concert with him personally the measures which should be taken in order to bring on a decisive battle with the French. Wellington and Muffling rode accordingly towards Ligny, and found Marshal Blucher and his staff at the windmill of Braille near that village. The Prussian army, 80,000 strong, was drawn up chiefly along a chain of heights, with the villages of Sombref, Saint-Amand, and Ligny in their front. These villages were strongly occupied by Russian detachments, and formed the keys of Blucher's position. The heads of the columns which Napoleon was forming for the attack were visible in the distance. The Duke asked Blucher and General Gneisenau, who was Blucher's adviser in the matters of strategy, what they wished him to do. Muffling had already explained to them in a few words the Duke's earnest desire to support the Field Marshal, and that he would do all that they wished, provided they did not ask him to divide his army, which was contrary to his principles. The Duke wished to advance with his army, as soon as it was concentrated, upon Frasne and Gosselies, and thence to move upon Napoleon's flank and rear. The Prussian leaders preferred that he should march his men from Quatre Bras by the Namur road, so as to form a reserve in rear of Blucher's army. The Duke replied, "Well, I will come if I am not attacked myself," and galloped back with Muffling to Quatre Bras, where the French attack was now actually raging. Marshal Ney began the battle about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He had at this time in hand about 16,000 infantry, nearly 2,000 cavalry, and 38 guns. The force which Napoleon nominally placed at his command exceeded 40,000 men, but more than one half of these consisted of the first French corps d'armée under Count d'Erlon, and Ney was deprived of the use of this corps at the time that he most required it, in consequence of it receiving orders to march to the aid of the Emperor at Ligny. A magnificent body of heavy cavalry under Kellerman, nearly 5,000 strong, and several more battalions of artillery were added to Ney's army during the battle of Quatre Bras, but his effective infantry force never exceeded 16,000. When the battle began, the greater part of the Duke's army was yet on its march towards Quatre Bras from Bruxelles and the other part of its cantonments. The force of the Allies, actually in position there, consisted only of a Dutch and Belgian division of infantry not quite 7,000 strong, with 1 battalion of foot and 1 of horse artillery. The Prince of Orange commanded them. A wood, called the Bois de Bossu, stretched along the right, or western, flank of the position of Quatre Bras. A farmhouse and building called Gemincourt stood on some elevated ground in its front, and to the left, or east, were the enclosures of the village of Pierremont. The Prince of Orange endeavoured to secure these posts, but Ney carried Gemincourt in the centre, and Pierremont in the east, and gained occupation of the southern part of the wood of Bossu. He ranged the chief part of his artillery on the high ground of Gemiancourt, whence it played throughout the action with the most destructive effect upon the Allies. He was pressing forward to further advantages, when the 5th Infantry Division under Sir Thomas Picton and the Duke of Brunswick's corps appeared upon the scene. Wellington, who had returned to Quatre Bras from his interview with Blucher shortly before the arrival of these forces, restored the fight with them, and, as fresh troops of the Allies arrived, they were brought forward to stem the fierce attacks which Ney's columns and squadrons continued to make with unabated gallantry and zeal. The only cavalry of the Anglo-Allied army that reached Quatre Bras during the action consisted of Dutch and Belgians, and a small force of Brunswickers, under their Duke, who was killed on the field. These proved wholly unable to encounter Kellermann's cuirassiers and Pierre's lancers. The Dutch and Belgian infantry also gave away early in the engagement, so that the whole brunt of the battle fell on the British and German infantry. They sustained it nobly. Though repeatedly charged by the French cavalry, though exposed to the murderous fire of the French batteries, from which the heights of Gemiancourt sent shot and shell into the devoted squares whenever the French horsemen withdrew, they not only repelled their assailants, but Kempt's and Pack's brigades, led on by Picton, actually advanced against and through their charging foes, and with stern determination made good to the end of the day the ground which they had thus boldly won. Some, however, of the British regiments were during the confusion assailed by the French cavalry before they could form squares, and suffered severely. One regiment, the 92nd, was almost wholly destroyed by the cuirassiers. A French private soldier, named Lamy, of the 8th Regiment of Cuirassiers, captured one of the British colours, and presented it to Ney. It was a solitary trophy. The arrival of the English Guards about 6:30 o'clock enabled the Duke to recover the wood of Bossu, which the French had almost entirely won, and the possession of which by then would have enabled Ney to operate destructively upon the Allied flank and rear. Not only was the wood of Bossu recovered on the British right, but the enclosures of Pierremont were also carried on the left. When night set in, the French had been driven back on all points towards Frasne, but they still held the firm of Gemiancourt in front of the Duke's centre. Wellington and Muffling were unacquainted with the result of the collateral battle between Blucher and Napoleon, the cannonading of which they had been distinctly audible at Quatre Bras throughout the afternoon and evening. The Duke observed to Muffling that, of course, the two allied armies would assume the offensive against the enemy on the morrow, and consequently it would be better to capture the farm at once, instead of waiting till next morning. Muffling agreed in the Duke's views, and Gemiancourt was forthwith attacked by the English and captured with little loss to its assailants. Muffling, page 242. Meanwhile, the French and the Prussians had been fighting in and around the villages of Ligny, Sombref, and Saint-Amand, from 3 in the afternoon till 9 in the evening, with a savage inveteracy almost unparalleled in modern warfare. Blucher had in the field, when he began the battle, 83,417 men, and 224 guns. Bulow's corps, which was 25,000 strong, had not joined him, but the field marshal hoped to be reinforced by it, or by the English army before the end of the action. But Bulow, although through some error in the transmission of orders, was far in the rear, and the Duke of Wellington was engaged, as we have seen, with Marshal Ney. Blucher received early warning from Baron Muffling that the Duke could not come to his assistance. But, as Muffling observed, Wellington rendered the Prussians the great service of occupying more than 40,000 of the enemy, who otherwise would have crushed Blucher's right flank. 4. Not only did the conflict at Quatre Bras detain the French troops which actually took part in it, but d'Erlon received orders from Ney to join him, which hindered d'Erlon from giving effectual aid to Napoleon. Indeed, the whole of d'Erlon's corps, in the consequence of conflicting directions from Ney and the Emperor, marched and countermarched during the 16th between Quatre Bras and Ligny without firing a shot in either battle. Blucher had, in fact, a superiority of more than 12,000 in number over the French army that attacked him at Ligny. The numerical difference was even greater at the beginning of the battle, as Lobau's corps did not come up from Charleroi till 8 o'clock. After 5 hours and a half of desperate and long doubtful struggle, Napoleon succeeded in breaking the centre of the Prussian line at Ligny, and in forcing his obstinate antagonists off the field of battle. The issue was attributable to his skill, and not to any want of spirit or resolution on the part of the Prussian troops. Nor did they, though defeated, abate one jot in discipline, heart, or hope. As Blucher observed, it was a battle in which his army lost the day, but not its honour. The Prussians retreated during the night of the 16th and the early part of the 17th with perfect regularity and steadiness. The retreat was directed not towards Maastricht, where their principal depots were established, but towards Wavre, so as to be able to maintain their communication with Wellington's army, and still follow out the original plan of the campaign. The heroism with which the Prussians endured and repaired their defeat at Ligny is more glorious than many victories. End of chapter 15, part 2. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Chapter 15, Part 3 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Canada. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 3. The messenger who was sent to inform Wellington of the retreat of the Prussian army was shot on the way, and it was not until the morning of the 17th that the Allies, at Quatre-Bras, knew the result of the Battle of Ligny. The Duke was ready at daybreak to take the offensive against the enemy with vigour, his whole army being by that time fully assembled. But on learning that Blucher had been defeated, a different course of action was clearly necessary. It was obvious that Napoleon's main army would now be directed against Wellington, and a retreat was inevitable. On ascertaining that the Prussian army had retired upon Wavre, there was no hot pursuit of them by the French, and that Bulow's corps had taken no part in the action at Ligny. The Duke resolved to march his army back towards Brussels, still intending to cover that city, and to halt at a point in line with Wavre, and there restore his communication with Blucher. An officer from Blucher's army reached the Duke about 9 o'clock, from whom he learned that the effective strength that Blucher still possessed, and how little discouraged his ally was by the yesterday's battle. Wellington sent word to the Prussian commander that he would halt in the position of Mont Saint-Jean, and accept a general battle with the French, if Blucher would pledge himself to come to his assistance with a single corps of 25,000 men. This was readily promised, and after allowing his men ample time for rest and refreshment, Wellington retired over about half the space between Quatre-Bras and Brussels. He was pursued, but little molested, by the main French army, which about noon of the 17th moved latterly from Ligny and joined Ney's forces, which had advanced through Quatre-Bras when the British abandoned that position. The Earl of Uxbridge, with the British cavalry, covered the retreat of the Duke's army with great skill and gallantry, and a heavy thunderstorm, with torrents of rain, impeded the operations of the French pursuing squadrons. The Duke still expected that the French would endeavour to turn his right, and march upon Brussels by the high road that leads through Mons and Halle. In order to counteract this anticipated manoeuvre, he stationed a force of 18,000 men, under Prince Frederick of the Netherlands, at Halle, with orders to maintain himself there if attacked, as long as possible. The Duke halted with the rest of his army at the position near Mont Saint-Jean, which, from a village in its neighbourhood, has received the ever memorable name of the Field of Waterloo. Wellington was now 12 miles distant, on a line running from west to east, from Wavre, where the Prussian army had now been completely reorganized and collected, and where it had been strengthened by the junction of Bulow's troops, which had taken no part in the Battle of Ligny. Blucher sent word from Wavre to the Duke that he was coming to help the English at Mont Saint Jean in the morning, not with one corps, but with his whole army. The fiery old man only stipulated that the combined armies, if not attacked by Napoleon on the 18th, would themselves attack him on the 19th. So far were Blucher and his army from being in the state of annihilation described in the boastful bulletin by which Napoleon informed the Parisians of his victory at Ligny. Indeed, the French Emperor seems himself to have been misinformed as to the extent of loss which he had inflicted on the Prussians. Had he known in what good order and with what undiminished spirit they were retiring, he would scarcely have delayed sending a large force to press them in their retreat until noon on the 17th. Such, however, was the case. It was about that time that he confided to Marshal Grouchy the duty of pursuing the defeated Prussians and preventing them from joining Wellington. He placed for this purpose 32,000 men and 96 guns under his orders. Violent complaints and recriminations passed afterwards between the Emperor and the Marshal respecting the manner in which Grouchy attempted to perform this duty, and the reasons why he failed on the 18th to arrest the lateral movement of the Prussians from Wavre to Waterloo. It is sufficient to remark here that the force which Napoleon gave to Grouchy, although the utmost that the Emperor's limited means would allow, was insufficient to make head against the entire Prussian army, especially after Bulow's junction with Blucher. We shall presently have occasion to consider what opportunities were given to Grouchy during the 18th, and what he might have effected if he had been a man of original military genius. But the failure of Grouchy was in truth mainly owing to the indomitable heroism of Blucher himself, who, though he had received severe personal injuries in the Battle of Ligny, was as energetic and ready as ever in bringing his men into action again, and who had the resolution to expose a part of his army, under Tilman, to be overwhelmed by Grouchy at Wavre on the 18th, while he urged the march of the mass of his troops upon Waterloo. "It is not at Wavre, but at Waterloo," said the old field marshal, "that the campaign is to be decided," and he risked the detachment and won the campaign accordingly. Wellington and Blucher trusted each other as cordially and cooperated as zealously as formerly had been the case with Marlborough and Eugene. It was in full reliance on Blucher's promise to join him that the Duke stood his ground and fought at Waterloo, and those who have ventured to impugn the Duke's capacity as a general ought to have the common sense enough to perceive that to charge the Duke with having won the Battle of Waterloo by the help of the Prussians is really to say that he won it by the very means on which he relied, and without the expectation of which the battle would not have been fought. Napoleon himself has found fault with Wellington for not having retreated further so as to complete a junction of his army with Blucher's before he risked a general engagement. See Montholon's Memoirs, Volume 4, page 44. But, as we have seen, the Duke justly considered it important to protect Brussels. He had reason to expect that his army could singularly resist the French at Waterloo until the Prussians came up, and that, on the Prussians joining, there would be a sufficient force united under himself and Blucher for completely overwhelming the enemy. And while Napoleon thus censures his great adversary, he involuntarily bears the highest possible testimony to the military character of the English, and proves decisively of what paramount importance was the battle to which he challenged his fearless opponent. Napoleon asks, if the English army had been beaten at Waterloo, what would have been the use of those numerous bodies of troops, of Prussians, Austrians, Germans, and Spaniards, which were advancing by forced marches to the Rhine, the Alps, and the Pyrenees? Ibid. The strength of the army under the Duke of Wellington at Waterloo was 49,608 infantry, 12,402 cavalry, and 5,648 artillerymen, with 156 guns. Seaborn, Volume 1, page 376. But of this total of 67,655 men, scarcely 24,000 were British, a circumstance of very serious importance. if Napoleon's own estimate of the relative value of troops of different nations is to be taken. In the Emperor's own words, speaking of this campaign, a French soldier would not be equal to more than one English soldier, but he would not be afraid to meet 2 Dutchmen, Prussians, or soldiers of the Confederation. Montholon's Memoirs, Volume 4, page 41. There were about 6,000 men of the old German Legion with the Duke. These were veteran troops, and of excellent quality. Of the rest of the army, the Hanoverians and Brunswickers proved themselves deserving of confidence and praise. But the Nassauers, Dutch, and Belgians were almost worthless, and not a few of them were justly expected of a strong wish to fight, if they fought at all, under the French eagles rather than against them. Napoleon's army at Waterloo consisted of 48,950 infantry, 15,765 cavalry, 7,232 artillerymen, being a total of 71,947 men and 246 guns. See Seaborn Ut Supra. They were the flower of the national forces of France, and of all the numerous gallant armies which that martial land has poured forth, never was there one braver, or better disciplined, or better led than the host that took up its position at Waterloo on the morning of the 18th of June, 1815. Perhaps those who have not seen the field of battle at Waterloo, or the admirable model of the ground, and of the conflicting armies, which was executed by Captain Seaborn, may gain a generally accurate idea of the localities, by picturing to themselves a valley between 2 and 3 miles long, of various breadths at different points, but generally not exceeding half a mile. On each side of the valley there is a winding chain of low hills running somewhat parallel with each other. The declivity from which each of these ranges of hills to the intervening valley is gentle but not uniform, the undulations of the ground being frequent and considerable. The English army was posted on the northern, and the French army occupied the southern ridge. The artillery of each side thundered at the other from their respective heights throughout the day, and the charges of horse and foot were made across that valley that has been described. The village of Mont Saint-Jean is situate a little behind the centre of the northern chain of hills, and the village of La Belle Alliance is close behind the centre of the southern ridge. The high road from Charleroi to Brussels, a broad paved causeway, runs through both these villages, and bisects therefore both the English and the French positions. The line of this road was the line of Napoleon's intended advance on Brussels. There are some other local particulars connected with the situation of each army, which it is necessary to bear in mind. The strength of the British position did not consist merely in the occupation of a ridge of high ground. A village and ravine, called Merk Braine, on the Duke of Wellington's extreme right, secured his flank from being turned on that side, and on his extreme left 2 little hamlets called La Haye and Papelotte gave a similar, though a slighter, protection. Behind the whole British position is the extensive forest of Soignes. As no attempt was made by the French to turn either of the English flanks, and the battle was a day of straightforward fighting, it is chiefly important to ascertain what posts there were in front of the British line of hills, of which advantage could be taken either to repel or facilitate an attack, and it will be seen that there were 2, and that each was of very great importance in the action. In front of the British right, that is to say, on the northern slope of the valley towards its western end, there stood an old-fashioned Flemish farmhouse called Goumont, or Hougoumont, with outbuildings and a garden, and with a copse of beech trees of about 2 acres in extent around it. This was strongly garrisoned by the Allied troops, and, while it was in their possession, it was difficult for the enemy to press on and force the British right wing. On the other hand, if the enemy could take it, it would be difficult for that wing to keep its ground on the heights, with a strong post held adversely in its intermediate front, being one that would give much shelter to the enemy's marksmen, and great facilities for the sudden concentration of attacking columns. Almost immediately in front of the British centre, and not so far down the slope as Hougoumont, there was another farmhouse of a similar size, called La Haye Sainte, not to be confounded with the hamlet of La Haye at the extreme left of the British line, which was also held by the British troops, and the occupation of which was found to be of very serious consequence. With respect to the French position, the principal feature to be noticed is the village of Plachinois, which lay a little in the rear of their right, i.e. on the eastern side, and which proved to be of great importance in aiding them to check the advance of the Prussians. Napoleon, in his memoirs, and other French writers, have vehemently blamed the Duke for having given battle in such a position as that of Waterloo. They particularly object that the Duke fought without having the means of a retreat. If the attacks of his enemy had proved successful, and that the English army, if once broken, must have lost all its guns and materiel in its flight through the forest of Soignes that lay in its rear. In answer to these censures, instead of merely referring to the event of the battle as proof of the correctness of the Duke's judgment, it has to be observed that many military critics of high authority have considered the position of Waterloo to have been admirably adapted for the Duke's purpose of protecting Brussels by a battle, and that certainly the Duke's opinion in favour of it was not lightly or hastily formed. It is a remarkable fact, mentioned in the speech of Lord Bathurst when moving the vote of thanks to the Duke in the House of Lords, Parliamentary Debates, Volume 31, page 875, that when the Duke of Wellington was passing through Belgium in the preceding summer of 1814, he particularly noted the strength of the position of Waterloo, and made a minute of it at the time, stating to those who were with him that if it ever should be his fate to fight a battle in that quarter for the protection of Brussels, he should endeavour to do so in that position. And with respect to the forest of Soignes, which the French, and some few English, critics have thought calculated to prove so fatal to a retreating force, the Duke on the contrary believed it to be a post that might have proved of infinite value to his army in the event of his having been obliged to give way. The forest of Soignes has no thicket or masses of close-growing trees. It consists of tall beeches, and is everywhere passable for men and horses. The artillery could have been withdrawn by the broad road which traverses it towards Brussels, and in the meantime a few regiments of absolute infantry could have held the forest and kept the pursuers in check. One of the best writers on the Waterloo campaign, Captain Pringle, see the appendix to the 8th volume of Scott's Life of Napoleon, well observes that every person the least experienced in war knows the extreme difficulty of forcing infantry from a wood which cannot be turned. The defence of the Bois de Bossu near Quatre Bras on the 16th of June had given a good proof of this, and the Duke of Wellington, when speaking in years of the possible events that might have followed if he had been beaten back from the open field of Waterloo, pointed to the wood of Soignes as his secure rallying place, saying, "They never could have beaten us so that we could not have held the wood against them." He was always confident that he could have made good that post until joined by the Prussians, upon whose cooperation he throughout depended. See Lord Ellesmere's Life and Character of the Duke of Wellington, page 40. As has already been mentioned, the Prussians, on the morning of the 18th, were at Wavre, which is about 12 miles to the east of the field of battle of Waterloo. The junction of Bulow's division had more than made up for the loss sustained at Ligny, and leaving Tilman with about 17,000 men to hold his ground, as best he could, against the attack which Grouchy was about to make on Wavre, Bulow and Blucher moved with the rest of the Prussians through Saint-Lambert upon Waterloo. It was calculated that they would be there by 3 o'clock, but the extremely difficult nature of the ground which they had to traverse, rendered worse by the torrents of rain that had just fallen, delayed them long on their 12 miles' march. An army, indeed, less animated by bitter hate against the enemy than was the Prussians, and under a less energetic chief than Blucher, would have failed altogether in effecting a passage through the swamps into which the incessant rain had transformed the greater part of the ground, through which it was necessary to move not only with columns of foot, but with cavalry and artillery. At one point of the march, on entering the defile of Saint-Lambert, The spirits of the Prussians almost gave way. Exhausted in the attempts to extricate and drag forth the heavy guns, the men began to murmur. Blucher came to the spot and heard cries from the ranks of, "We cannot get on!" "But you must get on," was the old field marshal's answer. "I have pledged my word to Wellington, and you surely will not make me break it. Only exert yourselves for a few hours longer, and we are sure of victory." This appeal from old Marshal forwards, as the Prussian soldiers loved to call Blucher, had its wonted effect. The Prussians again moved forward, slowly indeed, and with pain and toil, but still they moved forward. See Seaborn, Volume 2, page 137. End of Chapter 15, Part 3. Recording by Richard Beck in Montreal, Quebec.
Chapter 15, Part 4 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 4. The French and British armies lay on the open field during the wet and stormy night of the 17th, and when the dawn of the memorable 18th of June broke, the rain was still descending heavily upon Waterloo. The rival nations rose from their dreary bivouacs, and began to form, each on the high ground which it occupied. Toward 9, the weather grew clearer, and each army was able to watch the position and arrangements of the other on the opposite side of the valley. The Duke of Wellington drew up his army in 2 lines, the principal one being stationed near the crest of the ridge of hills already described, and the other being arranged along the slope in the rear of his position. Commencing from the eastward, on the extreme left of the first or main line, were Vivian's and Vandeleur's brigades of light cavalry, and the 5th Hanoverian Brigade of infantry under Von Vincke. Then came Best's 4th Hanoverian Brigade. Detachments from these bodies of troops occupied the little villages of Pampelot and La Haye, down the hollow in advance of the left of the Duke's position. To the right of Best's Hanoverians, Bylandt's brigade of Dutch and Belgian infantry was drawn up on the outer slope of the heights. Behind them were the 9th Brigade of British infantry under Pack, and to the right of these last, but more in advance, stood the 8th Brigade of English infantry under Kempt. These were close to the Charleroi road, and to the centre of the entire position. These 2 English brigades, with the 5th Hanoverian, made up the 5th Division, commanded by Sir Thomas Picton. Immediately to their right, and westward of the Charleroi road, stood the 3rd Division, commanded by General Alten, and consisting of Amtida's brigade of the King's German Legion, and Kalmansegi's Hanoverian Brigade. The important post of La Haye Sainte, which it will be remembered lay in front of the Duke's centre, close to the Charleroi road, was garrisoned with troops from this division. Westward, and on the front of Kalmansegi's Hanoverians, stood the 5th British Brigade under Halket, and behind, Kruse's Nassau Brigade was posted. On the right of Halket's men stood the English Guards. They were in 2 brigades, one commanded by Maitland and the other by Byng. The entire division was under General Cooke. The buildings and gardens of Hougoumont, which lay immediately under the height on which stood the British Guards, were principally manned by detachments from Byng's brigade, aided by some brave Hanoverian riflemen, and accompanied by a battalion of a Nassau regiment. On a plateau in the rear of Cooke's division of Guards, and inclining westward toward the village of Mercbrun, were Clinton's 2nd Infantry Division, composed of Adams' 3rd Brigade of Light Infantry, Duplat's 1st Brigade of the King's German Legion, and 3rd Hanoverian Brigade under Colonel Hackett. The Duke formed his 2nd line of cavalry. This only extended behind the right and centre of his 1st line. The largest mass was drawn up behind the brigades of infantry in the centre, on either side of the Charleroi road. The brigade of Household Cavalry, under Lord Somerset, was on the immediate right of the road, and on the left of it was Ponsonby's brigade. Behind these were Tripp's and Gingy's brigades of Dutch and Belgian horse. The 3rd Hussars of the King's German Legion were to the right of Somerset's brigade. To the right of these, and behind Maitland's infantry, stood the 3rd Brigade under Dornberg, consisting of the 23rd English Light Dragoons and the regiments of Light Dragoons of the King's German Legion. The last cavalry on the right was Grant's brigade, stationed in the rear of the Foot Guards. The corps of Brunswickers, both horse and foot, and the 10th British Brigade of foot, were in reserve behind the centre and right of the entire position. The artillery was distributed at convenient intervals along the front of the whole line. Besides the generals who have been mentioned, Lord Hill, Lord Uxbridge, who had the general command of the cavalry, the Prince of Orange, and General Chase were present and acting under the Duke. Prince Frederick's force remained at Hal, and took no part in the battle of the 18th. The reason for this arrangement, which has been much caviled at, may be best given in the words of Baron Muffling. "The Duke had retired from Quatre Bras in 3 columns, by 3 chaussees, and on the evening of the 17th, Prince Frederick of Orange was at Hal, Lord Hill at Braine-l'Alleud, and the Prince of Orange with the reserve at Mont Saint Jean. This distribution was necessary, as Napoleon could dispose of these 3 roads for his advance on Brussels. Napoleon on the 17th had pressed on by Genappe as far as Rossomme. On the 2 other roads no enemy had yet shown himself. On the 18th the offensive was taken by Napoleon on its greatest scale, but still the Nivelle road was not overstepped by his left wing. These circumstances made it possible to draw Prince Frederick to the army, which would certainly have been done if entirely new circumstances had not arisen. The Duke had, 24 hours before, pledged himself to accept a battle at Mont Saint Jean if Blucher would assist him there with 1 corps of 25,000 men. This being promised, the Duke was taking his measures for defence when he learned that, in addition to the 1 corps promised, Blucher was actually already on the march with his whole force to break in by Planchenoit on Napoleon's flank and rear. If 3 corps of the Prussian army should penetrate by the unguarded plateau of Rossomme, which was not improbable, Napoleon would be thrust from his line of retreat by Genappe, and might possibly lose even that by Nivelle. In this case, Prince Frederick, with his 18,000 men, who might be accounted superfluous at Mont Saint Jean, might have rendered the most essential service. See Mifflin, page 246, and the Quarterly Review, No. 178. It is also worthy of observation that Napoleon actually detached a force of 2,000 cavalry to threaten Hal, though they returned to the main French army during the night of the 17th. On the opposite heights, the French army was drawn up in 2 general lines, with the entire force of the Imperial Guards, cavalry as well as infantry, in the rear of the centre as a reserve. The first line of the French army was formed of the 2 corps commanded by Count d'Erlon and Count Real. D'Erlon's corps was on the right, that is, eastward of the Charleroi road, and consisted of 4 divisions of infantry under Generals Duret, Marcognet, Alix, and Donzelot, and 1 division of light cavalry under General Jacquinot. Count Reil's corps formed the left or western wing, and was formed of Bachelu's, Foy's, and Jerome Bonaparte's divisions of infantry, and of Pire's division of cavalry. The right wing of the second general French line was formed of Milhaud's corps, consisting of 2 divisions of heavy cavalry. The left wing of this line was formed by Kellerman's cavalry corps, also in 2 divisions. Thus, each of the corps of infantry that composed the first line had a corps of cavalry behind it. But the second line consisted also of Lobau's corps of infantry and Domont and Supervy's divisions of light cavalry. These 3 bodies of troops being drawn up on either side of the Belle Alliance, and forming the centre of the second line. The third or reserve line had its centre composed of the infantry of the Imperial Guard. 2 regiments of grenadiers and 2 of chasseurs formed the foot of the old guard under General Friant. The middle guard under Count Morand was similarly composed, while 2 regiments of voltigeurs and 2 of Trelder's under Duzem constituted the Young Guard. The chasseurs and lancers of the Guard were on the right of the infantry, under Lefebvre Duzenet, and the grenadiers and dragoons of the Guards, under Guyot, were on the left. All the French corps comprised, besides their cavalry and infantry regiments, strong batteries of horse artillery, and Napoleon's numerical superiority in guns was of deep importance throughout the action. Besides the leading generals who have been mentioned as commanding particular corps, Ney and Soult were present, and acted as the Emperor's lieutenants in the battle. English military critics have highly eulogized the admirable arrangement which Napoleon made of his forces of each arm, so as to give him the most ample means of sustaining by an immediate and sufficient support any attack from whatever point he might direct it, and of drawing promptly together a strong force to resist any attack that might be made on himself in any part of the field. When his troops were all arrayed, he rode along the lines, receiving everywhere the most enthusiastic cheers from his men, of whose entire devotion to him his assurance was now doubly sure. On the northern side of the valley, the Duke's army was also drawn up, and ready to meet the menaced attack. Wellington had caused, on the preceding night, every brigade and corps to take up its station on or near the part of the ground which it was intended to hold in the coming battle. He had slept a few hours at his headquarters in the village of Waterloo, and rising on the 18th, while it was yet deep night, he wrote several letters to the governor of Antwerp, to the English minister at Brussels, and other official personages, in which he expressed his confidence that all would go well, but, as it was necessary to provide against serious losses should any accident occur, he gave a series of judicious orders for what should be done in the rear of the army in the event of the battle going against the Allies. He also, before he left the village of Waterloo, saw to the distribution of the reserves of ammunition which had been parked there, so that supplies should be readily forwarded to every part of the line of battle where they might be required. The Duke also personally inspected the arrangements that had been made for receiving the wounded, and providing temporary hospitals in the houses in the rear of the army. Then, mounting the favourite charger, a small thoroughbred chestnut horse named Copenhagen, Wellington rode forward to the range of hills where his men were posted. Accompanied by his staff, and by the Prussian General Muffling, he rode along his lines, carefully inspecting all the details of his position. Hougoumont was the object of his special attention. He rode down to the southeastern extremity of its enclosures, and after having examined the nearest French troops, he made some changes in the disposition of his own men who were to defend that important post. Having given his final orders about Hougoumont, the Duke galloped back to the high ground in the right centre of his position, and halting there, sat watching the enemy on the opposite heights, and conversing with his staff with that cheerful serenity which was ever his characteristic in the hour of battle. Not all brave men are thus gifted, and many a glance of anxious excitement must have been cast across the valley that separated the two hosts during the protracted pause which ensued between the completion of Napoleon's preparations for attack and the actual commencement of the contest. It was indeed an awful calm before the coming storm, when armed myriads stood gazing on their armed foes, scanning their number, their array, their probable powers of resistance and destruction, and listening with throbbing hearts for the momentarily expected note of death, while visions of victory and glory came thronging on each soldier's high-strung brain, not unmingled with recollections of the home which his fall might soon leave desolate, nor without shrinking nature sometimes prompting the cold thought that in a few moments he might be writhing in agony, or lie a trampled and mangled mass of clay on the grass now waving so freshly and purely before him. Such thoughts will arise in human breasts, though the brave man soon silences "the child within us that trembles before death." See Plato, Phaedon, and Grote's History of Greece, Volume 8, page 656, and nerves himself for the coming struggle by the mental preparation which Xenophon has finely called "the soldier's arraying his own soul for battle." Well, too, may we hope and believe that many a spirit sought aid from a higher and holier source, and that many a fervent though silent prayer arose on that Sabbath morn. The battle of Waterloo was fought on a Sunday, to the Lord of the Sabbath, the God of battles, from the ranks whence so many thousands were about to appear that day before his judgment seat. Not only to those who were thus present as spectators and actors in the dread drama, but to all Europe, the decisive contest then impending between the rival French and English nations, each under its chosen chief, was the object of exciting interest and deepest solicitude. "Never indeed had two such generals as the Duke of Wellington and the Emperor Napoleon encountered since the day when Scipio and Hannibal met at Zama." See supra, page 82. The two great champions who now confronted each other were equals in years, and each had entered the military profession at the same early age. The more conspicuous stage on which the French general's youthful genius was displayed, his heritage of the whole military power of the French Republic, the position on which for years he was elevated as sovereign head of an empire surpassing that of Charlemagne, and the dizzying results of his victories, which made and unmade kings, had given him a formidable preeminence in the eyes of mankind. Military men spoke with justly rapturous admiration of the brilliancy of his first Italian campaigns, when he broke through the pedantry of traditional tactics, and with a small but promptly wielded force shattered army after army of the Austrians, conquered provinces and capitals, dictated treaties, and annihilated or created states. The iniquity of his Egyptian expedition was too often forgotten in contemplating the skill and boldness with which he destroyed the Mameluke cavalry at the Pyramids and the Turkish infantry at Aboukir. None could forget the marvellous passage of the Alps in 1800, or the victory of Marengo, which wrested Italy back from Austria, and destroyed the fruit of 20 victories which the enemies of France had gained over her in the absence of her favourite chief. Even higher seemed the glories of his German campaigns, the triumphs of Ulm, of Austerlitz, of Jena, of Wagram. Napoleon's disasters in Russia in 1812 were imputed by his admirers to the elements. His reverses in Germany in 1813 were attributed by them to treachery. And even those two calamitous years had been signalized by his victories at Borodino, at Lutzen, at Bautzen, at Dresden, and at Hanau. His last campaign in the early months of 1814 was rightly cited as the most splendid exhibition of his military genius, when, with a far inferior army, he long checked and frequently defeated the vast hosts that were poured upon France. His followers fondly hoped that the campaign of 1815 would open with another "week of miracles," like that which had seen his victories at Montmirail and Montereau. The laurel of Ligny was even now fresh upon his brows. Blucher had not stood before him, and who was the adversary that now should bar the Emperor's way? That adversary had already overthrown the Emperor's best generals and the Emperor's best armies, and, like Napoleon himself, had achieved a reputation in more than European wars. Wellington was illustrious as the destroyer of the Mahratta power, as the liberator of Portugal and Spain, and the successful invader of southern France. In early youth he had held high command in India, and had displayed eminent skill in planning and combining movements, and unrivalled celerity and boldness in execution. On his return to Europe, several years passed away before any fitting opportunity was accorded for the exercise of his genius. In this important respect, Wellington as a subject and Napoleon as a sovereign were far differently situated. At length, his appointment to the command in the Spanish peninsula gave him the means of showing Europe that England had a general who could revive the glories of Cressy, of Poictiers, of Agincourt, of Blenheim, and of Ramillies. At the head of forces always numerically far inferior to the armies with which Napoleon deluged the peninsula, thwarted by jealous and incompetent allies, ill supported by friends, and assailed by factious enemies at home, Wellington maintained the war for several years, unstained by any serious reverse, and marked by victory in 13 pitched battles, at Vimera, the Douro, Talavera, Busaco, Fuentes d'Onor, Salamanca, Vittoria, the Pyrenees, the Bidassoa, the Nive, the Nivelle, Orthez, and Toulouse. Junot, Victor, Messina, Ney, Marmont, and Jourdan, marshals whose names were the terrors of continental Europe, had been baffled by his skill and smitten down by his energy, while he liberated the kingdoms of the peninsula from them and their imperial master. In vain did Napoleon at last despatch Soult, the ablest of his lieutenants, to turn the tide of Wellington's success and defend France against the English invader. Wellington met Soult's manoeuvres with superior skill, and his boldness with superior vigour. When Napoleon's first abdication, in 1814, suspended hostilities, Wellington was the master of the fairest districts of southern France, and he had under him a veteran army, with which, to use his own expressive phrase, he felt he could have gone anywhere and done anything. The fortune of war had hitherto kept separate the orbits in which Napoleon and he had moved. Now, on the ever memorable 18th of June, 1815, they met at last. End of chapter 15, part 4. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. Chapter 15, part 5 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edwin Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 5. It is, indeed, remarkable that Napoleon, during his numerous campaigns in Spain, as well as other countries, not only never encountered the Duke of Wellington before the day of Waterloo, but that he was never until then personally engaged with British troops, except at the siege of Toulon in 1793, which was the very first incident of his military career. Many, however, of the French generals who were with him in 1815 knew well, by sharp experience, what English soldiers were, and what the leader was who now headed them. Ney, Foy, and other officers who had served in the Peninsula warned Napoleon that he would find the English infantry very devils in fight. The Emperor, however, persisted in employing the old system of attack, with which the French generals often succeeded against continental troops, but which had always failed against the English in the Peninsula. He adhered to his usual tactics of employing the order of the column, a mode of attack probably favoured by him, as Sir Walter Scott remarks, on account of his faith in the extreme valour of the French officers by whom the column was headed. It is a threatening formation, well calculated to shake the firmness of ordinary foes, but which, when steadily met, as the English have met it, by heavy volleys of musketry from an extended line, followed up by a resolute bayonet charge, has always resulted in disaster to the assailants. See especially Sir W. Napier's glorious pictures of the battles of Busaco and Albuera. The theoretical advantages of the attack in column, and its peculiar fitness for a French army, are set forth in the Chevalier Folliard's Traité de la Colonne, preface to the first volume of his Polybus. See also the preface to his 6th volume. It was approaching noon before the action commenced. Napoleon, in his Memoirs, gives as the reason for this delay the miry state of the ground through the heavy rain of the preceding night and day, which rendered it impossible for cavalry or artillery to manoeuvre on it till a few hours of dry weather had given it its natural consistency. It has been supposed also that he trusted to the effect which the sight of the imposing array of his own forces was likely to produce on the part of the allied army. The Belgian regiments had been tampered with, and Napoleon had well-founded hopes of seeing them quit the Duke of Wellington in a body, and range themselves under his own eagles. The Duke, however, who knew and did not trust them, had guarded against the risk of this by breaking up the corps of Belgians, and distributing them in separate regiments among troops on whom he could rely. At last, at about 11:30, Napoleon began the battle by directing a powerful force from his left wing, under his brother, Prince Jerome, to attack Hougoumont. Column after column of the French now descended from the west of the southern heights, and assailed that post with fiery valour, which was encountered with the most determined bravery. The French won the copse around the house, but a party of British guards held the house itself throughout the day. The whole of Byng's brigade was required to man this hotly contested post. Amid shell and shot, and the blazing fragments of part of the buildings, this obstinate contest was continued. But still the English were firm in Hougoumont, though the French occasionally moved forward in such numbers as enabled them to surround and mask it with part of their troops from their left wing, while others pressed onward up the slope and assailed the British right. The cannonade, which commenced at first between the British right and the French left, in consequence of the attack on Hougoumont, soon became general along both lines, and about 1 o'clock Napoleon directed a grand attack to be made under Marshal Ney upon the centre and left wing of the allied army. For this purpose 4 columns of infantry, amounting to about 18,000 men, were collected, supported by a strong division of cavalry under the celebrated Kellerman, and 74 guns were brought forward ready to be posted on the ridge of a little undulation of the ground in the interval between the 2 principal chains of heights, so as to bring their fire to bear on the Duke's line at a range of about 700 yards. By the combined assault of these formidable forces, led on by Ney, "the bravest of the brave," Napoleon hoped to force the left centre of the British position, to take La Haye Sainte, and then pressing forward to occupy also the farm of Mont Saint Jean. He then could cut the mass of Wellington's troops off from their line of retreat upon Brussels, and from their own left, and also completely sever them from any Prussian troops that might be approaching. The columns destined for this great and decisive operation descended majestically from the French line of hills, and gained the ridge of the intervening eminence on which the batteries that supported them were now ranged. As the columns descended again from this eminence, the 74 guns opened over their heads with terrible effect upon the troops of the Allies that were stationed on the heights to the left of the Charleroi road. One of the French columns kept to the east, and attacked the extreme left of the Allies. The other 3 continued to move rapidly forward upon the left centre of the Allied position. The front line of the Allies here was composed of Bylandt's brigade of Dutch and Belgians. As the French columns moved up the southward slope of the height on which the Dutch and Belgians stood, and the skirmishers in advance began to open fire, Bylandt's entire brigade turned and fled in disgraceful and disorderly panic. But there were men more worthy of the name behind. In this part of the second line of the Allies were posted Pack and Kemp's brigades of English infantry, which had suffered severely at Quatre Bras. But Picton was here as general of division, and not even Ney himself surpassed in resolute bravery that stern and fiery spirit. Picton brought his 2 brigades forward, side by side, in a thin, 2-deep line. Thus joined together, they were not 3,000 strong. With these, Picton had to make head against the 3 victorious French columns, upward of 4 times that strength, and who, encouraged by the easy rout of the Dutch and Belgians, now came confidently over the ridge of the hill. The British infantry stood firm, and as the French halted and began to deploy into line, Picton seized the critical moment. He shouted, in his stentorian voice to Kemp's brigade, "A volley, and then charge!" At a distance of less than 30 yards, that volley was poured upon the devoted first sections of the nearest column, and then, with a fierce hurrah, the British dashed in with the bayonet. Picton was shot dead as he rushed forward, but his men pushed on with a cold steel. The French reeled back in confusion. Pack's infantry had checked the other two columns, and down came a whirlwind of British horse on the whole mass, sending them staggering from the crest of the hill, and cutting them down by whole battalions. Ponsonby's brigade of heavy cavalry, the Union Brigade it was called, from its being made up of the British Royals, the Scots Greys, and the Irish Inniskillings, did this good service. On went the horsemen amid the wrecks of the French columns, capturing 2 eagles and 2,000 prisoners. Onward still they galloped, and sabred the artillerymen of Ney's 74 advanced guns. Then severing the traces and cutting the throats of the artillery horses, they rendered these guns totally useless to the French throughout the remainder of the day. While thus far advanced beyond the British position, and disordered by success, they were charged by a large body of French lancers, and driven back with severe loss, till Vandeleur's light horse came to their aid, and beat off the French lancers in their turn. Equally unsuccessful with the advance of the French infantry in this grand attack had been the efforts of the French cavalry who moved forward in support of it, along the east of the Charleroi road. Somerset's cavalry of the English Household Brigade had been launched, on the right of Picton's division, against the French horse, at the same time that the English Union Brigade of heavy horse charged the French infantry columns on the left. Somerset's brigade was formed of the Life Guards, the Blues, and the Dragoon Guards. The hostile cavalry, which Kellerman led forward, consisted chiefly of cuirassiers. This steel-clad mass of French horsemen rode down some companies of German infantry near La Haye Sainte, and flushed with success, they bounded onward to the ridge of the British position. The English Household Brigade, led on by the Earl of Uxbridge in person, spurred forward to the encounter, and in an instant the two adverse lines of strong swordsmen, on their strong steeds, dashed furiously together. A desperate and sanguinary hand-to-hand fight ensued, in which the physical superiority of the Anglo-Saxons, guided by equal skill, and animated with equal valour, was made decisively manifest. Back went the chosen cavalry of France, and after them, in hot pursuit, spurred the English guards. They went forward as far and as fiercely as their comrades of the Union Brigade, and, like them, the Household Cavalry suffered severely before they regained the British position after their magnificent charge and adventurous pursuit. Napoleon's grand effort to break the English left centre had thus completely failed, and his right wing was seriously weakened by the heavy loss which it had sustained. Hougoumont was still being assailed, and was still successfully resisting. Troops were now beginning to appear at the edge of the horizon on Napoleon's right, which he too well knew to be Prussian, though he endeavoured to persuade his followers that they were Grouchy's men coming to their aid. Grouchy was in fact now engaged at Wavre, with his whole force, against Thielmam's single Prussian corps, while the other 3 corps of the Prussian army were moving without opposition, save from the difficulties of the ground, upon Waterloo. Grouchy believed on the 17th, and caused Napoleon to believe, that the Prussian army was retreating by lines of march remote from Waterloo, upon Namur and Maestricht. Napoleon learned only on the 18th that there were Prussians in Wavre, and felt jealous about the security of his own right. He accordingly, before he attacked the English, sent Grouchy orders to engage the Prussians at Wavre without delay, and to approach the main French army so as to unite his communications with the emperors. Grouchy entirely neglected this last part of his instructions, and in attacking the Prussians, whom he found at Wavre, he spread his force more and more toward his right, that is to say, in the direction most remote from Napoleon. He thus knew nothing of Blucher's and Bülow's flank march upon Waterloo, till 6 in the evening of the 18th, when he received a note which Soult, by Napoleon's orders, had sent off from the field of battle at Waterloo at 1 o'clock, to inform Grouchy that Bülow was coming over the heights of St. Lambert on the Emperor's right flank, and directing Grouchy to approach and join the main army instantly and crush Bülow in flagrant délit. It was then too late for Grouchy to obey, but it is remarkable that as early as noon on the 18th, and while Grouchy had not proceeded as far as Wavre, he and his suite heard the sound of heavy cannonading in the direction of Planchenoit and Mount St. Jean. General Gerard, who was with Grouchy, implored him to march toward the cannonade and join his operations with those of Napoleon, who was evidently engaged with the English. Grouchy refused to do so, or even to detach part of his force in that direction. He said that his instructions were to fight the Prussians at Wavre. He marched upon Wavre and fought for the rest of the day with Thielman accordingly, while Blucher and Bülow were attacking the Emperor. I have heard the remark made that Grouchy twice had in his hands the power of changing the destinies of Europe, and twice wanted nerve to act. First, when he flinched from landing the French army at Bantry Bay in 1796, he was second in command to Hoche, whose ship was blown back by a storm; and secondly, when he failed to lead his whole force from Wavre to the scene of decisive conflict at Waterloo. But such were the arrangements of the Prussian general, that even if Grouchy had marched upon Waterloo, he would have been held in check by the nearest Prussian corps, or certainly by the two nearest ones, while the rest proceeded to join Wellington. This, however, would have diminished the number of Prussians who appeared at Waterloo, and, what is still more important, would have kept them back to a later hour. There are some very valuable remarks on this subject in the 70th number of the Quarterly, in an article on the life of Blucher, usually attributed to Sir Francis Head. The Prussian writer, General Clausewitz, is there cited as expressing a positive opinion, in which every military critic but a Frenchman must concur, that even had the whole of Grouchy's force been at Napoleon's disposal, the Duke had nothing to fear pending Blucher's arrival. The Duke is often talked of as having exhausted his reserves in the action. This is another gross error, which Clausewitz has thoroughly disposed of. He enumerates the 10th British Brigade, the division of Chase, and the cavalry of Collaert as having been little or not at all engaged, and he might have also added 2 brigades of light cavalry. The fact also that Wellington did not at any part of the day order up Prince Frederick's corps from Hal is a conclusive proof that the Duke was not so distressed as some writers have represented. Hal is not 10 miles from the field of Waterloo. Napoleon had witnessed with bitter disappointment the rout of his troops, foot, horse, and artillery, which attacked the left centre of the English, and the obstinate resistance which the garrison of Hougoumont opposed to all the exertions of his left wing. He now caused the batteries along the line of high ground held by him to be strengthened, and for some time an unremitting and most destructive cannonade raged across the valley, to the partial cessation of other conflict. But the superior fire of the French artillery, though it weakened, could not break the British line, and more close and summary measures were requisite. It was now about half past 3 o'clock, and though Wellington's army had suffered severely by the unremitting cannonade, and in the late desperate encounter, no part of the British position had been forced. Napoleon determined, therefore, to try what effect he could produce on the British centre and right by charges of his splendid cavalry, brought on in such force that the Duke's cavalry could not check them. Fresh troops were at the same time sent to assail La Haye Sainte and Hougoumont, the possession of these posts being the Emperor's unceasing object. Squadron after squadron of the French cuirassiers accordingly ascended the slopes on the Duke's right, and rode forward with dauntless courage against the batteries of the British artillery in that part of the field. The artillerymen were driven from their guns, and the cuirassiers cheered loudly at their supposed triumph. But the Duke had formed his infantry in squares, and the cuirassiers charged in vain against the impenetrable hedges of bayonets, while the fire from the inner ranks of the squares told with terrible effect on their squadrons. Time after time they rode forward, with invariably the same result, and as they receded from each attack, the British artillerymen rushed forward from the centres of the squares where they had taken refuge, and plied their guns on the retiring horsemen. Nearly the whole of Napoleon's magnificent body of heavy cavalry was destroyed in these fruitless attempts upon the British right. But in another part of the field, fortune favoured him for a time. 2 French columns of infantry from Donzelot's division took La Haye Sainte between 6 and 7 o'clock, and the means were now given for organizing another formidable attack on the centre of the Allies. On came the whirlwind, like the last but fiercest sweep of tempest blast. On came the whirlwind's steel gleams broke, like lightning through the rolling smoke. The war was waked anew. 300 cannon mouths roared loud, and from their throats, with flash and cloud, their showers of iron threw. Beneath their fire, in full career, rushed on the ponderous cuirassier. The lancer couched his ruthless spear, and hurrying as to havoc near, the cohorts' eagles flew. In one dark torrent, broad and strong, the advancing onset rolled along, forth harbingered by fierce acclaim, that from the shroud of smoke and flame pealed wildly the imperial name. But on the British heart were lost the terrors of the charging host, for not an eye the storm that viewed changed its proud glance of fortitude, nor was one forward footstep stayed, as dropped the dying and the dead. Fast as their ranks the thunders tear, fast they renewed each serried square, and on the wounded and the slain closed their diminished files again, till from their line scarce spear's length 3, emerging from the smoke they see helmet and plume and panoply. Then wake their fire at once, each musketeer's revolving knell as fast, as regularly fell, as when they practised to display their discipline on festal day. Then down went helm and lance, down were the eagle banners sent, down reeling steeds and riders went, corslets were pierced and pennons rent, and to augment the fray, wheeled full against their staggering flanks, the English horsemen's foaming ranks forced their resistless way. Then to the musket knell succeeds the clash of swords, the neigh of steeds, as plies the smith his clanging trade, against the cuirass rang the blade, and while amid their close array the well-served cannon rent their way, and while amid their scattered band raged the fierce rider's bloody brand, recoiled in common rout and fear, lancer and guard and cuirassier, horseman and foot, a mingled host, their leaders fallen, their standards lost. Scott. There was no time to be lost. Blucher and Bülow were beginning to press hard upon the French right. As early as 5 o'clock, Napoleon had been obliged to detach Lobau's infantry and Demont's horse to check these new enemies. They succeeded in doing so for a time, but as larger numbers of the Prussians came on the field, they turned Lobau's right flank and sent a strong force to seize the village of Planchenoit, which it will be remembered lay in the rear of the French right. End of chapter 15, part 5. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. Chapter 15, part 6 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Creasy. Chapter 15, Part 6. The design of the Allies was not merely to prevent Napoleon from advancing upon Brussels, but to cut off his line of retreat and utterly destroy his army. The defence of Planchenoit therefore became absolutely essential for the safety of the French, and Napoleon was obliged to send his young guard to occupy that village, which was accordingly held by them with great gallantry against the reiterated assaults of the Prussian left under Bülow. 3 times did the Prussians fight their way into Planchenoit, and as often did the French drive them out. The contest was maintained with the fiercest desperation on both sides, such being the animosity between the two nations that quarter was seldom given or even asked. Other Prussian forces were now appearing on the field nearer to the English left, whom also Napoleon kept in check by troops detached for that purpose. Thus, a large part of the French army was now thrown back on a line at right angles with the line of that portion which still confronted and assailed the English position. But this portion was now numerically inferior to the force under the Duke of Wellington, which Napoleon had been assailing throughout the day, without gaining any other advantage than the capture of La Haye Sainte. It is true that owing to the gross misconduct of the greater part of the Dutch and Belgian troops, the Duke was obliged to rely exclusively on his English and German soldiers, and the ranks of these had been fearfully thinned, but the survivors stood their ground heroically, and opposed a resolute front to every forward movement of their enemies. On no point of the British line was the pressure more severe than on Halkett's brigade in the right centre, which was composed of battalions of the 30th, the 33rd, the 69th, and the 73rd British regiments. We fortunately can quote from the journal of a brave officer of the 30th, a narrative that took place in this part of the field. This excellent journal was published under the United Service Magazine during the year 1852. The late Major Macready served at Waterloo in the light company of the 30th. The extent of the peril and carnage which Halkett's brigade had to encounter may be judged of by the fact that this light company marched into the field 3 officers and 51 men, and that at the end of the battle they stood 1 officer and 10 men. Major Macready's blunt, soldierly account of what he actually saw and felt gives a far better idea of the terrific scene than can be gained from the polished generalizations which the conventional style of history requires, or even from the glowing stanzas of the poet. During the early part of the day, Macready and his light company were thrown forward as skirmishers in front of the brigade. But when the French cavalry commenced their attacks on the British right centre, he and his comrades were ordered back. The brave soldier thus himself describes what passed. Quote, "Before the commencement of this attack, our company and the grenadiers of the 73rd were skirmishing briskly in the low ground, covering our guns and annoying those of the enemy. The line of tirailleurs opposed to us was not stronger than our own, but on a sudden they were reinforced by numerous bodies, and several guns began playing on us with canister. Our poor fellows dropped very fast, and Colonel Vigoureux, Rumley, and Pratt were carried off badly wounded in about 2 minutes. I was now commander of our company. We stood under this hurricane of small shot till Halkett sent to order us in, and I brought away about 1/3 of the light bobs. The rest were killed or wounded, and I really wonder how one of them escaped. As our bugler was killed, I shouted and made signals to move by the left in order to avoid the fire of our guns, and to put as good a face upon the business as possible. When I reached Lloyd's abandoned guns, I stood near them for about a minute to contemplate the scene. It was grand beyond description. Hougoumont and its wood sent up a broad flame through the dark masses of smoke that overhung the field. Beneath this cloud the French were indistinctly visible. Here a waving mass of long red feathers could be seen. There, gleams as from a sheet of steel showed that the cuirassiers were moving. 400 cannon were belching forth fire and death on every side. The roaring and shouting were indistinguishably commixed. Together they gave me an idea of a labouring volcano. Bodies of infantry and cavalry were pouring down on us, and it was time to leave contemplation, so I moved toward our columns, which were standing up in square. Our regiment and 73rd formed one, and 33rd and 69th another. To our right beyond them were the Guards, and on our left the Hanoverians and German Legion of our division. As I entered the rear face of our square, I had to step over a body, and looking down, recognized Harry Beers, an officer of our grenadiers, who about an hour before shook hands with me, laughing, as I left the columns. I was on the usual terms of military intimacy with poor Harry. That is to say, if either of us had died a natural death, the other would have pitied him as a good fellow, and smiled at his neighbour as he congratulated him on the step. But seeing his Herculean frame and animated countenance thus suddenly stiff and motionless before me, I know not whence the feeling could originate, for I had just seen my dearest friend drop almost with indifference. The tears started in my eyes as I sighed out, "Poor Harry." The tear was not dry on my cheek when poor Harry was no longer thought of. In a few minutes after, the enemy's cavalry galloped up and crowned the crest of our position. Our guns were abandoned, and they formed between the two brigades, about 100 paces in our front. Their first charge was magnificent. As soon as they quickened their trot into a gallop, the cuirassiers bent their heads so that the peaks of their helmets looked like visors, and they seemed cased in armour from the plume to the saddle. Not a shot was fired till they were within 30 yards. When the word was given, and our men fired away at them, the effect was magical. Through the smoke we could see helmets falling, cavaliers starting from their seats with convulsive springs as they received our balls, horses plunging and rearing in the agonies of fright and pain, and crowds of the soldiery dismounted, part of the squadron in retreat, but the more daring remainder backing their horses to force them on our bayonets. Our fire soon disposed of these gentlemen. The main body reformed in our front, and rapidly and gallantly repeated their attacks. In fact, from this time, about 4 o'clock, till near 6, we had a constant repetition of these brave but unavailing charges. There was no difficulty in repulsing them, but our ammunition decreased alarmingly. At length an artillery wagon galloped up, emptied 2 or 3 casks of cartridges into the square, and we were all comfortable. The best cavalry is contemptible to a steady and well-supplied infantry regiment. Even our men saw this, and began to pity the useless perseverance of their assailants, and, as they advanced, would growl out, "Here come those fools again." One of their superior officers tried a ruse de guerre, by advancing and dropping his sword as though he surrendered. Some of us were deceived by him, but Halkett ordered the men to fire, and he coolly retired, saluting us. Their devotion was invincible. One officer, whom we had taken prisoner, was asked what force Napoleon might have in the field, and replied with a smile of mingled derision and threatening, "Vous verrez bientôt sa force, messieurs." A private cuirassier was wounded and dragged into the square. His only cry was, "Tuez donc, tuez-moi, soldats," and as one of our men dropped dead close to him, he seized his bayonet and forced it into his own neck. But this not dispatching him, he raised up his cuirass, and plunging the bayonet into his stomach, kept working about till he ceased to breathe. Though we constantly thrashed our steel-clad opponents, we found more troublesome customers in the round shot and grape, which all this time played on us with terrible effect, and fully avenged the cuirassiers. Often, as the volleys created openings in our square, would the cavalry dash on, but they were uniformly unsuccessful. A regiment on our right seemed sadly disconcerted, and at one moment was in considerable confusion. Halkett rode out to them, and seizing their colour, waved it over his head, and restored them to something like order, though not before his horse was shot out under him. At the height of their unsteadiness, we got the order to right face, to move to their assistance. Some of the men mistook it for right about face, and faced accordingly, when old Major Mullane, 73rd, called out, "No, my boys, it's right face. You'll never hear the right about as long as a French bayonet is in front of you." In a few moments he was mortally wounded. A regiment of light dragoons, by their facings, either the 16th or the 23rd, came up to our left and charged the cuirassiers. We cheered each other as they passed us. They did all they could, but were obliged to retire after a few minutes at the sabre. A body of Belgian cavalry advanced for the same purpose, but on passing our square they stopped short. Our noble Halkett rode out to them and offered to charge at their head. It was of no use. The Prince of Orange came up and exhorted them to do their duty, but in vain. They hesitated till a few shots whizzed through them, when they turned about and galloped like fury, or rather like fear. As they passed the right face of our square, the men, irritated by their rascally conduct, unanimously took up their pieces and fired a volley into them, and many a good fellow was destroyed so cowardly. The enemy's cavalry were by this time nearly disposed of, and, as they had discovered the inutility of their charges, they commenced annoying us by a spirited and well-directed carbine fire. While we were employed in this manner, it was impossible to see farther than the columns on our right and left, but I imagine most of the army were similarly situated. All the British and Germans were doing their duty. About 6 o'clock I perceived some artillery trotting up our hill, which I knew by their caps to belong to the Imperial Guard. I had hardly mentioned this to a brother officer, when 2 guns unlimbered within 70 paces of us, and by their first discharge of grape blew 7 men into the centre of the square. They immediately reloaded, and kept up a constant and destructive fire. It was noble to see our fellows fill up the gaps after every discharge. I was much distressed at this movement. Having ordered up 3 of my light bobs, they had hardly taken their station when 2 of them fell horribly lacerated. One of them looked up in my face and uttered a sort of reproachful groan, and I involuntarily explained I couldn't help it. We would willingly have charged these guns, but had we deployed, the cavalry that flanked them would have made an example of us. The vivida vis animi, the glow which fires one upon entering into action, had ceased. It was now to be seen which side had the most bottom, and would stand killing longest. The Duke visited us frequently at this momentous period. He was coolness personified. As he crossed the rear face of our square, a shell fell amongst our grenadiers, and he checked his horse to see its effect. Some men were blown to pieces by the explosion, and he merely stirred the rein of his charger, apparently as little concerned at their fate as at his own danger. No leader ever possessed so fully the confidence of his soldiery. Wherever he appeared, a murmur of "Silence! Stand to your front! Here's the Duke!" was heard through the column, and then all was steady as on a parade. His aide-de-camp, Colonels Canning and Gordon, fell near our square, and the former died within it. As he came near us late in the evening, Halkett rode out to him and represented our weak state, begging his Grace to afford us a little support. "It's impossible, Halkett," said he, and our general replied, "If so, sir, you may depend on the brigade to a man." All accounts of the battle show that the Duke was ever present at each spot where danger seemed the most pressing, inspiriting his men by a few homely and good-humoured words, and restraining their impatience to be led forward to attack in their turn. "Hard pounding this, gentlemen. We will try who can pound the longest," was his remark to a battalion, on which the storm from the French guns was pouring with peculiar fury. Riding up to one of the squares, which had been dreadfully weakened, and against which a fresh attack of French cavalry was coming, he called to them, "Stand firm, my lads. What will they say of this in England?" As he rode along another part of the line, where the men had for some time been falling fast beneath the enemy's cannonade, without having any close fighting, a murmur reached his ear of natural eagerness to advance and do something more than stand still to be shot at. The Duke called to them, "Wait a little longer, my lads, and you shall have your wish." The men were instantly satisfied and steady. It was indeed indispensable for the Duke to bide his time. The premature movement of a single corps down from the British line of heights would have endangered the whole position, and have probably made Waterloo a second Hastings. But the Duke inspired all under him with his own spirit of patient firmness. When other generals besides Halkett sent to him begging for reinforcements, or for leave to withdraw corps which were reduced to skeletons, the answer was the same: "It is impossible. You must hold your ground to the last man, and all will be well." He gave a similar reply to some of his staff, who asked instructions from him, so that, in the event of his falling, his successor might follow out his plan. He answered, "My plan is simply to stand my ground here to the last man." His personal danger was indeed imminent throughout the day, and though he escaped without injury to himself or horse, one only of his numerous staff was equally fortunate. As far as the French accounts would lead us to infer, it appears that the losses among Napoleon's staff were comparatively trifling. On this subject, perhaps, the marked contrast afforded by the following anecdotes, which have been related to me on excellent authority, may tend to throw some light. At one period of the battle, when the Duke was surrounded by several of his staff, it was very evident that the group had become the object of the fire of a French battery. The shot fell fast about them, generally striking and turning up the ground on which they stood. Their horses became restive, and Copenhagen himself so fidgety that the Duke, getting impatient, and having reasons for remaining on the spot, said to those about him, "Gentlemen, we are rather too close together, better to divide a little." Subsequently, at another point of the line, an officer of artillery came up to the Duke, and stated that he had a distinct view of Napoleon, attended by his staff, that he had the guns of his battery well pointed in that direction, and was prepared to fire. His Grace instantly and emphatically exclaimed, "No, no, I'll not allow it. It is not the business of commanders to be firing upon each other." How different is this from Napoleon's conduct at the battle of Dresden, when he personally directed the fire of the battery which, as he thought, killed the Emperor Alexander, and actually killed Moreau. Napoleon had stationed himself during the battle on a little hillock near La Belle Alliance, in the centre of the French position. Here he was seated, with a large table from the neighbouring farmhouse before him, on which maps and plans were spread; and thence, with his telescope, he surveyed the various points of the field. Soult watched his orders close at his left hand, and his staff was grouped on horseback a few paces in the rear. Uvard, who attended Napoleon as chief commissary of the French army on that occasion, told me that Napoleon was suffering from a complaint which made it very painful for him to ride. Here he remained till the close of the day, preserving the appearance at least of calmness, except some expressions of irritation which escaped him, when Ney's attack on the British left centre was defeated. But now that the crisis of the battle was evidently approaching, he mounted a white Persian charger, which he rode in action, because the troops easily recognized him by the horse colour. He had still the means of effecting a retreat. His old guard had yet taken no part in the action. Under cover of it, he might have withdrawn his shattered forces, and retired upon the French frontier. But this would only have given the English and Prussians the opportunity of completing their junction, and he knew that other armies were fast coming up to aid them in a march upon Paris, if he should succeed in avoiding an encounter with them and retreating upon the capital. A victory at Waterloo was his only alternative from utter ruin, and he determined to employ his guard in one bold stroke more, to make that victory his own. End of chapter 15, part 6. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky.
Chapter 15, Part 7 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 15, Part 7. Between 7 and 8 o'clock, the infantry of the Old Guard was formed into two columns, on the declivity near La Belle Alliance. Ney was placed at their head, Napoleon himself rode forward to a spot by which his veterans were to pass, and, as they approached, he raised his arm, and pointed to the position of the Allies, as if to tell them their path lay there. They answered with loud cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" and descended the hill from their own side, into that valley of the shadow of death, while the batteries thundered with redoubled vigor over their heads upon the British line. The line of march and the columns of the guard was directed between Hougoumont and La Haye Sainte against the British right centre, and, at the same time, the French under Donzelot, who had possession of La Haye Sainte, commenced a fierce attack upon the British centre, a little more to its left. This part of the battle has drawn less attention than the celebrated attack of the Old Guard, but it formed the most perilous crisis for the Allied army, and if the Young Guard had been there to support Donzelot, instead of being engaged with the Prussians at Planchenoit, the consequences of the Allies in that part of the field must have been most serious. The French tirailleurs, who were posted in clouds in La Haye Sainte and the sheltered spots near it, picked off the artillerymen of the English batteries near them, and taking advantage of the disabled state of the English guns, the French brought some field pieces up to La Haye Sainte and commenced firing grape from them on the infantry of the Allies, at a distance of not more than 300 paces. The Allied infantry here consisted of some German brigades, who were formed in squares, as it was believed that Donzelot had cavalry ready for La Haye Sainte to charge them with it. If they left that order of formation, in the state the Germans remained for some time with heroic fortitude, through the grape shot was tearing gaps in their ranks, and the side of one square was literally blown away by tremendous volley which the French gunners poured into it. The Prince of Orange in vain endeavoured to lead some Nassau troops to the aid of the brave Germans. The Nassauers would not or could not face the French, and some battalions of Brunswicks, whom the Duke of Wellington had ordered up as a reinforcement, at first fell back, until the Duke in person rallied them and led them on. Having thus barred the further advance of Donzelot, the Duke galloped off to the right to head his men who were exposed to the attack of the Imperial Guard. He had saved one part of the centre from being routed, but the French had gained ground and kept it, and the pressure on the Allied line in front of La Haye Sainte was fearfully severe, until it was relieved by the decisive success which the British in the right centre achieved over the columns of the Guard. The British troops on the crest of that part of the position which the first column of Napoleon's Guard assailed were Maitland's brigade of British Guards, having Adams' brigade, which had been brought forward during the action, on their right. Maitland's men were lying down, in order to avoid as far as possible the destructive effect of French artillery, which kept up an unremitting fire from the opposite heights, until the first column of the Imperial Guard had advanced so far up the slope towards the British position that any further firing of the French artillerymen would have endangered their own comrades. Meanwhile, the British guns were not idle, but shot and shell ploughed fast through the ranks of the stately array of veterans that still moved imposingly on. Several of the French superior officers were at its head. Ney's horse was shot under him, but he still led the way on foot, sword in hand. The front of the massive column now was on the ridge of the hill. To their surprise they saw no troops before them. All they could discern through the smoke was a small band of mounted officers. One of them was the Duke himself. The French advanced to about 50 yards from where the British guards were lying down, when the voice of one of the group of British officers was heard calling, as if to the ground before him, "Up, guards, and at them!" It was the Duke who gave the order, and at the words, as if by magic, up started before them a line of British guards 4 deep, and in the most compact and perfect order. They poured an instantaneous volley upon the head of the French column, by which no less than 300 of those chosen veterans are said to have fallen. The French officers rushed forwards and, conspicuous in front of their men, attempted to deploy them in a more extended line, so as to enable them to reply with effect to the British fire. But Maitland's brigade kept showering in volley after volley with deadly rapidity. The decimated column grew disordered in its vain efforts to expand itself into a more efficient formation. The right word was given at the right moment to the British for the bayonet charge, and the brigade sprang forward with a loud cheer against the dismayed antagonists In an instant the compact mass of the French spread out into a rabble, and they fled back down the hill, pursued by Maitland's men, who, however, returned to their position in time to take part in the repulse of the second column of the Imperial Guard. This column also advanced with great spirit and firmness under the cannonade which was opened on it, and passing by the eastern wall of Hougoumont, diverged slightly to the right as it moved up the slope toward the British position, and so as to approach nearly the same spot where the first column had surmounted the height, and been defeated. This enabled the British regiments of Adams' brigade to form a line parallel to the left flank of the French column, so that while the front of the column of French guards had to encounter the cannonade of the British batteries and the musketry of Maitland's guards, its left flank was assailed with a destructive fire by 4 deep bodies of British infantry, extending all along it. In such a position, all the bravery and the skill of the French veterans were in vain. The second column, like its predecessor, broke and fled, taking at first a lateral direction along the front of the British line towards the rear of La Haye-Sainte, and so becoming blended with the divisions of the French infantry, which under Donzelot had been assailing the Allies so formidably in that quarter. The side of the old guard, broken and in flight, checked the ardor which Donzelot's troops had hitherto displayed. They too began to waver. Adams' victorious brigade was pressing after the flying guard, and now cleared away the assailants of the Allied centre. But the battle was not yet won. Napoleon had still some battalions in reserve near La Belle Alliance. He was rapidly rallying the remains of the first column of his guards, and he had collected into one body the remnants of the various corps of cavalry, which had suffered so severely in the earlier part of the day. The Duke instantly formed the bold resolution of now himself becoming the assailant, and leading his successful though enfeebled army forward, while the disheartening effect of the repulse of the Imperial Guard on the rest of the French army was still strong, and before Napoleon and Ney could rally the beaten veterans themselves for another and fiercer charge. As the close approach of the Prussians now completely protected the Duke's left, he had drawn some reserves of horse from that quarter, and he had a brigade of hussars under Vivian fresh and ready at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched these against the cavalry near La Belle Alliance. The charge was as successful as it was daring, and as there was now no hostile cavalry to check the British infantry in a forward movement, the Duke gave a long-wished-for command for a general advance of the army along the whole line upon the foe. It was now past 8 o'clock, and for nearly 9 deadly hours had the British and German regiments stood unflinching under the fire of artillery, the charge of cavalry, and every variety of assault which the compact columns or the scattered tirailleurs of the enemy's infantry could inflict, as they joyously sprang forward against the discomfited masses of the French. The setting sun broke through the clouds which had obscured the sky during the greater part of the day, and glittered on the bayonets of the Allies, while they poured down into the valley and towards the heights that were held by the foe. The Duke himself was among the foremost in the advance, and personally directed the movements against each body of the French that essayed resistance. He rode in front of Adams' brigade, cheering it forward, and even galloped among the most advanced of the British skirmishers, speaking joyously to the men and receiving their hearty shouts of congratulation. The bullets of both friends and foe were whistling fast round him, and one of the few survivors of his staff remonstrated with him for thus exposing a life of such value. "Never mind," was the Duke's answer. "Never mind, let them fire away. The battle's won, and my life is no consequence now." And indeed almost the whole of the French host was now in irreparable confusion. The Prussian army was coming more and more rapidly forwards on their right, and the young guard, which had held Planchenoit so bravely, was at last compelled to give way. Some regiments of the old guard in vain endeavoured to form in squares and stem the current. They were swept away, and wrecked among the waves of the flyers. Napoleon had placed himself in one of these squares. Marshal Soult, General Bertrand, Dros Corbonneau, Dave Flahaut, and Gourgard were with him. The emperor spoke of dying on the field, but Sal seized the bridle and turned his charger round, exclaiming, "Sire, are not the enemy already lucky enough?" Colonel Lemoire de Fossey, Memoirs, page 338. The colonel states that he had heard these details from General Courcelles himself. The English reader will be reminded of Charles I's retreats from Naseby. With the greatest difficulty, and only by the utmost exertion of the devoted officers round him, Napoleon cleared the throng of fugitives and escaped from the scene of the battle and the war, which he and France had lost past all recovery. Meanwhile, the Duke of Wellington still rode forward with the van of his victorious troops, until he reined up on the elevated ground near Rosomme. The daylight was now entirely gone, but the young moon had risen, and the light which it cast, aided by the glare from the burning houses and other buildings in line of the flying French and pursuing Prussians, enabled the Duke to assure himself that his victory was complete. He then rode back along the Chaperoy road towards Waterloo, and near La Belle Alliance, and met Marshal Blucher. Warm were the congratulations that were exchanged between the allied chiefs. It was arranged that the Prussians should follow up the pursuit and give the French no chance of rallying. Accordingly, the British army, exhausted by its toils and sufferings during the dreadful day, did not advance beyond the heights which the enemy had occupied, but the Prussians drove the fugitives before them in merciless chase throughout the night. Cannon, baggage, and all the material of the army were abandoned by the French, and many thousands of the infantry threw away their arms to facilitate their escape. The ground was strewn for miles with the wrecks of their host. There was no rear guard, nor was there even a semblance of order attempted. An attempt at resistance was made at the village of Genappe, the first narrow pass through which the bulk of the French retired. The situation was favourable, and a few resolute battalions, if ably commanded, might have held their pursuers at bay there for some considerable time. But despair and panic were now universal in the beaten army. At the first sound of the Prussian drums and bugles, Genappe was abandoned, and nothing thought of but headlong flight. The Prussians, under General Gisonneux, still followed up and still slew, nor even when the Prussian infantry stopped in sheer exhaustion was the pursuit given up. Gisonneux still pushed on while the cavalry, and the ingenious stratagem made by the French, believed that his infantry were still close on them, and scared them from every spot where they attempted to pause and rest. He mounted one of his drummers on a horse which had been taken from a captured carriage of Napoleon, and made him ride along with the pursuing cavalry, and beat the drum whenever they came on any large number of French. The French thus fled, and the Prussians pursued through Courtrai and even over the heights of Fraisy, and when at length Gisonneux drew bridle and halted a little beyond Francy with the scanty remnant of keen hunters who had kept up the chase with him to the last, the French were scattered through Gosselin, Merchenay, and Charleroi, and were striving to regain the left bank of the river Sambre, which they had crossed in such pomp and pride not 100 hours before. End of chapter 15, part 7. Chapter 15, part 8 of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 15, Part 8. Part of the French left wing endeavoured to escape from the field without blending with the main body of the fugitives who thronged with the Napi causeway. A French officer who was among those who thus retreated across the country westward of the high road has vividly described what he witnessed and what he has suffered. Colonel Lemonnier de Fossey served in the campaign of 1815 in General Foy's staff, and was consequently in that part of the French army at Waterloo, which acted against Hougoumont and the British right wing. When the column of the Imperial Guard made their great charge at the end of the day, the troops of Foy's division advanced in support of them, and Colonel Lemonnier de Fossey describes the confident hopes of victory and promotion with which he marched to that attack, and the fearful carnage and confusion of the assailants, amid which he was helplessly hurried back by his flying comrades. He then narrates the closing scene. Colonel Lemonnier Delfossy Memoirs, page 385 to 405. There are omissions and abridgments in the translation which I have given. Near one of the hedges of Hougoumont Farm, without even a drummer to beat the rappel, we succeeded in rallying under the enemy's fire, 300 men. They were nearly all that remained of our splendid division. Thither came together a band of generals. There was Rey, whose horse had been shot under him. There was d'Erlon, Bachelou, Foy, Yamin, and others. All were gloomy and sorrowful, like vanquished men. The words were, "Here is all that is left of my corps, of my division, of my brigade. I myself, we have seen the fall of Duhesme, of Pelé de Morvan, of Michael, generals who had found a glorious death. My General Foy had his shoulder pierced through by a musket ball, and out of his whole staff 2 officers only were left to him. Cahors, Duhay, and I, fate had spared me in the midst of so many dangers, though the first charger I rode had been shot and had fallen on me. The enemy's horse were coming down on us, and our little group was obliged to retreat. What had happened to our division of the left wing had taken place all along the line. The movement of the hostile cavalry, which inundated the whole plain, had demoralized our soldiers, who, seeing all regular retreat of the army cut off, strove each man to effect one for himself. At each instant the road became more encumbered. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery were pressing along the pell-mell, jammed together like a solid mass. Figure to yourself 40,000 men struggling and thirsting themselves along a single causeway. We could not take that without destruction, so the generals who had collected together near Hougoumont hedge dispersed across the fields. General Foy alone remained with 300 men whom he had gleaned from the field of battle, and marched at their head. Our anxiety was to withdraw from the scene of action without being confounded with our fugitives. Our general wished to retreat like a true soldier. Seeing 3 lights in the southern horizon, like beacons, General Foy asked me what I thought of the position of each. I answered, "The first to the left is Genappe. The second is Bois de Bassou, near the farm of Quatre Bras. The third is Gosselin. Let us march on the second one," then replied Foy, "and let no obstacle stop us. Take the head of the column, and do not lose sight of the guiding light." Such was his order, and I strove to obey. After all the agitation and incessant din of a long day of battle, how imposing was the stillness of that night! We proceeded in our sad and lonely march. We were a prey to the most cruel reflections. We were humiliated. We were hopeless. But not a word of complaint was heard. We walked silently as a troop of mourners, and it might have been said that we were attending the funeral of our country's glory. Suddenly the stillness was broken by a challenge. "Que vie, France, Kellerman, Foy, is that you, General? Come nearer to us." At that moment we were pressing over a little hillock, at the foot of which was a hut, in which Kellerman and some of his officers had halted. They came out to join as Foy said to me, "Kellerman knows the country. He has been along here before with his cavalry. We had better follow him." But we found the direction which Kellerman chose towards the first light, towards Genappe, that led the causeway which our general rightly wished to avoid, and I went to the left to reconnoitre, and was soon convinced that such was the case. It was then that I was able to form a full idea of the disorder of a routed army. What a hideous spectacle! The mountain torrent that uproots and whirls along with every momentary obstacle is feeble image of that heap of men, of horses, of equipages, rushing upon one another, gathering before the least obstacle, which dams up their way for a few seconds, only to form a mass which overthrows everything in the path which it forces for itself. Woe to him whose footing failed him in that deluge! He was crushed, trampled to death. I returned and told my general what I had seen, and he instantly abandoned Kellerman and resumed his original line of march. Keeping straight across the country over the fields and the rough thickets, we at last arrived at the Bois de Bassou, where we halted. My general said to me, "Go to the farm of Quatre Bras and announce that we are here. The emperor or Soult must be there. Ask for orders, and recollect that I am waiting here for you. The lives of these men depend on your exactness." To reach the farm I was obliged to cross the high road. I was on horseback, but nevertheless was borne away by the crowd that fled along the road, and it was long ere I could extricate myself and reach the farmhouse. General Labeau was there with his staff, resting in a fancied security. They thought that their troops had halted there, but, though a halt had been attempted, the men had soon fled forwards. Like their comrades of the rest of the army, the shots of the approaching Prussians were now heard, and I believed that General Labeau had taken prisoner in that farmhouse. I left him to rejoin my general, which I did with difficulty. I found him alone. His men, as they came near the current of flight, were inflicted with the general panic, and fled also. What was to be done? Follow that crowd of runaways? General Foy would not hear of it. There were 5 of us still with him, all officers. He had been wounded about 5 times in the afternoon, and the wound had not been dressed. He suffered severely, but his moral courage was unbroken. "Let us keep," he said, "a line parallel to the high road, and work our way hence as best we can." A foot track was before us, and we followed it. The moon shone out brightly, and revealed the full wretchedness of the tableau which met our eyes. A brigadier and 4 cavalry soldiers, whom we met with, formed our escort. We marched on, and as the noise grew more distant, I thought that we were losing the parallel of the highway. Finding that we had the moon more and more on the left, I felt sure of this, and mentioned it to the general. Absorbed in thought, he made me no reply. We came in front of a windmill and endeavored to procure some information, but we could not gain an entrance, or make any one answer, and we continued our nocturnal march. At last we entered a village, but found every door closed against us, and were obliged to use threats in order to gain admission into a single house. The poor woman to whom it belonged, more dead than alive, received us as if we had been enemies. Before asking where we were, "Food, give us some food," was our cry. Bread and butter and beer were brought, and soon disappeared before men who had fasted for 24 hours. A little revived, we asked, "Where are we? What is the name of this village?" "Vively." On looking at the map, I saw that in coming to that village we had learned too much to the right, and that we were in the direction of Mons. In order to reach the Sambre at the bridge of the Marchiennes, we had 4 leagues to traverse, and there was scarcely time to march the distance before daybreak. I made a villager act as our guide, and bound him by his arm to my stirrup. He led us through Roe to Marchiennes. The poor fellow ran alongside of my horse the whole way. It was cruel, but necessary to compel him, for we had not an instant to spare. At 6 in the morning we entered Marchiennes. Marshal Ney was there. Our general went to see him, and to ask what orders he had to give. Ney was asleep, and rather than rob him of the first repose he had had for 4 days, our general returned to us without seeing him. And, indeed, what orders could Marshal Ney have given? The whole army was crossing the Sambre. Each man were, and now he chose, some at Charleroi, some at Marchiennes. We were about to do the same thing. When once beyond the Sambre we might safely halt, and both men and horses in extreme need of rest. We passed through Thun, and finding a little copse near the road, we gladly sought its shelter. While our horses grazed, we lay down and slept. How sweet was that sleep after the fatigues of the long day of battle, and after the night of retreat more painful still. We rested in the little copse till noon, and sat there watching the wrecks of our army defile along the road before us. It was a soul-harrowing sight, yet the different arms of the service had resumed a certain degree of order amid their disorder, and our general, feeling his strength revived, resolved to follow a strong column of cavalry which was taking the direction of Beaumont, about 4 leagues off. We drew near Beaumont, when suddenly a regiment of horse was seen debouching from a wood on our left. The column that we followed shouted out, "The Prussians! The Prussians!" and galloped off in utter disorder. The troops that thus alarmed them were not a 10th part of their number, and were in reality our own 8th Hussars, who wore green uniforms. But the panic had been brought even thus far from the battlefield, and the disorganized column galloped into Beaumont, which was already crowded with our infantry. We were obliged to follow that debacle. On entering Beaumont we chose a house of superior appearance, and demanded of the mistress of its refreshments for the general. "Alas!" she said, "lady, this is the 10th general who has been to this house since this morning. I have nothing left. Search, if you please, and see. Though unable to find food for the general, I persuaded to take him to his coat off and let me examine his wound. The bullet had gone through the twist of his left epaulette, and penetrating the skin had run around the shoulder without injuring the bone. The lady of the house made some lint for me, and I, without any great degree of surgical skill, I succeeded in dressing the wound. Being still anxious to procure some food for the general and ourselves, if it were but a loaf of ammunition or bread, I left the house and rode out to the town. I saw pillage going on in every direction. Open caissons, stripped and half broken, blocked up the streets. The pavement was covered with plundered and torn baggage. Pillagers and runaways, such were all the comrades I met with. Disgusted at them, I strove sword in hand to stop one of the plunderers, but more active than I, he gave me a bayonet stab in my left arm, in which I fortunately caught his thrust, which had been aimed full at my body. He disappeared among the crowd, through which I could not force my horse. My spirit of discipline had made me forget that in such circumstances the soldier is a mere wild beast. But to be wounded by a fellow countryman after having passed unharmed through all the perils of Quatre Bras and Waterloo, this did seem hard indeed. I was trying to return to General Foy when another horde of flyers burst into Beaumont, swept me into a current of their flight, and hurried me out of the town with them. Until I received my wound, I had preserved my moral courage in full force, but now, worn out with fatigue, covered with blood, and suffering severe pain from the wound, I own that I gave way to the general demoralization, and let myself be inherently borne along with the rushing mass. At last I reached Landrecies, though I know not how or when, but I found there our Colonel Hurday, who had been left behind there in consequence of an accidental injury from a carriage. He took me with him to Paris, where I retired amid my family, and got cured of my wound, knowing nothing of the rest of political and military events that were taking place. No returns ever were made of the amount of the French loss in the Battle of Waterloo, but it must have been immense, and may be partially judged of by the amount of killed and wounded in the armies of the conquerors. On this subject both the Prussian and British official evidence is unquestionably full and authentic. The figures are terribly emphatic. Of the army that fought under the Duke of Wellington, nearly 15,000 men were killed and wounded on the single day of battle. 7,000 Prussians also fell at Waterloo. At such a fearful price was the deliverance of Europe purchased. By none was the severity of that loss more keenly felt than by our great deliverer himself, as may be seen in Major Macready's narrative. The Duke, while the battle was raging, betrayed no sign of emotion at the most ghastly casualties, but when all was over, the sight of the carnage which the field was covered, and still more the sickening spectacle of the agonies of the wounded men who lay moaning on their misery by thousands and tens of thousands, weighed heavily on the spirit of the victor. As he rode back across the scene of strife, on reaching his headquarters in the village of Waterloo, the Duke inquired anxiously after the numerous friends who had been round him in the morning, and to whom he was warmly attached. Many, he was told, were dead. Others were lying alive, but mangled in suffering, in the houses round him. It is not our hero's own words alone that his feelings can be adequately told. In a letter written by him almost immediately after his return from the field, he thus expressed himself: "My heart is broken by the terrible loss I have sustained in my old friends and companions, and my poor soldiers. Believe me, nothing except a battle lost can be half so melancholy as a battle won. The bravery of my troops has hitherto saved me from the greater evil, but to win such a battle as this of Waterloo, at the expense of so many gallant friends, could only be termed a heavy misfortune but for the rest of the public." It is not often that a successful general in modern warfare is called on, like the victorious commander of the ancient Greek armies, to award a prize of superior valor to one of his soldiers. Such was to some extent the case with respect to the Battle of Waterloo. In the August of 1818, an English clergyman offered to confer a small annuity on some Waterloo soldier, to be named by the Duke. The Duke requested Sir John Byng to choose a man from the 2nd Brigade of Guards, which had so highly distinguished himself in the defense of Hougoumont, there were many gallant candidates, but the election fell on Sergeant James Graham, of the Light Company of the Coldstreams. This brave man had signalized himself throughout the day in the defense of that important post, and especially in the critical struggle that took place at the period when the French, who had gained the wood, the orchard, and detached garden, succeeded in bursting open a gate of the courtyard of the chateau itself, and rushed in large masses, confident of carrying all before them. A hand-to-hand fight of the most desperate character was kept up between them and the guards for a few minutes, but at last the British bayonets prevailed. Nearly all the Frenchmen who had forced their way in were killed on the spot, and, as a few survivors ran back, 5 of the guards, Colonel Macdonell, Captain Wyndham, Ensign Gooch, Ensign Harvey, and Sergeant Graham, by sheer strength, closed the gate again in spite of the efforts of the French from without, and effectually barricaded it against further assaults. Over and through the loopholed wall of the courtyard, the English garrison now kept up a deadly fire of musketry, which was fiercely answered by the French, who swarmed round the curtilage like ravaging wolves. Shells, too, from their batteries were falling fast into the besieged place, one of which set part of the mansion and some of the outbuildings on fire. Graham, who was at this time standing near Colonel Macdonell at the wall, and who had shown the most perfect steadiness and courage, now asked permission of his commanding officer to retire for a moment. Macdonell replied, "By all means, Graham, but I wonder you should ask leave now." Graham answered, "I would not, sir, only my brother is wounded, and he is in that outbuilding there, which has just caught fire." Laying down his musket, Graham ran to the blazing spot, lifting up his brother and laid him in a ditch. Then he was back at his post, and was plying his musket against the French again, before his absence was noticed, except by his colonel. End of chapter 15, part 8. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 15, part 9 of The 15 Decisive Battles of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. The 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Shepherd Crey. Chapter 15, Part 9. Many anecdotes of individual prowess have been preserved, but all of the brave men who were in the British army on that eventful day, none deserved more honor for courage and indomitable resolution than Sir Thomas Picton, who, as has been mentioned, fell in repulsing the great attack of the French upon the British left centre. It was not until the dead body was examined after the battle that the full heroism of Picton was discerned. He had been wounded on the 16th at Quatre Bras by a musket ball which had broken 2 of his ribs, and caused also severe internal injuries. But he had concealed the circumstance, evidently in expectation that another and greater battle would be fought in a short time, and desirous to avoid being solicited to absent himself from the field. His body was blackened and swollen by the wound, which must have caused severe and incessant pain, and it was marvellous how his spirit had borne him up, and enabled him to take part in the fatigues and duties of the field. The bullet which, on the 18th, killed the renowned loader of the Fighting Division of the Peninsula, entered the head near the left temple, and passed through the brain, so that Picton's death must have been instantaneous. One of the most interesting narratives of personal adventure at Waterloo is that of Colonel Frederick Ponsonby of the 12th Light Dragoons, who was severely wounded when Vandeleur's brigade, which he belonged, attacked by the French lancers in order to bring off the Union brigade, which was retiring from its memorable charge. The 12th, like those whom they rescued, advanced much further against the French position than prudence warranted. Ponsonby, with many others, was spared by a reserve of Polish lancers, and left for dead on the field. It is well to refer to the description of what he suffered, as he afterwards gave it, when almost miraculously recovered from his numerous wounds. Because of his fate, or worse, was the fate of thousands more, and because of the narrative of the pangs of the individual with whom we can identify ourselves, always comes more home to us than a general description of the miseries of a whole masses. His tale may make us remember what are the horrors of war as well as its glories. It is to be remembered that the operations which he refers to took place about 3 o'clock in the day, and that the fighting went on for at least 5 hours more. After describing how he and his men charged through the French whom they first encountered, and went against other enemies, he states, "We had no sooner passed them than we ourselves attacked before we could form, by about 300 Polish lancers, who had hastened to their relief, the French artillery pouring in among us a heavy fire of grape, though for one of our men they killed 3 of their own. In the melee, I was almost instantly disabled in both arms, losing first my sword and then my reins, and followed by a few men who were presently cut down. No quarter being allowed, asked, or given, I was carried along by my horse till, receiving a blow from a sabre, I fell senseless on my face to the ground. Recovering, I raised myself up a little to look around, being at that time, I believe, in a condition to get up and run away, when a lancer passing by cried out, 'Ce n'est pas moi, Conquin,' and struck his lance through my back. My head dropped, the blood gushed into my mouth, a difficulty of breathing came on, and I thought it was all over. Not long afterwards, it was impossible to measure time, but I must have fallen in less than 10 minutes after the onset. A tirailleur stepped to plunder me. Threatening my life, I directed him to a small side pocket, in which he found $3, all I had. But he continued to threaten, and I said he might search me. This he did immediately, unloosing my stock and tearing open my waistcoat, and leaving me in a very uneasy posture. But he was no sooner gone than an officer bringing up some troops, to which probably the tirailleur belonged, and happening to halt where I lay, stooped down and addressed me, saying he feared I was badly wounded. I said that I was, and expressed a wish to be removed to the rear. He said it was against their orders to remove even their own men, but that if they gained the day, and he understood that the Duke of Wellington was killed, and that some of our battalions had surrendered, every attention in his power would be shown me. I complained of thirst, and he held his brandy bottle to my lips, directing one of the soldiers to lay me straight on my side, and place a knapsack under my head. He then passed on into action, soon perhaps to want, though not receive, the same assistance, and I shall never know to whose generosity I was indebted, as I believe, for my life. Of what rank he was I cannot say. He wore a great coat. By and by another tirailleur came up, a fine young man, full of ardour. He knelt down and fired over me, loading and firing many times, and conversing with me all the while. The Frenchman, with a strange coolness, informed Ponsonby of how he was shooting and what he thought of the progress of the battle. At last he ran off, exclaiming, "You will probably not be sorry to hear that we are going to retreat. Good day, my friend." It was dusk. Ponsonby adds, "When 2 squadrons of Prussian cavalry, each of them 2 deep, came across the valley and passed over me in full trot, lifting me from the ground and tumbling me about cruelly, the clatter of their approach and the apprehensions they excited may be imagined. A gun taking that direction must have destroyed me. The battle was now at an end, or removed to a distance. The shouts, the imprecations, the outcries of 'Vive l'Empereur!' the discharge of musketry and cannon were over, and the groans of wounded all around me became every moment more and more audible. I thought the night would never end. Much about this time I found a soldier of the Royals lying across my legs. He had probably crawled thither in his agony, and his weight, his conclusive motions, and the air issuing through a wound in his side, distressed me greatly. The last circumstance most of all, as I had a wound of the same nature myself. It was not a dark night, and the Prussians were wandering about to plunder. The scene in Ferdinand Count Fathom came into my mind, though no women appeared. Several stragglers looked at me as they passed by, one after another, and at last one of them stopped to examine me. I told him as well as I could, for I spoke German very imperfectly, that I was a British officer and had been plundered already. He did not desist, however, and pulled me about roughly. An hour before midnight I saw a man in an English uniform walking towards me. He was, I suspect, on the same errand, and he came and looked in my face. I spoke instantly, telling him who I was, and assuring him of a reward if he could remain by me. He said he belonged to the 40th, and had missed his regiment. He released me from the dying soldier, and being unarmed, took up a sword from the ground and stood over me, pacing backwards and forwards. Day broke, and at 6 o'clock in the morning some English were seen at a distance, and he ran to them. A messenger being sent off to Hervey, a cart came for me, and I was placed in it and carried to the village of Waterloo, a mile and a half off, and laid in the bed from which, as I understood afterwards, Gordon had been just carried out. I had received 7 wounds, a surgeon slept in my room, and I was saved by excessive bleeding. Major Macready, in the journal already cited, justly praises the deep devotion to their emperor which marked the French at Waterloo. Never indeed had the national bravery of the French people been more nobly shown. One soldier in the French ranks was seen, when his arm was shattered by a cannonball, to wrench it off with the other, and throwing it up in the air, he exclaimed to his comrades, "Vive l'Empereur! Jusqu'à la mort!" Colonel Lemoyne Delfossy mentions in his memoirs that at the beginning of the action, a French soldier who had had both legs carried off by a cannonball was borne past the front of Foy's division, and called out to them, "Ca n'est rien, comrades! Vive l'Empereur! Glory à la France!" The same officer, at the end of the battle, when all hope was lost, tells us that he saw a French grenadier, blackened with powder and with his clothes torn and stained, leaning on his musket, and immovable as a statue. The colonel called to him to join his comrades in retreat, but the grenadier showed him his musket and his hands, and said, "These hands have, with this musket used today, more than 20 packets of cartridges. It was more than my share. I supplied myself with ammunition from the dead. Leave me to die here on the field of battle. It is not courage that fails me, but strength." Then, as Colonel Delfossy left him, the soldier stretched himself out on the ground to meet his fate, exclaiming, "Tout est perdu, par vieille France." The gallantry of the French officers at least equaled that of their men. Ney, in particular, set the example of the most daring courage. Here, as in every French army in which he ever served or commanded, he was "la brave de la brave." Throughout the day he was in the front of the battle, and was one of the very last Frenchmen who quitted the field. His horse was killed under him in the last attack made on the English position, but he was seen on foot, his clothes torn with bullets, his face smirched with powder, striving, sword in hand, first to urge his men forward, and at last to check their flight. There was another brave general of the French army, whose valor and good conduct on that day of disaster to his nation should never be unnoticed. When the story of Waterloo is recounted, this was General Paulet, who was, about 7 in the evening, led the 1st battalion of the 2nd regiment of the Chasseurs of the Guard to the defense of the Planchazonnet, and on whom Napoleon personally urged the deep importance of maintaining possession of that village. Paulet and his men took their post in the central part of the village, and occupied the church and churchyard in great strength. There they repelled every assault of the Prussians, who, in rapidly increasing numbers, rushed forward with infuriated pertinacity. They held their post till the utter rout of the main army of their comrades was apparent, and the victorious allies were thronging around Planchenoit, when Paulet and his brave chasseurs quitted the churchyard and retired. With steady march, though they suffered fearfully from the moment they left their shelter, and Prussian cavalry as well as infantry dashed fiercely after them. Paulet kept together a little knot of 250 veterans, and had the eagle covered over and borne along in the midst of them. At one time the inequality of the ground caused his ranks to open a little, and in an instant the Prussian horsemen were on them, and striving to capture the eagle. Captain Seaborn relates the conduct of Paulet with the admiration worthy of one brave soldier for another. Paulet, taking advantage of a spot of ground which afforded them some degree of cover against the fire of grape, by which they were more constantly assailed, halted the stranded bearer, and called out, "A moi, chasseurs savants, là où mourront Antoine d'A." The chasseurs immediately pressed around him, forming what is usually termed the rallying square. and lowering their bayonets, succeeded in repulsing the charge of cavalry. Some guns were then brought to bear upon them, and subsequently a brisk fire of musketry. But notwithstanding the awful sacrifice which was thus offered up in defiance of their precious charge, they succeeded in reaching the main line of retreat, favored by the universal confusion, as also by the general obscurity which now prevailed, and thus saved alike the eagle and the honor of the regiment. French writers do injustice to their own army and general when they revive malignant calamities against Wellington and speak of his having blundered into victory. No blunderer could have successfully encountered such troops as those of Napoleon, and under such a leader it is superfluous to cite against these cavils the testimony which other continental critics have borne to the high military genius of our illustrious chief. I refer to one only which is of particular value, on account of the quarter whence it comes. It is that of great German writer Niebuhr, whose accurate acquaintance with every important scene of modern as well as ancient history was unparalleled, and who was no mere pedant, but a man practically versed in active life, and had personally acquainted with most of the leading men in the great events of the early part of this century. Niebuhr, of the passage of which I allude to, Roman History, Volume 5, page 17, after referring to the military blunders of Mithridates, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, Pyrrhus, Hannibal, uses these remarkable words: "The Duke of Wellington is, I believe, the only general in whose conduct of war we cannot discover any important mistake. Not that it is to be supposed that the Duke's merits were simply of a negative order, or that he was merely a cautious, phlegmatic general fit only for defensive warfare, as some recent French historians have described him. On the contrary, he was bold even to audacity when boldness was required. The intrepid advance and fight at Acier, the crossing of the Douro, and the movement on the Talavera in 1809, the advance to Madrid and Burgos in 1812, the actions before Bayonne in 1813, and the desperate stand made at Waterloo itself, when more tamely prudent generals would have retreated beyond Brussels, place this beyond a doubt. See the admirable parallel of Wellington and Marlborough at the end of Sir Archibald and Alison's life. The Duke of Marlborough. Sir Archibald justly considers Wellington the more daring general of the two. The overthrow of the French military power at Waterloo was so complete that the subsequent events of the brief campaign have little interest. Land Maritime truly says, "This defeat left nothing undecided in future events, for victory had given judgment. The war began and ended in a single battle." Napoleon himself recognized instantly and fully the deadly nature of the blow which had been dealt to his empire. In his flight from the battlefield, he first halted at Charleroi, but the approach of the pursuing Prussians drove him thence before he had rested there an hour. With difficulty getting clear of the wrecks of his own army, he reached Philippeville, where he remained a few hours, and sent orders to the French generals in the various extremities of France to converge with their troops upon Paris. He ordered Soult to collect the fugitives of his own force, and led them to Laon. He then hurried forward to Paris, and reached his capital before the news of his own defeat. But the stern truth soon transpired. At the demand of the Chamber of Peers and Representatives, he abandoned the throne by a second and final abdication on the 22nd of June. On the 29th of June he left the neighborhood of Paris and proceeded to Rochefort in the hope of escaping to America. But the coast was strictly watched, and on the 15th of July the ex-emperor surrendered himself on board of the English man-of-war, the Bellerophon. Meanwhile, the allied armies had advanced steadily upon Paris, driving before them Grouchy's corps and the scantily force which Soult had succeeded in rallying at Laon. Chambray, Péronne, and other fortresses were speedily captured, and by the 29th of June the invaders were taking their positions in front of Paris. The provisional government, which acted in the French capital after the emperor's abdication, opened negotiations with the allied chiefs. Blucher, in his quenchless hatred of the French, was eager to reject all proposals for a suspension of hostilities, and to assault and storm the city. But the sager and calmer spirit of Wellington prevailed over his colleague. The entreated armistice was granted, and on the 3rd of July the capitulation of Paris terminated the war of the Battle of Waterloo. In closing our observations on this, the last of the decisive battles of the world, it is pleasing to contrast the year which it signalized with the year that is now, written in June 1851, passing over our heads. We have not, and long may we be without, the stern excitement of martial strife, and we see no captive standards of our European neighbors brought in triumph to our shrines, but we behold an infinitely prouder spectacle. We see the banners of every civilized nation waving over the arena of our competition with each other in the arts that minister to our race's support and happiness, and not to its suffering and destruction. Peace hath her victories, no less renowned than war. And no battlefield ever witnessed a victory more noble than that which England, under her sovereign lady and her royal prince, is now teaching the peoples of the earth to achieve over selfish prejudices and international feuds, in the great cause of the general promotion of the industry and welfare of mankind. End of chapter 15, part 9. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. End of the 15 Decisive Battles of the World by Sir Edward Crey.